Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I used to think sleep paralysis was just something you read about in articles or heard from friends who stayed up too late watching horror movies, until it happened to me when I was still in college and I found out firsthand how terrifying it can really be. Back then I was buried in schoolwork, especially my feasibility study subject, which was eating up most of my time and most of my energy. I barely slept. I grabbed whatever food I could while typing or reading, and my mind was constantly racing with deadlines, revisions, and all the "what if I fail?" worries that come with being a student. One night, after staying up late again, I finally fell asleep, thinking it would just be another exhausted, dreamless rest. Instead, I slipped into a dream that felt more real than any normal dream, so real that I became aware I was dreaming, and that was where the nightmare started. In that dream, I saw a white lady with no face approaching me, but the way she was moving was wrong. She wasn't walking in a normal straight line, she was coming closer in a strange zigzag motion, like someone swaying but still getting nearer no matter how much you want them to stay far away. I could feel my heart racing inside the dream, but what made it worse was the fact that I knew I was asleep. I was fully aware that my real body was lying in bed, that this was not happening in the waking world, and yet I couldn't do anything about it. I tried to move my hands, my head, anything, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was trapped inside myself, wide awake and helpless, watching this faceless figure come nearer and nearer. I tried to open my eyes, thinking that if I could just wake up properly everything would go away, but my eyelids felt locked shut. The lady kept drifting closer in that creepy zigzag way, and even though I couldn't see her face, the emptiness where her features should have been made it worse, as if I was staring at a blank mask where a person was supposed to be. When she got just a few steps away from me, panic took over and I told myself that if I didn't do something, she would reach me and I didn't know what would happen after that. So I gathered every bit of strength I had, focusing on one small part of my body that maybe I could control. I concentrated everything on my right foot and tried to jerk it as hard as I could. It felt like pushing through thick mud, like my whole body was resisting, but I forced it until finally, my foot moved. The moment it did, it was as if something snapped, like invisible ropes tying me down broke all at once, and I woke up completely. My eyes flew open, and I was back in my room, in my bed, in the dark that I knew. But I was so exhausted it felt like I had just run a marathon at full speed. My chest was heaving, my heart was pounding, and there was a heavy tiredness in my muscles, as if I had been fighting for my life in the real world instead of just in a dream. At first I didn't tell anyone about it. I thought maybe people would say I was just imagining things or being too dramatic, so I kept it to myself. But the experience bothered me so much that I started doing some research online. I typed in things like, "can't move when sleeping," and "white lady in dreams sleep paralysis," and I found a lot of articles and stories from other people describing something similar. Many of them mentioned sleep paralysis, saying that it often happens when you're too stressed or too tired, when your body is completely exhausted but your mind is still active. Some people talked about feeling a presence in the room, seeing dark figures or ghostly shapes, feeling like something was sitting on their chest or holding them down. Reading all that, I realized that what I experienced wasn't unique, and true enough, those were the days when I was under a lot of stress and barely getting any real rest. So I told myself that it must have been my body and mind reacting to fatigue and pressure, mixing my fear of the unknown with the scientific explanation I had just read. That conclusion calmed me down a bit, and because of that I decided not to make a big deal out of it. I didn't tell my family or friends, I didn't ask anyone to interpret it for me, I just quietly accepted that stress had pushed me into a weird corner of sleep. The only thing I changed was that I made sure I prayed every night before I slept, no matter how tired I was, saying a simple prayer for protection and peaceful rest, just in case. After that, I didn't have another sleep paralysis episode, or at least nothing as strong and frightening as that night. Time passed, I finished my subject, life moved on, and I started to believe that maybe that would be the first and last time I would ever experience anything like it. I almost forgot how it felt to be trapped in my own body while something strange came closer in a dream. Everything changed again, though, when it almost happened recently. It was a stormy night, the kind where the rain beats hard on the roof and the sound of the wind makes the house feel smaller, like the world outside is slightly angrier than usual. I was sharing a room with my cousin, who was sleeping on the foam beside my bed. That night he kept nudging and budging me, complaining about a stomach ache. He tends to get those episodes whenever he drinks coffee, and that day he had ignored his own limit and drank more than he should have. So there he was, twisting and groaning every now and then, and I was torn between feeling sorry for him and feeling a bit annoyed because I also had to wake up early the next day. I kept telling him to try to sleep, that it would pass, because we both needed the rest. The storm continued outside, the room dim and quiet except for the sound of rain and his occasional complaints. After a lot of twisting and turning, adjusting my blanket, shifting my pillow, and trying to find the comfiest position, I finally drifted off to sleep. At first my dreams were totally normal, random, and light. I remember dreaming about going on vacation with my friends, laughing with them, exploring places, something simple and happy that makes you feel relaxed even when your body is tired. It felt like a nice escape from reality, and I was enjoying that peaceful, harmless dream. Then, suddenly it changed. It was so abrupt it was like someone changed the channel in the middle of a good show and switched it to a horror movie without warning. 1 second I was with my friends, carrying bags and taking photos, and the next I was back in my room, in my body, lying on my bed, fully aware that this time something was wrong. In that dream, there was a human-like creature on top of me, sitting or crouching over my body. Its skin was an odd grayish color with a hint of green, like something half-rotten or soaked too long in water. I couldn't see its face clearly, but what I could see was bad enough. It had a few curly, wet-looking strands of hair hanging down, and on the sides of its head were big ears, like elf ears, pointed and strangely shaped. Its body was small, about the size of a 5-year-old child, but its limbs were unnaturally thin and longer than they should have been, like stretched arms and legs that didn't match the size of its torso. The proportions were all wrong, which made it even more disturbing. At first it just pinched my left cheek. It didn't hurt much, it felt more like a teasing, annoying pinch than a painful one, but the action itself made me uneasy. I felt more annoyed than scared for a brief moment, wondering why this ugly little thing was bothering me. But then it grabbed my left arm. My arm had been resting on top of my chest, and when its long, thin fingers wrapped around it, I suddenly felt real fear. This wasn't just some creature poking fun at me. It was holding me, as if it wanted to drag me somewhere or stop me from moving. In that exact moment I freaked out. The fear shot through me like electricity. I tried to pull my arm back, to sway it away from its grip, but again my body felt restrained, heavy and slow, like something was pressing down on me. I could feel my chest tighten and my mind screaming that I needed to get this thing off me. Using that same desperation I had felt during my first sleep paralysis episode back in college, I forced myself to fight the weight on my limbs. I swayed my arm as hard as I could and shouted out loud, "Ano!" The moment that word came out, the creature vanished, like it had been cut out of reality, and I woke up. I opened my eyes and found myself back in the room, in the dark, with the storm still raging outside. My heart was pounding, and my breathing was rough, but I realized something that made me pause. My cheek still felt like it had been pinched, and my left arm still had the sensation of being grabbed. It wasn't just a memory of how it felt in the dream, it was a physical echo, a lingering touch, like when someone holds your wrist and then lets go, but your skin remembers the pressure. That detail made me hesitate before writing it off as just another sleep paralysis dream. Strangely, though, I wasn't as terrified as I had been back in college. Maybe because I already knew what sleep paralysis was, Or maybe because I had read that stress, tiredness, or even certain sleeping positions could trigger it, I tried to convince myself that it was just another one of those episodes. I repeated in my head that it was only my brain and body misfiring, that the creature was probably just something my mind created. So instead of panicking, I said a prayer, asked for protection, and eventually let myself drift back to sleep. It was only the next morning that things started to feel stranger. As I was about to leave the room, my cousin told me that he had only managed to fall asleep around 4 in the morning. His stomach had kept him awake almost the whole night, which meant he had been conscious and aware of what was happening in the room while I was fighting that creature in my dream. I asked him if he had heard me shouting, and he said yes. He said he had clearly heard me cry out, "No!" And it had shocked him because he knew I was asleep. He even thought of getting up to check on me, but before he could do that, something else happened that made his hair stand on end. He said that right after hearing me shout, he turned towards the window and saw a moving shadow pass by it, then quickly disappear. He described it as a shape that moved fast, like something caught, and then escaping as quickly as possible. Our window is covered with metal bars and a screen, and our room is on the second floor, so no one can just walk by the window or reach it from outside like a normal person. There's no balcony, no ledge, nothing where someone could stand casually. I told him that from a practical point of view it was almost impossible for an actual human to pass by our window at that height and in that way. But he insisted he had definitely seen it. He described the movement again, telling me that the shadow had that sudden jerk, like something startled, and then it rushed away. When he said that, a shiver went down my spine. I remembered the exact moment in my dream when I yelled, "No!" and jerked my arm away from the creature's grip, the moment it vanished. Then I thought of the timing he described, hearing my shout, seeing a shadow at the window right after. The more we talked about it, the more we both felt that what I had seen in my dream and what he had seen in reality were connected somehow. Maybe what pressed on me and pinched me was the same thing that slipped away from the window in the form of a shadow when I fought it off with that shout. I still don't know exactly what it was, whether it was just another sleep paralysis hallucination that somehow lined up with his imagination, or something else that crossed the line between dream and waking. But one thing I do know is that it didn't feel like just a dream anymore after hearing my cousin's story, and since then, I've been even more serious about praying before I sleep and taking better care of myself, hoping that whatever it was doesn't feel the need to come back. Our house in Fairview was built back in 1975, at a time when that area still felt more like a province than part of the city, and it has always felt a bit unique compared to the houses around it. We have a 450 square meter lot with our house sitting right in the middle, and all around it my grandmother planted her garden, so we basically grew up surrounded by trees, plants, and that quiet kind of space you do not usually get in the city anymore. The house itself is big, 5 rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 kitchen, with my room tucked in the back corner of the house. My room has 4 windows, and right beside that corner of the house there is a small gate that separates the back part of the lot, where the garden is, from the side passage. That layout matters because most of the strange things that happen to us seem to be connected to that back garden. Everything really started when my grandfather told one of our helpers to cut down a big tree at the back of the garden. It was an old tree, really thick, and because of its size it was not something you could cut down in just one day, so our helper had to slowly work on it over several days. While this was happening, my grandfather suddenly got sick. It was not just a simple fever. He felt weak and unwell enough that we took him to the doctor to find out what was wrong. They ran tests, checked him carefully, but in the end they could not find anything specific that explained why he was feeling so bad. They just gave him some medicine and sent him home. My grandmother, however, has always been very religious and also very open to traditional beliefs. In our family we have a long line of albularios, folk healers, so she insisted we take my grandfather to one of our relatives who practiced that. The albulario did a ritual called Tawas, where they use things like candles or alum to read what is spiritually wrong, and after doing that he told us that there was a being living in that tree we were trying to cut down, and that being was very angry and disturbed by what my grandfather ordered. He warned us that this was no ordinary spirit, that it was strong, and said a powerful ritual was needed to calm it down and ask for forgiveness. He told us to buy a Kadaknath chicken, which is a completely black chicken from feathers to skin, along with other items he needed for the offering. My grandfather, even though he had been skeptical at first, agreed, and with the albulario they went to the tree to perform the ritual. They chanted prayers and words in a language I did not fully understand, and then they cut the chicken's neck and offered its blood and body to the tree, asking the being to forgive what had been done and to spare my grandfather. It sounds like something from an old story, but the very next day my grandfather's health suddenly improved. He got up feeling almost back to normal. We did not continue cutting the tree after that. It stayed there in the back garden, and we all quietly accepted that someone or something unseen was sharing the space with us. Time went by, and in the mid-2000s one of my classmates from college came over to our house so we could work on a project together. As soon as he stepped through the gate and stood in the yard, he suddenly told me that there was someone, or something, living in the back garden. He did not know our story. We had not told him anything about the tree or the albulario. He just said he felt heavy, uneasy, like something was watching him from that area, and he stayed that way the whole time he was in the house. When he left later that day and stood near the gate to say goodbye, he mentioned again that the feeling was still there near the back garden, like there was a strong presence he could not ignore. It made all of us more aware of that spot again, and it reminded us of what the albulario had said years before. That same night, I was in my room, the one at the back corner with the 4 windows, and I was just relaxing, playing on my PlayStation. One of my side windows faces the path beside the house leading to the back gate, and I am used to seeing my father walk past there whenever he comes home and uses the back gate to go straight to my parents' room, which is located at the back of the house. While I was playing, I saw a figure walk past that window, a silhouette moving along the side of the house. The movement was exactly like what I was used to seeing when my dad came home, so without even thinking much, I called out and said something like, "The front door is open," so he would know he did not have to use the back gate if he did not want to. After a few seconds, I realized I did not hear the sound of the back gate opening. Usually it makes a very clear noise when someone pushes it. The figure did not walk back past the window either. The more I thought about it, the more I realized something was wrong. I also knew my father was not supposed to be home yet. That was when it hit me that whatever had walked past my window was not my dad. A cold feeling ran through me, and I suddenly did not feel like playing anymore. I turned off the PlayStation and the TV, made sure all my windows were closed, and went to bed, trying my best to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my room. But sleep that night was not peaceful. At some point I fell asleep and then slipped into a nightmare that felt almost too real. In that dream, or maybe in that half-awake state, I felt a weight pressing down on my chest. It was as if a shadow was sitting right on top of me, pinning me to the bed. I tried to move, but I could not move a single muscle. It became hard to breathe, like the air itself had become heavy, and I started to panic. Somewhere in the back of my mind I remembered hearing that when you are in that kind of situation, when something is pinning you down in your sleep, you just need to focus on moving a small part of your body, like a finger on your hand or a toe on your foot, and that can break whatever is holding you. So I forced myself to focus on my big toe. It felt like trying to move a rock with my mind, but I kept pushing and pushing until finally, with all the strength I had, my big toe twitched. The moment it moved, it was like something snapped and let go of me. The shadow vanished, the weight lifted, and I woke up fully, gasping for air and drenched in fear. I switched on the lights right away and left them on for the rest of the night. I even flipped my pillow over and tried to lie down again, but I did not really sleep deeply after that. I just waited for morning to come. After those incidents, the sickness that could not be explained, the classmates sensing something, the figure outside my window, the nightmare with the shadow on my chest, our family decided that we had to do something more permanent for the house itself. We arranged for a priest to come and bless the entire place, inside and out, including the back garden and that old tree. The priest walked through every room, prayed, sprinkled holy water, and asked for protection over everyone living there. Since that blessing, the strange illnesses stopped, and I never again saw that figure at my window or felt that heavy presence sitting on my chest. The back garden still feels a little different at times, but whatever was disturbing us before seems calmer now, and our house, with all its years and stories, feels more like a home again than a place we have to be afraid of. I had recently gone on a retreat to a place called Calaruga Retreat House in Nasugbu, Batangas. Before that trip, I had already heard a lot of stories about it. People said it used to be a Spanish church back in colonial times, and that many spirits were still there. Some called it holy, some called it haunted. To be honest, I believed in the supernatural, but I was not the type to get scared just by stories. I had grown up hearing about ghosts, and I also had my own strange experiences. I would sometimes see things in dreams before they happened, or feel sudden warnings in my body when something bad was coming. Because of that, I always felt like I had a kind of third eye, even if I could not fully control it. Still, when we were told that our school retreat would be held at Calaruga, I did get curious. People said the place was beautiful, quiet, and peaceful, but that there were certain spots you should not stay in alone at night. I laughed it off at first, but deep inside I wondered what I would feel when I finally stepped into that place. The day we traveled there, the bus ride felt long but normal. My classmates were noisy, joking around, taking pictures, playing music in low volume. I tried to relax and enjoy the scenery outside the window. As we moved farther from the city, the view changed from buildings and busy streets into wide open spaces, mountains in the distance, and patches of trees and fields. The air even looked clearer. When we finally reached the entrance of Calaruga, the bus slowed down and turned into a road lined with plants and trees. For a moment, everything felt quiet and calm. The place was beautiful in a way that made you feel like you had left the world behind. The air was cooler. The sky seemed wider. There were stones, old walls, and paths that looked like they had been there for a long time. Vines climbed over arches. Moss grew on old bricks. There were flowers in many colors growing along walkways and around small fountains. But the strange thing was that the very first step I took out of the bus came with a sudden heaviness in my chest. It was not the kind of heaviness you feel when you are sad, but more like a quiet warning. My intuition started whispering, telling me that something in this place was not as simple as it looked. I cannot fully explain it. The place itself looked like a dream, rustic, antique, and almost magical. But underneath that beauty, I felt a thin layer of uneasiness, like a cold breeze hiding behind a warm one. We walked together towards the dorms where we would be staying. There were several dorm buildings scattered around the area. Some were closer to the dining hall, others closer to the chapel. My dorm was one of the last ones down the path, built on slightly higher ground, not too far from the chapel that stood on top of the hill. At night, if you stepped outside, you could see the outline of the chapel watching over everything, like an old guardian standing quietly in the dark. Our dorm was not the isolated room that people talked about in ghost stories. Those stories usually mentioned a certain room that was very far from the others, where people said strange things always happened. Our dorm, at least on paper, sounded safe. We were surrounded by 3 other dorms that we often visited during free time. People came and went. There was laughter, footsteps, and noise during the day. It felt like a normal place where students stayed during retreats. Inside our dorm, there were bunk beds lined up along the walls. I stayed with 7 other people. We arranged our bags and decided who would sleep where. For some reason, I chose the bed closest to the window. I liked looking out and seeing the trees and the sky. The air outside felt cool and fresh, and I thought it would be nice to have that breeze near my face at night. At that time, I did not think about how windows can also be the creepiest parts of a room when it is dark outside. The first day passed by as expected. We had sessions in the hall, sharing activities, talks, and some quiet time for reflection. We walked around the grounds during breaks, taking pictures near the fountains, under the arches, and in front of the chapel. The sunsets there were breathtaking. The sky turned orange and pink, and the mountains in the distance became shadows. The wind grew colder and softer. It was the kind of place where you could sit in silence and feel like time had slowed down. But even with all that beauty, the strange feeling inside me did not go away. When the sun started to set, the mood of the place also slowly changed. Shadows grew longer. The trees swayed more quietly. Some spots that looked bright and warm in the daytime turned dark and mysterious at night. I could not help glancing at corners, hallways, and windows, as if I was expecting to see something standing there, watching. During our first night, nothing unusual happened to me personally. We were all tired from the day's activities, so after our evening session, some of us stayed up to talk, but most went to sleep early. I lay in my bed near the window, listening to the soft sounds of crickets and the faint voices of other students in nearby dorms. Eventually, sleep found me. The story I want to tell happened on the second night. By this time, we were already familiar with the schedule. We had spent another whole day doing activities, listening to talks, sharing reflections, and walking around the retreat grounds. The second night felt heavier for some reason. Maybe it was the tiredness building up from the past 2 days. Maybe it was because the retreat activities were becoming more emotional. Or maybe it was just me growing more sensitive to the energy of the place. That night, after dinner and our last session, some of us went back to the dorms. Others stayed outside a bit longer, talking under the dim lights near the pathway. When my roommates and I finally returned to our room, it was already around 10 or 11 p.m. I decided that I wanted to shower that night so I would not have to rush in the morning. Our dorm's bathroom was attached to the room itself. Inside the bathroom, there was a separate shower area with its own small door. It gave a bit of privacy, even if someone else needed to use the sink or toilet. It was simple, tiled, and lit by a single fluorescent light on the ceiling. My roommates also wanted to take a shower, but since I was one of the quickest, I went first. At that time, they were still fully awake, sitting on the beds, talking about random things. 2 other people from nearby dorms had also come in to hang out. They brought instant noodles and asked if they could use the electric kettle one of my roommates had secretly brought. There was a feeling of warmth and comfort in that small, crowded room, laughter, the soft hum of voices, the smell of hot water and noodles, and the sound of plastic wrappers being opened. I stepped into the bathroom, closed the door behind me, and then closed the shower door inside. I turned on the water and let it run. The sound of the shower and the water hitting the floor created a constant noise around me. Under that sound, I could still faintly hear my roommates talking and laughing outside. It made me feel safe and not alone. I was halfway through shampooing my hair when I heard it. A knock. It was not a loud bang. It was a simple, clear knock. Just a few taps, like someone lightly knocking to say, "Hey, I'm here." My first thought was that one of my roommates needed to use the bathroom. I turned off the shower, letting the sudden silence fill my ears. Water was still dripping from my hair and running down my back. I opened the small shower door just enough to stick my head out. The bathroom light felt too bright now that the water sound had stopped. I stepped closer to the bathroom door, careful to keep my body hidden behind it so I would not accidentally flash anyone outside. I opened the bathroom door a little and peeked through. "Did anyone knock?" I asked. My roommates looked up at me from their beds and from the floor, where they were sitting and eating noodles. Their faces were relaxed, curious, and slightly confused. "No," one of them said. "We didn't knock." The others shook their heads. I listened carefully, in case it had been a knock from somewhere else, maybe from the door outside our room, but there was no other sound. The hallway was quiet. There were no footsteps or voices. I frowned a little, but I did not want to look like I was panicking over nothing. So I just shrugged it off. "Okay," I said. "Maybe I heard wrong." I closed the bathroom door and went back into the shower. I told myself that maybe the sounds of water and the pipes had played tricks on my ears. Old buildings sometimes made random noises. I turned the water back on and continued my shower. As the water ran down my hair and face, I tried to relax again. My muscles slowly loosened up. I could hear my roommates' voices again outside, though muffled through the door. For a moment, everything felt normal again. Then I closed the bathroom door completely, turning my back to it, and as I moved the shower door back into place, I saw her. She was standing on the other side of the shower door, just beyond the glass, facing me directly. For a few seconds, my brain did not fully understand what my eyes were seeing. The glass of the shower door was not frosted enough to hide her. I could see her clearly. She was tall, taller than most women I knew. Her skin was very white, almost like porcelain, smooth and pale in a way that did not look natural. Her hair was long, straight, and black, falling over her shoulders and down past her chest. She was wearing a white nun's habit. It was simple, clean, and old-fashioned, like something from many years ago. What struck me the most was her face. She was looking straight at me, as if she had been watching me for a while. Her expression was not angry. It was not twisted or terrifying in the usual way you see in horror movies. Her eyes looked kind, calm, almost gentle. But that did not make it less frightening. I froze. My hands stopped moving. The water from the shower kept falling, but I no longer felt it. My whole body went cold. My mind suddenly felt like it was split into two parts. One part was screaming inside my head that this was impossible, that no one could have entered the bathroom without a sound, that there was no way a nun would just be standing there staring at me with that kind of face. The other part was silent, simply absorbing every detail, as if it knew that this moment was real and important. I do not know exactly how long I stared at her, but it felt like 10 to 15 seconds. It was long enough for me to notice the way her hair framed her face, the way her eyes did not blink, and the way she did not move at all. She just stood there, tall and completely still, watching me through the thin barrier of glass. That was when my body finally responded. A jolt of fear shot through me. My heart started pounding so loudly that I could hear it over the sound of the shower. I grabbed the shower door and swung it open hard, expecting to see her standing right in front of me, inches away. But as soon as the door opened, she disappeared. There was no sound, no blur, no fading. One moment she was there, the next moment she was gone. The bathroom looked exactly as it had before. The light on the ceiling buzzed quietly. The tiles on the floor were wet and shiny. The mirror on the wall reflected only my own shocked, pale face and my wet hair. I stood there breathing hard, my body still shaking. My mind raced with questions. I wanted to run out of the bathroom, but I was still naked and covered in soap. I felt exposed and vulnerable. At the same time, I did not want to close all the doors again, because the idea of being fully shut inside that small bathroom scared me. So I stepped out of the shower area and opened the bathroom door slightly, leaving a small gap between the door and the frame. I wanted to feel the presence of the room outside. I wanted to hear my friends' voices more clearly. That tiny bit of open space made me feel like I was not totally trapped. I went back into the shower with the bathroom door partially open and finished washing as fast as I could. I kept glancing toward the door over and over again, afraid that if I looked away for too long, I would see her again when I turned back. But she never appeared again. For the rest of my shower, the doorway remained empty. When I was finally done, I dried myself quickly, put on my clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom. My roommates were still there, eating, chatting, laughing, and watching something on a phone. Everything looked perfectly normal. The room was filled with warm, familiar noise. I did not tell them right away what I had seen. Part of me did not know how to explain it without sounding crazy or overly dramatic. Part of me also did not want to speak her into reality. I was afraid that by talking about her too soon, I might invite her back. Later that night, after everyone had showered and we were getting ready to sleep, I lay on my bed near the window and stared at the ceiling for a long time. The image of the nun's face kept appearing in my mind. Those calm, kind eyes still scared me more than if she had looked angry or bloody. There was something about the quiet way she watched me that felt heavier. It was not just a jump scare. It was a presence, The next day, during one of our free times, I decided to share what had happened with a friend of mine who was staying in one of the nearby dorms. His dorm was a little different from ours. While our bathroom had blue and white tiles and felt simple and plain, his dorm's bathroom had black and maroon colors. Just hearing that already made it sound a bit creepier. Dark tiles, dark sink, dark walls. If our bathroom felt like a normal school bathroom, his sounded more like something from an old house in a horror story. We were sitting together outside when I told him about the nun I saw in the shower, describing her appearance, and how she stared at me. I watched his face as I spoke, and I could see something shift in his expression. His eyes changed. He looked surprised, but not in a way that said he did not believe me. Instead, it was like I had just confirmed something he was afraid to say. "That's strange," he said quietly. "Because I saw a nun too." He started to tell me his own story. He said that one night, he had been in his dorm's bathroom, standing in front of the mirror. He wanted to change his shirt. Everyone else was outside the room or already in their beds. The bathroom was dim, the black and maroon tiles making the space feel even darker. He stood facing the mirror, lifted his shirt halfway over his head, and in that small opening between the fabric and his chin, he saw something that did not belong. Through the lower gap of his shirt, he saw the reflection of a face. It was not his. It was feminine and pale, with porcelain-like skin. For a moment he froze, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He said he quickly pulled his shirt down and looked properly at the mirror, but there was nothing there anymore. The face had disappeared as soon as he tried to see it clearly. He did not say much more about what happened right after. He did not describe if he ran out or stayed. But from the way he told the story, I could tell he had been deeply unsettled. His voice lowered without him noticing. His eyes kept moving, as if he was remembering how it felt to see someone else's face sharing his reflection. When I told him that the nun I saw also had porcelain skin and a calm face, he looked even more disturbed. He nodded slowly, like he was adding up pieces of a puzzle he did not really want to solve. Later, I also decided to ask some of my roommates if they had seen anything strange during our stay. I tried to sound casual, as if I was just curious, and not like someone who had been stared at by a ghost in the shower. I asked them if they had ever seen a nun around, aside from the real ones we saw during mass or activities. 2 of them answered that they had also seen a nun figure, at different times, in different places within the retreat house. They did not go into detail. Maybe they were still trying to process it. Maybe they did not want to remember it so clearly. Or maybe they were afraid that if they described it too much, they might call it back into their lives. But just knowing that I was not alone, that other people had also seen something similar, made it harder to dismiss what happened to me as imagination or just stress. It made the whole thing feel more real. It was not just my third eye acting up. There was truly something in that place, some presence that kept showing itself to different people in the form of a nun. As the retreat went on, I did not see her again. There were no more knocks during my showers. No more pale faces staring at me from behind doors or in mirrors. On the last day, as we packed our things and prepared to leave, I looked out the window near my bed, taking in the view one last time. The trees swayed gently in the wind. The chapel stood quietly on the hill, its cross reaching up into the sky. The air was cool and soft. From the outside, Calaruga was still as beautiful as ever. It was the kind of place people would visit for peace, reflection, and prayer. But inside my memories, there was now a woman in white standing silently in a bathroom, watching me with kind eyes that somehow felt heavier than anger. Even after we left and returned home, the retreat stayed with me. Not only because of the reflections, the bonding, and the peaceful moments, but also because of that one strange, unforgettable experience. I kept thinking about the history of the place, about how it used to be a Spanish church, and about how many years, decades, and generations had passed through that land. I wondered how many people had lived, prayed, cried, and died there. I wondered if some of them had never really left. Until now, I am still curious about Calaruga Retreat House in Nasugbu, Batangas. I want to know more about its past. I want to know if there were nuns who lived and died there during the Spanish colonial period. I want to know if anyone has ever recorded stories of a nun appearing to visitors, quietly watching them in the middle of the night. Maybe somewhere in its history, there is a story about a kind nun who stayed behind to watch over the place, but whose presence sometimes appears at the wrong time and in the wrong way, turning comfort into fear. I do not know if I will ever find a clear explanation for the ghostly nun I saw that night. All I know is that I was standing under the shower, surrounded by water and steam, feeling safe and relaxed, when I saw her on the other side of the door, as real as any person I had ever seen. And sometimes, when I close my eyes and remember that moment, I can still see her standing there, silent and still, as if she is waiting for me to look back at her again. My brother and I experienced what I consider the aftermath of something much bigger than us while we were just playing in our house, and even though I was only about 2 years old at the time, I can still remember everything with a strange, sharp clarity that most people don't expect a child that young to have. I remember the sight, the sound, the smell, and most of all the heavy, paralyzing fear that wrapped itself around my brother and me in that moment, making it stand out from all the other soft, blurry memories of early childhood that have faded over the years. In the mid-1980s, my grandfather decided to surprise my parents with a house, a gift of love and security, something he thought would make their lives easier and more comfortable. On paper, it sounded wonderful. A huge bungalow-type house with 6 bedrooms, a 3-car garage, 2 large living rooms, and an equally huge dining room, the kind of house that could easily hold a big family and all their noise, joy, and celebrations. But there was something unusual about its location. The house stood right in front of a small cemetery that belonged to a fraternity, and from the very beginning, my mother never felt truly comfortable with the idea of living there. The cemetery was just across the street, a constant reminder of death and stillness facing the living space my grandfather had lovingly bought, and the atmosphere around the place carried a feeling that was hard to define with words, but very easy to feel. At the side of the house, there was a concrete staircase that led down to an open space we called the amphitheater. Although it was not really a performance place, it was simply a concrete ground surrounded by trees and plants, a sort of hidden clearing below the main structure of the house. In the daytime, the house looked quite normal from the outside, just another large home along the roadside, with its solid walls, its garage, its stairway, its trees and plants. But my family always noticed that when night fell, the atmosphere changed in a way that was hard to ignore. The light seemed to sit differently on the walls, the shadows seemed to linger a little longer, and the air felt heavy, as if it was carrying memories or presences that did not belong to us. Over the years, the street in front of that house became busier and busier, turning into a main road that led to the mall and carried a steady stream of cars, motorcycles, and people going about their lives. Yet, even as the city around it grew more lively and modern, something darker also settled over that particular stretch of road. Up to this day, fatal accidents still happen there, right in front of that house, on the strip of street that separates it from the small cemetery. People have died there in crashes and collisions, and those events became part of the stories that people in the neighborhood share. Many times, people who had experienced strange things in that area would come to our store, not to buy anything, but to tell us about what had happened to them there, what they had seen, and how it frightened them. They would talk to my uncles, my aunts, or my mother, describing the odd lights, shadows, figures, or feelings they encountered on that road, right in front of our house and the cemetery. In a way, those stories matched our own uneasiness about the place. Even though my grandfather had bought the house as a gift for my parents, we never actually lived in it. My mother refused to move in because of the constant eerie feeling and the location facing the cemetery, and perhaps because of things she sensed but did not fully explain to us when we were young. Instead, we did what many Chinese families did in those days. We lived on the second floor of our store, combining business and home under one roof. The haunted house, as people sometimes whispered about it, became a property that we just rented out to other people. Over the years, different tenants moved in, and the ones who stayed the longest were a group of Mormons. They lived there for years, and during that time the house seemed more stable, like their presence gave it some kind of shield. But after they moved out, things shifted again. Tenants came and went, mostly families, and for some reason, none of them stayed for more than a month. They would move in, spend a little time there, and then suddenly decide to leave, as if something in the house itself pushed them out before they could settle. Inside the house, one of the living rooms was originally built as a sunken room, which meant the floor was lower than the rest of the house, and you had to step down into it. In feng shui, the traditional Chinese system of arranging spaces to promote harmony and good energy, my grandfather believed that having sunken floors was not a good sign, especially not in a main living space. He worried that such a design would bring misfortune, or make the energy feel like it was constantly falling or sinking instead of flowing smoothly. Because of that belief, he had the sunken section of that living room changed. He ordered workers to cover up the lower portion and raise it so that it was even with the rest of the floor, essentially sealing off that original drop. Once that renovation was done, my grandfather left for the United States to visit his brothers, probably feeling satisfied that he had corrected a feng shui problem in the house. But after his trip, when he came back, things started to change in a way no one had expected. He became very sick. The doctors examined him and diagnosed him with liver cancer, and they did not give us much hope. They said he would not be with us for long. At the time, I was still too young to understand the seriousness of what was happening. I knew my grandfather was sick and that the adults were worried and sad, but I did not yet grasp the full meaning of the word cancer, or the idea of someone not being with us for long. My grandmother, desperate to help her husband in any way she could, decided to seek out alternative forms of healing alongside the medical treatment. She went looking for someone, anyone, who might offer a different kind of help, something spiritual or traditional that could address what she began to believe might not just be a physical illness, but something related to the unseen world. From a neighboring province, she found a man who claimed that he could help, a healer or spiritual practitioner of some sort, and she had him come to our province to examine our situation. When this man arrived, he did not limit his inspection to my grandfather's body or to ordinary medical details. Instead, he insisted on visiting all of our properties, because he believed that my grandfather's sickness was caused by entities, by spirits that had become angry, and that these entities were attacking him. He and some members of my family went into the house near the cemetery, the one my grandfather had renovated, and there he told them that spirits had been living in the sunken part of the living room. According to him, when my grandfather decided to cover up that sunken floor, the act either trapped them, crushed them, or otherwise harmed them. Some of these entities were killed, and others were injured, and they were enraged by what had been done. They held my grandfather responsible and, as this man put it, they wanted his soul in payment for what he had done to them. He told the family that he could make them stop, that he could perform a ritual to keep the spirits from taking my grandfather's soul. But the ritual had to be done in that house where the offense and the damage had occurred. So one day, my mother and all of her siblings, my uncles and aunts, were told to gather at the house. The man said that the entities had almost succeeded in taking my grandfather's soul already, and that they were now also reaching for another soul from the family. The ritual he described sounded like something out of a horror movie. He instructed them to form a circle inside the house, all of them standing hand in hand so that their bodies formed an unbroken ring. In the middle of that circle, he had them place a huge barrel, the kind usually used for storing gasoline, big and hard to move. The man gave them strict instructions. They were to hold hands tightly and, no matter what they saw or heard during the ritual, they must never break the circle. No one was allowed to let go of the person next to them, no matter how frightened they became. Then he explained the next part of the ritual. He said that each family member had to take a turn walking around the barrel in the center. As each one walked, if the barrel moved or shook during a person's turn, that meant the entities wanted that person's soul as well. One by one, my family members stepped out of the circle, walked around the barrel as instructed, and returned to their place in the circle. When my second uncle took his turn and walked around the barrel, something happened. The barrel started to shake. It trembled and moved as if something unseen was hitting or pushing it from the inside or outside, reacting specifically to him. The man immediately told my uncle to get back into the circle and hold hands again with everyone else, reinforcing the chain of protection, and then he began to chant. According to my family, the chant was continuous and intense, words they did not fully understand but that seemed to have power. He said, commanding the entities to leave, to stop reaching for my grandfather and my uncle, driving them away and breaking their hold. My mother later described what happened next as something straight out of a horror movie, something so extreme that if she had not lived through it herself, she might never have believed it if she had only heard it from someone else. The front door of the house, she said, was made of very hard, heavy wood, the kind that takes effort to open or close because of its weight and solidity. While the man was chanting, that door suddenly began to shake violently. It rattled in its frame as if some tremendous force was repeatedly slamming against it from the outside. At the same time, they heard very loud pounding on the door, over and over, as if someone, or something, was trying desperately to break in. The sound filled the house, the pounding and the shaking, but everyone in the circle remembered the instruction: do not break the circle, no matter what happens. They stayed in place, holding hands tightly, trembling in fear but refusing to let go. Eventually, the pounding and the shaking of the front door subsided. It stopped shaking and the sound died away, but the nightmare was not over. Right after the noise died down, blood began to appear. It started to seep out from the ceiling, trickling down the walls and onto the floors, forming streaks and patches and puddles. My family watched in horror as the blood continued to flow, as if it were being squeezed out from inside the walls themselves. It was not just one small spot. The man continued to chant, and the blood continued to come, spreading across the house. They said it appeared in every room, as if something was bleeding through the very structure of the building. It came out in the garage, from the corners and edges, from the cracks between tiles. It appeared right out of the bathroom tiles and even from the bricks of the driveway outside, dripping and smearing and staining. And it was not limited to just that house. At the same time, similar manifestations of blood appeared in my grandparents' house where my grandfather and some of my uncles lived, in another uncle's house, in our house above the store, and even in the store itself. In all these places, red streaks and drops emerged where no blood should be, on walls, ceilings, floors, like the whole network of our family's properties was being haunted or attacked together. Meanwhile, while all of that was going on during the ritual, my oldest brother, who was about 4 years old, and I, who was about 2, were at our house, playing in the bathroom. Our house was at least a 20-minute drive away from where the rest of the family was gathered for the ritual, far enough that whatever was going on there was completely unknown to us in that moment. My brother and I were just being children. We played with water in the bathroom, probably splashing around, watching it run, enjoying the simple fun of it. At some point, my brother got tired of playing. He left the bathroom and went out, leaving me alone inside. A few minutes later, while I was still in there, the bathroom door shut tightly. I was trapped inside. I did not close and lock it myself, and I was too small to fully understand what was happening, but I knew enough to feel that something was wrong. I began to cry and scream, calling for help from the other side. The adults in the house, our 3 nannies and my siblings, heard me and rushed to the bathroom. They tried to open the door from the outside, but no matter how hard they pulled or pushed, it would not move. The door was made of white plastic, the translucent kind that lets light through but not clear images, and it did not have a doorknob. There was only an aluminum handle in the middle of the door, and the lock was the sliding type, where you slide a piece that holds the door closed. I knew I had not touched the lock myself, and from the outside, they insisted later, it did not look like the lock was slid into place, yet somehow the door still refused to open. I was terrified, sobbing and screaming inside that small bathroom, and my fear grew stronger when things escalated. As I cried, I suddenly heard another sound, a soft, sobbing sound like a little girl crying. It was coming from inside the bathroom with me. In my 2-year-old mind, even though I was so young, I had a clear thought. Wait, that's not my voice. My own crying had stopped from shock, but the crying did not stop. It continued, soft and sad, echoing faintly in that small space. That realization froze me. I stopped making noise, yet the crying sound went on, as if someone else, another child, was still weeping beside me. I turned to look around the bathroom, searching for the source of the sound, and that was when I saw something that would etch itself into my mind for the rest of my life. Blood began to come out from the bathroom tiles in front of me. It did not just drip randomly. It flowed and gathered in a way that slowly formed the shape of a little girl. The blood traced the outline of her body, her head, her arms, her legs. She was holding a doll, and the doll hung from her right hand, limp and lifeless, as if it was being dragged. The girl made of blood was there, crying, the soft sobs matching the sound I had heard, and everything inside me screamed with a fear so deep that even as a child, I knew this was not something normal. Just at that moment, the bathroom door finally opened. The barrier that no one could move before suddenly gave way. I saw the faces of the people outside, both my brothers and the 3 nannies, staring at me from the doorway. Their expressions terrified. They looked not only scared for me, but also frightened by what they might have seen or sensed from where they were standing. As soon as the door opened, we did not waste a single second. They grabbed me, still soaking wet from playing with water, and we all ran downstairs toward the store. Our house was directly above the store, and there was a door that linked the stairway from our home to the shop below. As we came into the store, we heard a commotion, people screaming, voices raised in panic, employees running around. Everything felt chaotic and charged with fear, as if the very air was thick with it. When we entered through the door that connected the house and the store, the first thing we saw was blood coming out from the walls there, too, just like it had in the other locations. It flowed in streaks, staining the clean surfaces, turning our ordinary surroundings into something out of a nightmare. Later that day, when my parents came home, they inspected the blood that had appeared in our bathroom. I remember my father looking up and down, studying the stains carefully, his face full of confusion and concern. They did not clean the blood right away. Perhaps they were still in shock or trying to understand what had happened. As night came, my parents were still uneasy. The house, with the strange stains, with the memory of the locked door and my screams, felt different. That night, my parents heard a little girl crying in the bathroom again, even though no one was physically inside. The soft, disembodied sobbing floated out, just like what I had heard when I was trapped. The next day, they decided that enough was enough. They had the blood cleaned up thoroughly, and we moved out shortly after that, choosing to live with my grandparents instead of staying in a house that no longer felt safe. But even after the cleaning, and even after the house above the store was later renovated and changed, the strange crying did not completely stop. People who stayed there or worked in the store would still report hearing a little girl crying in that area, especially at night, a sound that lingered even as the building's layout and purpose changed over time. What used to be our house is now a showroom for doors, lights, and tiles, but according to those who have spent time there, the crying sounds remain, as if that little girl made of blood, the one I saw with her doll hanging from her hand, never truly left. My grandfather died not long after all of this happened, just as the doctors had predicted. Whatever the entities had wanted, whether they truly took something from him, or whether his illness was purely physical, his body could not withstand it anymore. Years later, when I was older, I had a conversation with my aunt about our family, about the strange things that had happened around us. Up to that point, I had heard bits and pieces of these stories from my parents, especially about what had happened in the house during the ritual, and what my mother had seen, but hearing it from my aunt, who had also been there, validated those accounts in a way that made everything feel more concrete. She described the same events, the circle, the shaking barrel, the pounding door, the blood flowing from unexpected places, and her version matched what my parents had told me. There was no sign of exaggeration or imagination. It was simply a terrifying memory they all shared. Over the years, my family has tried many times to make sense of everything that happened. They have thought about gas leaks, pipes bursting, paint or rust, hallucinations, anything that might offer a rational explanation for the blood pouring out from walls and ceilings, for doors locking themselves, for toys of blood forming children, for crying voices where no one stood. But no matter how much they discussed it, they could never come up with a solid, logical explanation that fit all the details. That uncertainty became part of the story too, a constant reminder that not everything we experience can be neatly explained. Even now, when I pass by that house across from the small cemetery, the same house my grandfather bought as a gift, the same one where the ritual took place, I cannot help but think about all the terror my family went through in connection with it. The ritual, the blood, the crying, the heavy darkness that seemed to wrap itself around all our homes at once. I think of my 2-year-old self trapped in the bathroom, suddenly sharing that small space with the shape of a crying little girl made of blood, and my brother and Nanny struggling with a door that would not open. I think of my grandfather and my uncle being targeted by unseen entities that seemed to have been angered by a change in the floor, by a simple human decision that accidentally harmed a world we do not fully understand. And I realize that no matter how many years pass, and no matter how busy and bright the road in front of that house becomes, there will always be a part of me that feels the weight of what happened there and believes, without question, that we are not always alone, even when we think we are. It happened about a year ago, on an ordinary night that started just like any other school night, the kind of evening where everything felt routine and familiar, so normal that you would never expect anything strange to happen. I had just come home from school, tired in that usual way you feel after a full day of classes, commuting, and dealing with classmates, teachers, and assignments. The sky outside was already dark, the house felt quiet and settled, and I remember feeling relieved to be back home where I could finally rest and follow my usual evening routine. I went straight to our room, the room I share with my brother, without even passing by the living room for TV or the kitchen for a snack. I just wanted to put my bag down, sit for a bit, maybe use the computer for a while, and then take a bath so I could feel fresh before studying or sleeping. Our room is not very big, but it has everything we need and everything we are familiar with. When you open the door, the first thing you see on one side is the bunk bed we share, positioned close to the entrance so that the lower bunk is almost beside the door frame and the upper bunk just above it. The bunk bed is simple, made of metal, with a ladder at the side and thin mattresses on both levels. Over time, both bunks have collected little signs of our lives, wrinkled sheets with patterns, pillows with cases printed with cartoons or simple colors, sometimes a jacket hanging on the bed frame, or a book or phone lying near the pillow when one of us falls asleep while using it. Across from the bunk bed, parallel to it, is my computer table, a small desk where my computer sits along with a few scattered notebooks, pens, and sometimes empty snack wrappers or a glass of water. On that table, beside the monitor, is a small lamp that we use at night when we do not want the bright overhead light to be on. That lamp gives off a warm, soft light that brightens only part of the room, leaving the corners slightly dim but still visible, creating a cozy atmosphere we have grown used to. The overhead light on the ceiling, in contrast, is bright and sharp, the kind that makes everything look exposed and wide awake, and we usually do not use it when someone is trying to sleep. When I entered the room that night and opened the door, the first thing I noticed, in the faint light from the hallway and whatever light spilled in from the rest of the house, was my brother lying on the upper bunk of the bed. He was facing the wall, with his back toward me, his body slightly curled in the way a person might lie when they are resting comfortably. From where I was standing, he looked still, and because it was already late and because we are so used to each other's schedules, I immediately assumed that he was already asleep. There was nothing strange about that idea. It was a school night, after all, and both of us usually tried to sleep as early as we could, especially if we had classes or exams the next day. Since I thought he was sleeping, I did not want to bother him or disturb his rest by turning the bright main light on. I cared about those small things, because I know how annoying it can be when you are half asleep and someone suddenly switches on a strong light above you. So instead of reaching for the overhead light switch on the wall, I quietly stepped further inside the room and went straight to my computer table. I pulled out the chair and sat down, putting my bag down beside the desk. The room felt calm, the kind of quiet that usually means everyone is minding their own business, my brother sleeping on the top bunk, and me just unwinding after a long day. I leaned slightly forward and turned on the small lamp on my computer table. The bulb flickered for a second and then glowed warmly, spreading a soft yellow light across the desk, the wall behind it, and part of the bunk bed. In that gentle light, my brother's shape on the upper bunk looked even more peaceful. I could see the outline of his back, his head near the pillow, the blanket gathered around his legs or maybe pushed aside a bit the way people do when they fall asleep while using their phone. I remember feeling relaxed, thinking that the house seemed so normal and quiet, and that it was going to be a typical night where I would take a bath, maybe check something on the computer, talk a little with my brother if he woke up, and then sleep. After a minute or so, as I started to get ready to take my night bath, I stood up from the chair and grabbed my towel. I was almost absent-mindedly folding it over my arm, preparing to go to the bathroom, when I suddenly heard a sound that made me pause. From the upper bunk, where I thought my brother was asleep, I heard him giggle. It was a small laugh, not very loud, but very clear and familiar. It was the kind of giggle he makes when he reads something funny on his cell phone or sees a joke online, that soft, amused sound that tells you he is awake and entertained by something. Because of that, my first thought was that he was not actually sleeping like I had believed. Instead, I thought maybe he was just lying there browsing on his phone, watching something, or thinking about something silly. I turned my head and looked up at him, wondering if he was laughing in his sleep or fully awake. To me, the most natural explanation was that he was just still awake and maybe trying not to move much. So I spoke to him casually, the way I always do when I find out he is still awake. "Guys in ka papala," I said, which in English means, "So you're still awake?" My tone was light, half teasing, half just acknowledging that I knew he was not asleep yet. I expected him to answer back, maybe say, "Yes," or complain about schoolwork, or tell me what he was laughing about, or at least make some sound that showed he heard me. But there was no reply. He did not move or say anything. The figure on the bed remained still turned toward the wall, still facing away from me. For a moment I felt a tiny pinch of confusion. Had I heard the giggle wrong? Was he just laughing in his sleep and now he had sunk back into deeper sleep? Was I imagining it? After a brief pause, I decided not to overthink it. It was late, and I was tired. Sometimes people talk or laugh in their sleep. I have seen that before. So I did not push it further. I adjusted my grip on my towel, shrugged off the small strange feeling, and walked out of the room, leaving the small lamp on behind me, thinking I would just come back after my bath and maybe turn the lamp off if he was really asleep. The bathroom is just outside our room, a short walk down the small hallway. The house was quiet around me as I stepped toward the bathroom door. The floor felt cool under my feet, and I could still hear faint sounds from outside the house, maybe a motorcycle passing in the distance, or the soft hum of the night. I reached the bathroom door, expecting to open it easily like I always did. But when I turned the knob or tried to push the door, it did not open. It was locked from the inside. For a second I just stood there, a little surprised. It was late, and I had not noticed anyone heading to the bathroom before me. It is normal for someone to be inside with the door locked, but usually we have an idea who went in before us. I frowned slightly and knocked on the door, not very hard at first, just enough for the person inside to hear me. "Who's in there?" I asked, expecting my mother, or maybe my father, or even a relative visiting to answer. To my surprise, the voice that answered from inside the bathroom was my brother's. He spoke clearly, in his usual way, and there was no doubt in my mind that it was him. For a moment, my brain did not know how to process what I was hearing. Just seconds ago, I had left our room with the clear image of my brother on the upper bunk, lying there, giggling or silent, but definitely present. I had spoken to him, heard no answer, and then walked straight to the bathroom. Now he was locked inside the bathroom, speaking to me from behind a door that I could not open. My mind tried to put these pieces together. I just stood there in front of the bathroom door, towel in hand, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. I felt rooted to the spot, as if my feet did not know whether to move forward or backward. I slowly shifted my eyes from the door in front of me to the direction of our room, my gaze traveling down the hallway to where I had just come from. Part of me did not want to go back and look. Another part of me felt that I had to, that something in me needed to confirm whether I had really seen someone on my brother's bed or if my tired eyes had played a trick on me. There was a strange, heavy silence between the bathroom door and the bedroom door, a short distance that suddenly felt very long. Something in my mind whispered that I should go back and see, that if I did not check, the questions would never leave my head. So after standing there for a moment, stunned and confused, I turned around and walked back to our room. My steps were slower this time, and I felt a kind of nervousness building inside me that I could not fully explain. The light from the small lamp on my computer table was still glowing when I reached the room. I could see its warm light spilling out from the doorway even before I fully stepped inside. I pushed the door open and looked directly at the upper bunk of the bed where I had seen the figure before. The bed was empty. The blanket was there, but no one was lying under it. The space where I had thought my brother was just a minute ago was now clearly unoccupied. There was no shape of a body, no quiet breathing, no silhouette facing the wall. The upper bunk looked like any unoccupied bed looks, slightly messy, maybe, but definitely empty. I stood there in the doorway, trying to understand. The memory of hearing the giggle, seeing his figure facing the wall, and talking to him just moments earlier was still fresh in my mind, but now there was nobody there. Meanwhile, his voice had answered me from the bathroom, behind a locked door. The realization that those two things did not fit together sent a stronger wave of uneasiness through me. I felt a chill run over my skin, not because the room was cold, but because something I could not explain had just happened. I went to the bathroom again afterward, and when my brother came out, I told him what had happened that night. I explained how I had come into the room, seen him on the upper bunk, thought he was sleeping, turned on only the small lamp, then heard him giggle. I told him exactly how I had said, "Gizing ka papala," and how he did not respond. I told him how I had gone to the bathroom, found the door locked, and heard him answer from inside, and how when I returned to the room to check the bed, the figure I had seen earlier was gone. I tried to describe the confusion I felt, the way my mind had struggled to understand how he could be in two places at once. He listened, but in the end, he did not believe me. He probably thought I was just tired, or imagining things, or maybe trying to tease him. Maybe he thought I had mistaken some shadow or blanket for his shape in the dim light. He brushed it off with disbelief, and we did not talk about it much more that night. But the experience stayed in my mind, and the feeling that something else had been there made it hard for me to completely ignore it. The next morning, while we were having breakfast together, I decided to tell our mother what had happened. The morning light made everything look ordinary and harmless. The dining table was filled with the usual plates, cups, and food, and the sound of spoons clinking against dishes made the night's events feel almost unreal. Still, I told her the story in detail, from the moment I arrived from school all the way to the empty upper bunk. I did not leave out anything. I wanted to see her reaction, to know whether she would laugh, scold me for letting my imagination run wild, or believe me. When I finished telling her, she did not laugh. Instead, she looked at me seriously, and then told us something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up even more. She said that sometimes during the day, when my brother and I are both at school and my father is out, she hears strange noises coming from inside our room, even though she knows that no one is supposed to be there. She said that she has heard sounds like someone opening and slamming the cabinet doors, in that rough, careless way that kids sometimes do when they are rushing or angry. She has heard footsteps, the kind of walking sound that makes you think someone is moving back and forth, as if searching for something or pacing. And one time, she told us, she even heard the starting tone of Windows XP, that familiar little melody that plays when a computer boots up. That sound is very specific and recognizable, especially for those of us who grew up using that operating system. She heard it coming from our room, as if someone had turned on the computer while she was downstairs. Each time she heard those noises, she would naturally assume that either I or my brother had come home early from school without telling her, maybe to rest, use the computer, or get something from the room. So she would go and check, expecting to find one of us there, maybe sitting at the desk or lying on the bed. But whenever she opened the door and looked inside, the room would be empty. No one was inside. The computer was off. The cabinet doors might be closed. The room would be silent again, as if nothing had just happened. She told us that she would stand there for a moment, feeling a little strange, and then she would realize that she was still alone in the house. She had not told us these things before, maybe because she did not want to scare us or make us feel uncomfortable in our own room. But after hearing my story about the figure on the bed and the giggle and my brother answering from the bathroom, she decided it was time to share what she had been experiencing too. Hearing her say all of that made me think back to that night more intensely. It made me realize that maybe what I saw was not just a trick of my tired mind, not just a shadow shaped like a person. The fact that my mother had heard cabinet doors and footsteps and even the Windows XP startup sound when no one else was home suggested that something unseen might have been using our room as its own space when we were gone. Or at least moving around in there. The idea that, on that particular night, whatever it was might have chosen to appear or mimic my brother while he was physically somewhere else, inside the bathroom, made the whole thing even more unsettling. It was as if something or someone wanted me to believe it was him for a moment, to sit quietly on the bed, to giggle in the dim light, to let my guard down with that simple line, "Geisin ka papala," before disappearing completely and leaving no trace when I dared to look again. After that, I started paying more attention to the small details in our room, the way the cabinets sounded when they opened, the way the computer made its startup tone, the pattern of my brother's movements at night, and the times when the house was completely empty and silent. Our room, which had always been just a familiar shared space between siblings, now carried a slightly different feeling for me, like an extra presence might sometimes be there when no one else was looking. I still used the room the same way, still slept in my bunk, still studied at the computer table with the small lamp on, but a part of me stayed alert in a quiet way, listening a little more closely when things went too quiet, or when I thought I heard something from the corner of the room or from the top bunk. My brother still did not fully believe my story, and sometimes he joked about it, but my mother's serious expression and her own experiences told me that something was not entirely normal. In the end, I cannot say for sure what it was that I saw that night, a shadow, a trick of the dim lamplight, or something else choosing to take the form of my brother's sleeping figure. All I know is that I saw someone on that upper bunk. I heard a familiar giggle, I spoke to what I thought was my brother, and then I heard his real voice from behind a locked bathroom door. When I went back to check, the bed was empty. And later, when my mother said that sometimes, during the day, she hears noises from our room when no one is home, noises like cabinet doors, footsteps, and even the startup tone of a computer that is supposed to be turned off, it became harder and harder to convince myself that it was all just my imagination. It was a lazy weekend afternoon, the kind of day when the house feels slow and quiet and the air seems a bit heavier than usual, when there is nothing important to do and you just drift toward whatever hobby or distraction you like best. For me, that usually means sitting in front of my computer and playing games, so that day I was in our room, completely absorbed in a round of Warcraft, specifically Dota, clicking and pressing keys as if the whole outcome of the world depended on whether my heroes survived or not. Our room is pretty simple and familiar to me, and that makes what happened there even stranger, because there was nothing about it that would usually make you think something weird could happen. If you stood at the doorway and looked in, you would see that my computer table is positioned with its back to a solid wall, not near any window or door, just that wall right behind my monitor and my chair. To my side, against another portion of the wall, stands my cabinet, a normal wooden one with doors that swing open on hinges, the kind of cabinet where I keep clothes, a few old things, maybe some boxes, nothing special that would hint at anything paranormal. There are no secret panels, no hidden openings, no cracks that open into another space. It is all just ordinary, solid wood and metal handles, something you probably wouldn't even think about twice on a normal day. The light in the room that afternoon was mellow, not too bright, because the sun was already past its harshest point and was beginning to tilt toward late afternoon, sending soft light through the windows on the other side of the room. I remember hearing occasional sounds from outside, maybe a passing tricycle or a faint voice from a neighbor. But mostly it was quiet, and that kind of silence, the calm of a weekend at home, was the perfect background noise for an online game. I was fully focused on the screen, watching my character move through the map, managing cooldowns, checking items, and coordinating attacks in my head, and then, as often happens in games like Dota, my hero was killed. The chaotic fight on the screen ended badly for me. My health bar went down to 0, and my character fell, leaving me with that familiar frustrating moment where all you can do is wait for the respawn timer to count down before you can join the battle again. It was in that brief pause, in that small slice of time when I was not pressing any buttons, and just waiting for my hero to come back to life, that everything changed for me. I remember leaning back a little in my chair, letting my eyes rest for a second while the respawn counter flashed quietly on the screen. I was not thinking about anything serious. Maybe I was just replaying the last few seconds of the fight in my mind, thinking about what I could have done differently. Or maybe I was considering what item to buy next. The room felt safe, familiar. My mind was still half in the game, and I was definitely not expecting anything unusual to happen. Then, without warning, the cabinet to my side became the center of something I never thought I would see with my own eyes. It happened so quickly that if I blinked, I might have missed part of it, but those seconds are burned into my memory with a vividness that refuses to fade. The cabinet doors did not move. They did not swing open or rattle or show any sign that something was about to come out of them. There was no sound of hinges creaking or wood shifting. Instead, the solid wood remained exactly as it was, closed and still, and yet from that closed cabinet, from the very surface of it, a boy appeared. He did not step out like a normal person coming out of a doorway. He came through the wood as if it were smoke or thin air. It was like watching someone walk through water, except the wood did not bend or change. His body just passed right through it as if the cabinet wall and the space beyond it belonged to a different set of rules. 1 second the cabinet was just a cabinet. The next second there was a boy halfway out of it, emerging from it like a ghost stepping through a wall. He looked completely real to my eyes, not blurry, not transparent, not like a shadow or a trick of the light, but solid enough that for a brief moment my brain tried to tell me that he must somehow be an actual kid inside my room, standing near my cabinet. He seemed to be about the age of a young boy, maybe grade school age, not a toddler and not a teenager, just that in-between stage when kids still look small but old enough to roam around. In that moment, the first thing that hit me, even before I could study his clothes or his hair or anything else, was his eyes. The boy looked straight at me. He turned his head in my direction and locked his gaze on me with an intensity that made my heart almost stop. It did not feel like a casual look, the way a stranger might glance at you when they pass by. It felt direct and focused, as if he had come into that space specifically to see me and to make sure that I saw him. My whole body reacted instantly. I felt my eyes widen so suddenly it was almost painful. My teeth clenched so hard that my jaw hurt, and my shoulders stiffened. It was like every muscle in my body went rigid at once. My mind tried to process what was happening. Questions shot through it like lightning. Who is that? How did he get in? Why is he inside my cabinet? How did he walk through the wood? There was a buzzing sensation in my head, like my brain was too overloaded to think clearly. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump out of my chair and run to the door, to get out of that room, to get away from the impossible sight standing a few feet from me. But I was frozen. It took only about 2 seconds, maybe even less, from the moment he fully emerged until the moment he turned around again. But those seconds stretched out in my memory, long and sharp, like slow-motion frames in a horror movie. I noticed that his expression was not exaggerated, not angry, not smiling either. He just eyed me, like he was observing me, measuring my reaction, or confirming that I had indeed seen him. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he turned his back to me and walked toward the cabinet again. There was no hesitation in his movements, no stumbling, no turning around to look back. He just walked calmly and naturally, as if he had done this many times before. His small body moved closer to the wooden surface, and then he passed through it again, disappearing into it as if it were nothing but a foggy curtain. The solid wood accepted him without any resistance, and when he was gone, the cabinet looked exactly as it always had, closed, unmoving, ordinary. It was only after he vanished that my brain seemed to unfreeze enough for me to realize that I was gripping the arms of my chair so hard my fingers hurt, and my teeth were still grinding together. My heart was pounding so loudly in my chest that I could hear it in my ears. I was on the edge of either screaming or bolting from the room, my mind still trying to catch up to what my eyes had just seen, when my brother came rushing in through the door in a burst of noise and movement that startled me almost as much as the boy had. He came bustling into the room quickly, his footsteps hurried, his face full of surprise and confusion, his energy loud and sharp in contrast to the frozen silence I had just been in. Before I could even say anything, he yelled, "May Nikita come bata?" Which in English means, "Did you see a boy?" The way he said it was not casual or teasing. It was full of urgency and disbelief, like he had just experienced something that had shaken him, and he was desperate to know if I had gone through the same thing. I turned to face him, my body still shaking a little, my jaw loosened now but my throat tight. I wanted to answer him. I wanted to say, "Yes, I saw him. He came out of the cabinet and looked right at me." I wanted to tell him every detail right away. But my voice would not come out. After what had just happened, after seeing the impossible, my mouth would not form the words. It was as if fear was still wrapped around my vocal cords like a tight hand, squeezing everything shut. I just stared at my brother, and from the way his eyes looked at me, wide and searching, and then slowly changing as he read the expression on my face, I realized that I did not need to say anything for him to understand. My own face must have mirrored his fear, my eyes still wide, my lips pressed together, my skin pale or tense. In that short, silent exchange between us, my expression answered his question. He knew I had seen something. His shoulders stiffened slightly, and then he started explaining why he had burst into the room like that, his words tumbling out quickly, as if he needed to get them out before they melted away. My brother said that he had been in the garage just moments before, working on his car. The garage is just on the other side of the wall that our room's solid wall is against, the same wall my computer table rests against. Our house has a locked gate at the front, and my brother mentioned, as he often does, that the gate is always locked unless someone opens it from the inside. It is not the kind of gate that strangers can easily sneak through or climb over without making some noise or drawing attention. The garage is very close to that gate, only a few meters away, and anyone entering the compound from the street would have to pass near my brother if he was there working on his car. Because of this, he was absolutely sure that no unknown person, especially not a random child, could have just wandered into our property without him noticing. While he was working on his car, he said, he felt or saw something at his side. When he looked up, he saw a boy standing next to his car. The boy was just there, in the garage, near the car, where no child should have been. At first, my brother's reaction was practical. He thought maybe it was a neighbor's kid or some stranger who had somehow come in, so he was about to ask the boy who he was or what he was doing inside our compound. His mind was trying to handle the situation like it was normal, asking a simple question to an unexpected visitor. But before he could say anything or even fully process the scene, the boy suddenly ran. He did not run toward the gate, or toward the house door, not toward any open space that a normal person would use. Instead, he ran straight toward the wall that separated the garage from our room. My brother watched in shock as the boy dashed forward and then, instead of stopping or hitting the wall, passed through it. Just like that, like it was made of air or water, the boy's body went through the solid wall and disappeared from his sight. He told me that for a moment he just stood there, stunned, tools in his hand, his mouth open, his mind refusing to accept what his eyes had seen. It was like his body had frozen for a second too. He could not believe that he had just seen a person run through a wall. That was when he dropped what he was doing and ran inside the house, heading straight for our room, because he realized that the wall the boy had gone through was the same wall that my computer table backed against. He thought that if something had passed through that wall, maybe, just maybe, it might show up in our room. That is why he had rushed in and asked me if I had seen a boy. As I listened to his story, slowly regaining my ability to speak, I felt a heavy, cold realization settle in my chest. The boy he had seen in the garage, standing next to the car and then running through the wall, had clearly been the same boy I had seen emerging from our cabinet, which stood against that very wall. It was as if the boy had traveled directly through the solid structure, passing from the garage into our room, and for a brief moment, both of us, in two different parts of the house, had witnessed him. Our experiences lined up like two halves of a map. He saw the boy enter through one side, and I saw him emerge on the other. I do not know who that boy was. I do not know if he was some spirit tied to the house or the land, or someone who had died near our home, or if he belonged to a story we have never heard. All I know is that I saw a young boy walk through wood and wall as if they were not solid, that he looked right at me with eyes that I will never forget, and that my brother, without knowing what was happening to me at that very same moment, saw the same boy in the garage doing something just as impossible. Even now, thinking about it, I still feel that cold tightness in my chest, that sense of something being very wrong with what the world is supposed to be like. I do not intend to find out more about who he was or why he was there. I do not feel any curiosity about his story that is strong enough to override the fear. In fact, I am certain that I do not ever want to see him again, not in the cabinet, not in the garage, and certainly not passing through any of the walls of our house. Once in a lifetime is more than enough for that kind of encounter. Almost 4 years ago, I went on a family trip to Cancun, Mexico, at a time when Cancun was still healing from the heavy damage left behind by a hurricane, and although the city was coming back to life, you could see and feel the traces of what had happened everywhere around you, from half-finished buildings and broken palm trees to stretches of coastline where the sand had clearly been washed away and then carefully brought back. We stayed at a resort that had only recently been brought back from ruin, and you could tell it was still in the process of being put together again. There were no phones yet in the rooms, which felt strange in such a fancy place, and the big lobby looked empty and echoing because it had no furniture, just polished floors and walls with the sound of footsteps bouncing off them. Every day we stayed there, something new would appear. One day a row of chairs in the lobby, the next day a table or a plant, the next day some artwork on a wall, and it was almost like we were watching the resort slowly wake up and remember that it was supposed to be alive, busy, and welcoming. Despite the fact that it was unfinished in these little ways, the place was still beautiful, with its shining tiles, carefully arranged gardens, clear blue pools, and sweeping views of the ocean, and it honestly deserved the 5-star rating it had been given, at least in terms of how it looked and how the staff treated us. The air smelled of salt and new paint at the same time, a mix of nature and fresh construction, and wherever we walked there was that feeling of being in a place that had been broken and then carefully, almost lovingly, put back together. Because the resort was so new after the repairs, we were told that we were the very first guests to ever sleep in our particular room, which at first felt like a fun little honor, something special, as if we were helping break in a brand new space. When we opened the door the first time and stepped inside, everything smelled fresh, like new linens and recently cleaned floors. The furniture looked untouched, the beds were made perfectly, and nothing seemed worn or used. The room was spacious and laid out in a simple, comfortable way, with 2 large king-sized beds placed side by side, separated only by a single night table that sat between them like a little island. One bed was meant for my husband and me, and the other was for his teenage daughter and our 4-year-old daughter, who was still small enough to sleep soundly next to someone without kicking them too much. The night table between the beds held a lamp and a few basic items, and it felt like a neutral zone between the grown-ups and the kids, a quiet little divider in the middle of the room. The bathroom was nearby, with a closet right next to it, and the closet door was the kind that closed with a solid, noticeable sound. The first night there, we were tired from traveling but also excited, the way people always are on the first night of a vacation, and we went through all the usual motions of unpacking, deciding who would sleep where, tucking the children in, and taking a last look out at the balcony before finally turning off the lights and climbing into bed. The room fell into darkness except for the soft glow coming in around the curtains from outside lights, and the steady low hum of the air conditioner filled the background, smoothing out the usual little noises that come with any building as it settles for the night. Sometime in the middle of that first night, when I was lying somewhere between sleep and waking, I was pulled into full awareness by a sound that did not fit the quiet comfort of a new hotel room. At first it was small, a faint but clear tapping noise that seemed to be coming from right beside me, exactly at the spot where the night table stood between the beds. It was the sound of fingers lightly tapping on wood or on a hard surface, a soft, crisp tap tap tap, not random but in a kind of rhythm, almost as if someone was drumming their fingers while thinking or waiting. I lay there in the dark and listened, my eyes still closed, my mind slowly sharpening as I tried to tell myself it was probably just the building, or some kind of machinery, but the more I listened, the less that made sense. The tapping had a human quality to it, like fingers knocking in a pattern instead of the uneven ticking or creaking you'd get from pipes or walls. After the tapping came another sound, much louder and more startling, the solid slam of the closet door next to the bathroom. It was not a gentle click of a door easing shut, but a sharp, clear, repetitive slam, as if someone were opening the door and then pushing it closed firmly again and again. It did not happen once and stop. Instead, it repeated several times, adding to the tapping sound in a bizarre and almost rhythmical mix, like someone had decided to make their own strange little song out of the furniture in the room. I lay there frozen for a few long seconds, my heart beating faster, my mind scrambling for explanations. Maybe something was wrong with the latch of the closet door so that it came loose and fell shut, I thought. Maybe the air conditioner was causing a draft. Maybe one of the kids had gotten up and was playing around. In the morning, when the sun was up and the room was full of light again, I asked my husband if he had heard anything during the night, if he had woken up to the tapping or the slamming, but he just looked at me with a puzzled expression and said no, he had slept right through until morning and had not heard a thing. His calm answer made me feel as if maybe I had imagined it, or maybe I had only half-dreamed it, and although it still lingered in my mind, I tried to shrug it off. During the second night, after a long day of swimming, walking on the beach, and exploring, we went through the same nightly routine, tucking in the kids, turning off the lights, and lying down in what had already begun to feel like our room, our beds, our little temporary home. Once again, sometime deep in the night, when everyone should have been sound asleep, the same thing began to happen. I woke up to that familiar sound of finger tapping on the night table, the exact same light, rhythmic tap tap tap, as if someone invisible were standing there between the two beds, drumming their fingers thoughtfully on the wood. This time, I was more alert from the start because I recognized it. My skin prickled, and I tensed, listening hard. Then, along with the tapping of fingers, came the now familiar loud slam of the closet door by the bathroom, closing hard, opening again, closing again, in a pattern that made it sound almost intentional, like someone was trying to get our attention or make their presence known through noise. I lay in the bed, my eyes open in the dark, and my mind racing between, there has to be a normal reason, and, this feels wrong. At one point, in the middle of listening to those sounds, I suddenly felt a clear, solid tap on my leg, about halfway down, as if someone had reached out and touched me with their fingers, not hard enough to hurt but firm enough to be completely unmistakable. It was not the tickle of a sheet or the brush of my own movement. It felt like a deliberate tap, like that quick little pat someone gives you to get your attention. I shot up from the bed, my heart jumping, my first thought being that maybe my daughter had climbed off her bed and come over to me in the dark. I turned my head quickly, expecting to see her standing next to me, clutching a blanket or toy, but there was no one there. Both children were still lying in their own bed, curled up under the covers, breathing softly, clearly asleep. The room looked still and quiet except for the echo of the tapping and the door noises still in my ears. That made the whole thing feel suddenly much more frightening, because the touch on my leg had felt so real and normal, the kind of thing only a living person should be able to do. In the morning, when the sun once again made everything seem less frightening, I told my husband about what I had heard and felt the night before. I described the tapping on the night table, the closet door slamming again and again, and the feeling of being tapped on my leg. This time, he admitted that he had heard the closet door slamming too, at least once or twice during the night, and that he had wondered what it was, but he had not heard the finger tapping the way I did. As for the tap on my leg, he was skeptical. He did not say I was lying, but I could see in his face that he thought maybe I had dreamt it, or maybe imagined it out of fear after waking up to the other noises. I understood why he might think that, and part of me even wanted to believe that explanation, because it was easier to think that my mind was playing tricks on me than to accept the idea that something unseen was moving around and touching things in our room. Still, the memory of that tap and the sound stayed sharp in my mind. As the nights of the vacation went on, the noises did not stop. Every night, in varying degrees, we heard the same odd soundtrack in our room, the finger tapping on the night table, light but steady, and the closet door slamming next to the bathroom, opening, closing, sometimes in short bursts, sometimes spaced farther apart, but always with that sense of repetition and intention. After a while, we stopped acting surprised and instead started talking about it in a more casual way, like a family might talk about a creaky staircase or a noisy fridge. Even my stepdaughter, who was a teenager and not easy to impress, admitted she had heard the sounds by then, especially the door, and knew they were not normal building noises. Despite being aware that something strange was happening in that room at night, we did not let it ruin our holiday. We still went to the beach by day, splashed in the clear water, laughed over meals, took pictures, explored, and enjoyed the warmth of Mexico. The resort staff stayed friendly and eager. Every morning a bit more furniture appeared, and the lobby slowly looked less empty. We swam in the pool, watched sunsets, and did all the usual family vacation things. The odd nightly activity became sort of an eerie side story rather than the main focus. We even half-joked about the idea that maybe the resort had a resident spirit or two. In our private talks, we tried to come up with explanations that made sense in the emotional context of the place. We thought about the hurricane that had torn through Cancun not too long before, about how many people might have been injured or killed in such a violent event, and how some of them might have died in buildings that stood where the resort was now, or even in that very hotel itself before it was repaired. It was easy to picture someone who had once stayed there, or someone who had worked there, who did not know they were gone and was still wandering the halls, curious or restless, tapping on furniture and closing doors. We also thought about the construction workers who had rebuilt the resort after the storm, working long hours in dangerous conditions with heavy materials and unstable structures. Maybe one of them had been killed in an accident, and their spirit had stayed behind, confused, still walking through the room where they had worked. We did not know any real facts. We were just spinning stories to make sense of the unseen guest we seemed to have. It even became a kind of good story to tell ourselves, a way to put the haunting into something like a respectful frame, as if we were sharing a room with someone who had suffered, rather than something purely terrifying. Eventually, the week came to an end. We checked out of the resort, waved goodbye to the staff, took one last look at the sea, and flew back home. Life returned to its usual pattern: work, school, errands, chores, family routines, and Cancun slowly slipped into the background of my mind, becoming just another warm, sunny memory filed away with other trips we had taken. The tapping and slamming we had heard became more like a story to tell in the right moment, something to pull out when ghosts or strange experiences came up in conversation, but not something that weighed on me every day. I did not lie awake at night thinking about it. I did not study the walls of my bedroom at home waiting for a sound. It was a weird and spooky part of our vacation, but it stayed there in my thoughts, sealed up in that hotel room like a closed drawer. Time passed, days, months, then years, and the events in Cancun faded, like the way you slowly forget the exact details of a dream. Almost 4 years after that trip, I was at home, sleeping in my own bed in my own familiar room, surrounded by the things I saw every day, the same furniture, the same colors, the same gentle noises of our house at night. My night table was next to my bed, like always, holding my lamp, maybe a glass of water, maybe a book or my phone. There was nothing unusual about the day that had just passed, nothing special to mark the night. I went to sleep like any other night, expecting to wake up in the morning and go about my business as usual. Sometime in the night, though, I was suddenly jolted awake by a sound that did not belong to my everyday life at home but belonged to that strange, unfinished hotel room in Cancun. It was the exact same kind of tapping on the night table, the same finger-like, light but clear tap 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 that I had heard 4 years earlier, in that room where we were the first guests. The moment I heard it, my entire body went cold, and I felt a strong rush of fear, as if the darkness around me had turned into something heavy and close. It scared me so much that I lay there frozen, listening, my mind instantly yanked out of the present, and plunged straight back into the memory of those nights in Cancun, even though I had not really thought deeply about them in a long time. I remembered the tapping between the beds, the closet door slamming, the touch on my leg, the way we had talked about hurricane victims and construction workers, the way we had learned to live with those sounds during that week. Now here I was, far away in time and space from that resort, lying in my own bed at home, and yet the same sound was back, as if something, or someone, had decided to follow me, or had only now found me again. The familiarity of the sound made it worse, not better, because this was not just any strange noise. It was a noise I recognized, one that carried a whole story behind it. In that moment, I knew that whatever had happened in Cancun was not completely over, and the thought that the tapping had reached me again, after years and across so much distance, left me wondering what it really was and whether it was trying to tell me that it had never been tied to just that room at all. I have always believed that there are things out there we cannot see, that there are paranormal entities or energies around us, and over the years I have read many stories, watched videos, and browsed through all kinds of supposed evidence, from blurry photos and strange recordings to long-written experiences like the one I am about to share. Even with that interest, I have always been very hesitant to talk about anything that happened to me personally, because most of my friends are skeptics who would just laugh, roll their eyes, or try to explain everything away in a way that made me feel silly for even bringing it up. So I kept most of my own experiences to myself. But after thinking about it for a long time, I decided I would finally write at least one of them down, not because it is the scariest or most dramatic ghost story in the world. It really is not, but because it still sticks with me all these years later, and somewhere in me I feel like this is the right place to share it. This happened almost 5 years ago, when my boyfriend at the time was working in a tiny little town in northwestern Ontario, the kind of small, quiet place that people jokingly call podunk, because it feels like the middle of nowhere. The closest major city, if you can even call it that, had a population of about 110,000, and that was an hour's drive away. The town he was working in had fewer than 1,000 people living there, so it was basically a small cluster of buildings, a few roads, some houses, a trailer park, and a lot of empty land and trees all around. He was living in a single wide trailer in the local trailer park together with a friend of his, another guy who worked the same kind of job. Both of them drove snowplows for work, dealing with the long, harsh winters that are so normal in that part of Canada. My boyfriend was on night shift at the time, which meant he left for work around 11:30 at night so he could start his shift at midnight and work through to 8 in the morning, clearing snow and making sure the roads were safe. His friend, who shared the trailer with him, had daytime shifts, so their schedules overlapped only a little. One evening, I was visiting them at the trailer. My boyfriend got ready for work, gave me a kiss goodbye, and headed out into the cold night. His friend and I stayed behind. We were on good terms, and since we were both awake and there was nothing else to do, we decided to watch a movie together in the living room to pass the time. Before I go into what happened, it helps to explain the layout of the trailer so you can picture it. The trailer was long and narrow, like most single-wides, with rooms arranged along a hallway and everything close together. If you walked in through the front door, you stepped right into the kitchen area. To your right, at the front of the trailer, was the living room, separated from the kitchen by a small closet that stood like a divider. At the very back of the trailer was the friend's bedroom, while my boyfriend's bedroom was off a short hallway in the middle, next to the small bathroom. So if you stood in the kitchen, you could look forward into the living room and backward down the hall toward the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. In the living room there were two couches, one placed with its back against the closet wall, and another under the front windows at the very end of the trailer. I chose the couch that backed onto the closet because it was softer and more comfortable, and also because I liked being able to lean back and feel something solid behind me instead of open space. We put on a movie, settled in, and everything felt pretty normal at first. It was very cold outside that night, with the temperature dropping to around -25 to -28 degrees Celsius, the kind of deep cold where the air bites your face and everything creaks and snaps outside from the frost. As we watched the movie, I started to notice a sound coming from the closet behind me. At first it was very faint, just a soft tapping and scratching noise, almost like the sound you would make if you tried to pick a bit of paint or something off a wall with your index finger, a kind of delicate picking and scraping. The sound was coming from inside or behind the closet that separated the kitchen and living room. I turned my head a few times to look at it, half expecting to see something obvious like a coat swaying or something rubbing against the door, but there was nothing visible, just the closed closet. I told myself it was probably nothing unusual. In that kind of extreme cold it is pretty normal for trailers, houses, and all kinds of structures to creak, pop, and crack as the material expands or contracts, so I dismissed the little tapping and scratching as just cold weather noises from the walls or the closet frame adjusting. We went back to watching the movie. About halfway through, something unrelated but dramatic happened. My boyfriend's friend suddenly got a phone call that was clearly bothering him. It turned out that his then-girlfriend had accidentally pocket-dialed him while she was out. When he answered or listened, he realized she was on a date with another guy. It was one of those awful, accidental revelations that you see in movies but hope never to experience in real life. You could see the shock and anger on his face. He was upset and hurt, and did not feel like sitting around anymore. Almost abruptly, he got up, threw on his coat, said he was heading back to the city, and left the trailer to make the hour-long drive back to confront his situation. Just like that, I was alone in the trailer. After he left, the atmosphere inside the trailer felt a bit different, not scary at first, just quieter and more still. I turned my attention back to the movie, trying to lose myself in it, and ignore the awkwardness of what had just happened. But with only me there now, the little sounds coming from the closet seemed to become more noticeable. The tapping and the light scratching continued, and instead of happening only now and then, they started to come at shorter intervals. The sound did not really get louder. It was not like someone suddenly started banging or drumming hard. It was more that the tapping was happening more often, as if whatever was making the sound had moved closer or become more active. Again, I tried to brush it off as just the cold making the walls and closet creak, reminding myself that trailers are not exactly solid brick houses and they can make a lot of strange noises in harsh weather. Still, something about the way the tapping seemed so precise and regular bothered me deep down, but I told myself not to be silly. When the movie was nearly over, I decided to call my boyfriend to let him know what was going on. It was around 1:45 in the morning by then. I told him that his friend had left to go back to the city because of the phone incident, and that I was just going to finish the movie and then head to bed. I also mentioned, a bit casually, that there had been these weird tapping and scratching sounds coming from the closet behind the couch. Instead of being surprised, he chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, that's just our podunk poltergeist," as if it were an inside joke between him and his friend. He did not sound worried or serious, more like he was teasing, which put me at ease a little. We talked for another moment, wished each other good night, and then I hung up and turned everything off to go to sleep. I went to my boyfriend's room, got into his bed, and lay there in the dark listening to the soft hum of the trailer around me. For a while, nothing much happened. I relaxed gradually, my thoughts drifting, and I was just on the edge of falling asleep when I heard something that made all the tiredness drop away. From down the hallway came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. At first it was just one or two soft thuds, then more, as if someone was walking slowly along the hall toward the bedroom area. This on its own might not have been so scary. Trailers can echo, and sometimes you can mistake other noises for footsteps. But there was a specific detail about that hallway that made it much more distinct. There was one particular spot in the hall, one board or section of floor, that always squeaked very loudly if you stepped on it. Everyone who lived there knew exactly where that spot was, and at night, when people were trying to sleep, they would deliberately avoid stepping on it so they would not wake anyone up. It was one of those things you just automatically remember and go around without thinking. As I lay there listening in the darkness, I clearly heard that exact loud squeak from the hallway, in the familiar spot. That told me that whatever was walking down the hall was heavy enough and solid enough to step right on that known squeaky area, just like a real person would, except no one was supposed to be there. Thinking maybe the friend had changed his mind, turned around, and come back to the trailer, I rolled over and called out his name, expecting to hear him answer from the hall. I figured maybe he was upset and had forgotten about the squeaky spot in his hurry, or maybe he wanted to grab something he had left behind. But there was no answer. Instead, after my voice faded, all I could hear was the sound of more footsteps, heavier this time, like someone wearing boots and walking with force, combined with a strange movement under me. The trailer itself began to shake slightly, rocking side to side as if someone very heavy was stomping down the narrow hallway toward the rooms. It was not a gentle vibration like a far-off truck passing or wind rattling the trailer, but a clear, physical rocking that matched the heavy footsteps, like each step made the whole structure shift a bit. My heart started beating fast, and I became very aware of how alone I was at that moment. I will point out here that the night outside was calm and clear. There was no wind howling, no storm, nothing that could reasonably explain the trailer moving like that. The sky had been clear when the friend left, the air still, and even though it was bitterly cold, there were no gusts or bad weather that could have shaken the trailer. I lay there frozen, listening, wondering if I should get up and look or just stay where I was and hope it stopped. After a while, the footsteps faded away and the shaking stopped. I stayed awake for quite a long time after that, too wound up to drift back to sleep easily. Sometime just before morning, the exhaustion finally started to pull me under again. I know for sure I was awake, though, when the friend finally returned, this time for real, around 7:30 in the morning to get ready for his own shift, which started at 8. I heard his car, the door opening, the real sounds of him moving around the kitchen and hallway, and I could tell the difference between those normal noises and whatever had moved through the trailer earlier in the night. During the time my boyfriend lived there, this was not the only night something like that happened. The tapping in the closet, the hallway footsteps, the floor squeaking, and that rocking feeling repeated on other occasions when either I or both of them were there. None of us ever felt anything particularly evil or threatening from it, though. There was no sense of anger, hatred, or danger attached to the experiences, at least not to us. Instead, we felt more surprised, puzzled, and strangely intrigued, like we were sharing the space with someone or something unseen that was just going about its own routine. Because of that, and because we were wary of doing anything that might make it worse, we never tried to directly communicate with whatever was there. We never took out a board, never tried talking into the air, never tried asking questions or inviting it to give us a sign. I personally am very cautious about that sort of thing. I worry that trying to communicate might accidentally open a door that I cannot close later or keep a spirit from moving on, holding it here when maybe it is supposed to go somewhere else. So we just accepted the strange activity as part of the place and carried on. One last detail that might or might not be important is the location of the trailer park itself. Directly across the road from the park, there was a graveyard. You could see the rows of headstones and the line of trees around it from where the trailers sat, especially in the daytime when everything was clear. I mention this not to say, "Oh, it must be haunted because there is a cemetery nearby," because I know that is a stereotype, and not every place next to a graveyard has ghosts. I don't want to imply directly that the presence of the graveyard was the cause of whatever was happening in the trailer. I only bring it up as a small side note, a detail that might be part of the bigger picture or might be completely unrelated. Maybe the trailer was spiritually active because of its own history, or because of the land, or because of something tied to the people staying in it. Maybe the little town had its own stories and energies that we did not know about. Or maybe it was nothing more than our poltergeist. As my boyfriend jokingly called it, walking the hall and tapping the closet in the long, silent hours of those freezing northern nights. Whatever it was, it left a mark on my memory, and even though it was not dramatic with apparitions or voices, the simple combination of tapping, the squeaky board, the heavy footsteps, and that unexplained rocking in a calm, windless night was enough for me to feel that something beyond the ordinary was sharing that space with us. I have always had experiences, for as long as I can remember, and when I think back to where it truly began for me, my mind always returns to one clear, disturbing moment from when I was about 5 years old, the day my grandfather passed away. At that age I did not really understand death in the way adults do. I only knew that people went away and did not come back, but it was a vague idea. On the day he died, before I was taken to the funeral home, I saw him in our basement as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. I remember going down the stairs, the cool air of the basement wrapping around me, and there he was, my grandfather, just as I always saw him, solid, familiar, not glowing or transparent, just standing there like he might have been looking for something or simply existing in our house as usual. At that point, people had already told me that he was gone, but in the simple, blunt way adults explain things to children. I knew he had died, but I did not understand what that meant, so seeing him there confused me more than anything. Then, later, when I was brought to the funeral and I saw his lifeless body lying in the casket, his skin pale and still, his eyes closed, his face oddly peaceful and yet completely wrong, I broke down and cried uncontrollably for hours, not because I missed him in the way people expect a grieving child to miss a grandparent, but because I absolutely could not understand how he could be in that box and also have been in our house at the same time. My young mind could not process the contradiction. It frightened me on a level I could not put into words, so that experience, instead of being comforting, became something that scared me deeply. Looking back now, I think that, as a result of that fear, I pushed everything else away for a long time. I closed myself off the best I could, and although I believe now that other things probably happened when I was still a child, I either ignored them or refused to think about them, almost as if I was turning my back on something I did not want to see. It was not until my teen years, when curiosity and anger and restlessness all started mixing together, that things really flared up again. During those years I began experimenting with Ouija boards, which I now, with the benefit of hindsight, do not recommend to anyone. At the time, though, it seemed like a way to get answers, a way to take control of something that had always felt out of my control. I did not see it as dangerous. I saw it as exciting. What I did not fully understand was that by using those boards again and again, I was essentially opening my home and my life to all kinds of spirits, and most of them were not gentle, friendly souls looking for closure. They felt more like a whirlwind of strangers pushing at the edges of our reality, and many of them were unwanted, aggressive, or simply chaotic. As soon as I started using the Ouija board regularly, the activity in my house spiked in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every night, without fail, I would hear someone shuffle up to my bedroom door, stop there, linger silently as if listening to see if I was asleep, and then slowly walk away. It was not just a vague creak on the stairs or a random house noise. It was the distinct sound of footsteps, that soft dragging or sliding sound of feet moving along the floor, growing nearer, stopping, and then retreating again. At first, as a teenager, I assumed it was my mother doing what mothers often do, checking to see if her child was asleep, making sure I was safe. I was a typical teen, full of attitude and frustration, and the idea that she was still checking on me annoyed me. Most of the time when I heard the steps, I would keep my eyes shut to avoid starting a conversation about why I was still awake or what I was doing. I did not want to get caught talking on the phone or reading when I was supposed to be sleeping. One night, though, after these nightly visits had happened for some time, I heard the familiar shuffle come right up to my door, pause there, and something in me snapped. I was tired of feeling watched and irritated at what I thought was my mother's constant hovering. So I sat up quickly, ready to call her out and tell her I was fine and did not need checking on. The hallway outside my room was visible from the bed, and when I looked, there was nothing there. No person, no shadow, no mother, no ghostly figure, nothing at all, just an empty doorway and a silent hall. My heart did a strange little flip, because this was not what I expected to see. After that night I found that I had more courage to look whenever I heard the shuffling. It continued for the next few weeks, night after night, and almost every time I forced myself to open my eyes and look toward the door. Each time, without exception, the result was the same. No one standing there, no trace of a body or figure, just a doorway leading into emptiness, even though the sound of shuffling feet had been so clear moments before. Around that time, one evening, I was talking on the phone with a friend, just having a normal teenage conversation, when I suddenly heard a crash from the basement, a noise so loud and violent that my first thought was that the television had fallen off its stand and smashed to the floor. It sounded like something heavy hitting something hard, a rattling clatter that made my stomach drop. I quickly told my friend to hold on, set the phone down, and went to investigate, my mind going through worst-case scenarios of broken glass, shattered electronics, or something dangerous. As I reached the top of the basement stairs, I heard another crash, this time from upstairs, in the opposite direction from where I was headed, another sound that was just as loud and awful. The sheer volume and physicality of the noise made me spin around and run to check upstairs instead. When I looked, nothing was out of place. The television was still on its stand, furniture was where it always was, nothing was broken, nothing had fallen. I checked the basement as well, cautiously, but again found no sign of damage, no clues at all. It was as if two violent, heavy impacts had occurred in our house without leaving so much as a scratch. When I returned to the phone and picked it up, my friend immediately asked me what that noise had been, confirming that she had heard the same crashes over the phone line. Later that night, after the strangeness of the crashes and the confusing searches, we also started experiencing something with the stove. Our oven had an old mechanical timer, the type you have to physically push in and turn in order to set it, and when it finished counting down, it would emit a distinct ding. That night, while no one was cooking, the timer suddenly dinged on its own. At first I thought I must have accidentally nudged it, but when I checked, it was set at 0. There was no way it could have counted down from anywhere. Over the next days and weeks, this happened multiple times. The stove timer would ding without anyone having set it, as if an invisible hand had pushed and turned it. Eventually, when the constant noise and the strange events became too much for me to carry alone, I gathered my courage and spoke to my mother about everything. The footsteps at my door, the crashes, the timer, all of it. When I mentioned the stove, she looked at me in that way mothers sometimes do when they are torn between wanting to protect their children and wanting to confide in them. She told me that many nights, when my brother and I were both out, she would be lying in bed half asleep and be woken by the sound of the oven timer dinging from the kitchen, even though she knew no one had said it, and she was too unsettled to go down and look every single time. It was both strangely comforting and deeply disturbing to hear that she had also experienced some of what I had. Not long after that, one morning, my mother came to my brother, who was about 13 at the time, and to me, I was about 15 then, and said in an almost joking but slightly annoyed tone, "You two are a little old to be having nightmares and crawling into my bed at night, don't you think?" My brother and I both stared at each other in confusion and shook our heads. Neither of us remembered ever going into her bed in the night, and at that age, the idea of snuggling up with our mother like small children was almost laughable. She seemed surprised by our reaction and said, "Well, then who has been sleeping here?" She led us into her bedroom and pointed at her bed. On her side, the sheets and blanket were barely disturbed, just the usual slight rumpling of one person sleeping in the same position. On the other side, however, the covers had been pulled back and moved as if someone had lain there, and the pillow had a clear, distinct impression of a head, like someone had been resting on it for hours. It was not a vague shape. It was detailed enough that it could not be brushed off as a random wrinkle. My mother has always been a very sound sleeper, barely moving in the night, and she never spreads herself over the whole bed. She sticks to her side. There was no way she had accidentally created that second impression on her own. Neither my brother nor I had any history of sleepwalking, and even if we had, we both knew we had not gone into her bed. There was simply no explanation that made sense. My mother, after looking at it and hearing us insist that we had not been there, decided quietly that it must be her father, my grandfather, visiting her in a way, keeping her company as she slept. Once she settled on that idea, she did not really want to talk about it anymore. She seemed to accept it as a kind of private comfort, and closed the subject. During all this time, I kept turning to the Ouija board, hoping for clear answers about what was going on, about who was there, about why they were bothering us, about what they wanted. In my teenage mind, the board felt like a tool, almost like a phone to the other side. But instead of giving me peace or clarity, it only seemed to draw more and more negative energy into our home. My own emotional state at the time probably did not help. I was an angry teenager, full of frustration and confusion, and that kind of energy seems to be like an open door to any spirit that wants to feed on chaos. Many of the spirits that came through pretended to be kind, wise, or friendly at first, saying things that made me feel special or understood, but then their words would twist, or the feeling around the board would turn heavier, and I would realize they were not what they claimed to be. One presence in particular, a spirit who called herself a lady named Betsy, stands out in my memory. One day, while I was using the Ouija board, the planchette slowly spelled out the letters HAMSTER, one after another, forming the word hamster. I barely had time to process it before, from the other room, I heard my hamster squeal loudly. She was in a little clear exercise ball at the time, rolling around safely on the floor as she always did, but something had clearly startled or hurt her. I rushed into the room, and when I reached down to pick up her ball and check on her, she reacted in a way she never had before. She bit me, hard and repeatedly, frantic and fearful, as if she saw or felt something that I could not. This was entirely out of character for her. She had always been gentle, never biting, never acting aggressive. That was the moment when something in me snapped. I felt invaded, angry, and afraid, not just for myself but for the small, innocent creature that depended on me. I realized that whatever I had invited into my home was not just whispering on a board. It was reaching out, touching things, maybe even hurting them. I lost my patience with the whole situation. I yelled out loud, in my room and into the air, that I wanted every spirit, every presence, every voice drawn by the Ouija boards out of my house, out of my life, right then and there. I told them they were not welcome anymore, that I did not want to speak to them, that they had to leave. I felt shaky and terrified, but also strangely firm. After that day, I never touched a Ouija board again. Slowly, over time, the activity in the house quieted down. The nightly footsteps faded, the crashes stopped, the stove timer no longer dinged by itself, and I began to sleep more than 2 hours at a time without waking up in fear. It was as if, once I slammed the doors shut on that particular form of contact, at least some of the chaos I had invited began to drain away. As I grew older and moved further into adulthood, the nature of my experiences changed. I no longer had constant, small disturbances in my home, but instead I began to see things in the world around me, in full daylight or in the quiet of the night, that were clearly not part of ordinary reality. On 2 separate occasions I saw spirits with my own eyes in a way that left no room for doubt about what I had witnessed. The first time was in a restaurant during the day. The sun was out, people were around, everything was normal. I was sitting there, probably thinking about nothing in particular, when I saw a man walk straight through a closed door. He did not open it, did not touch the handle, did not hesitate. He just passed through it as if it were made of smoke. He looked solid to me, shaped like any ordinary man, and yet the action he performed was impossible for any living human being. I watched it happen with my own eyes, but for a few seconds my brain refused to accept what I had seen. I remember blinking, looking again, scanning the room, the door, the other people, and feeling this odd lag, as if my mind needed time to catch up to reality. Only after a minute or so did I fully register that I had just seen someone or something cross a barrier in a way that no one flesh and blood could. The second time was much later, late at night, when I was driving with my brother. It was around 3 in the morning, that strange dead time when the world feels thinner and more vulnerable. The road ahead was mostly empty, the darkness stretching out on either side. As we drove, I saw what looked like a man suddenly dart across the street in front of us, moving quickly from one side to the other. I reacted with annoyance first, making an irritated comment about why someone would run out into the road like that at 3 in the morning. My heart had jumped because I thought we might hit him. Then, in that same moment, I realized what I had actually seen. From the waist up, he looked like a man, like any man in dark clothes moving in a hurry, but from the waist down there was nothing normal. His legs were not truly there, they were a blur, almost like mist or smoke, not fully formed, and I could not see his feet touching the ground at all. It was as if he were half there and half not there. When I mentioned it to my brother and asked if he had seen the man crossing the road, he had no idea what I was talking about. He had seen nothing out of the ordinary, just an empty street. Experiences like that both fascinate and unnerve me. On one hand, they confirm that what I have always felt and believed is not just in my imagination. On the other hand, they raise new questions. Why did I see those two specifically? And why have I not seen more in that same undeniable way, when I know there are so many stories and so many energies around us? In more recent years, another dimension has opened up for me. I started to dream about people who have passed away, not only those I have known but also those I have never met. I talked about this before under an old account named Healer, which eventually expired, but the experiences themselves have continued. In these dreams, I sometimes see graphic, distressing images, a man shooting himself in the head, the act slow and detailed, his expression seared into my memory, a girl beaten so badly that her face is almost unrecognizable, sitting on bleachers and crying in pain and despair, people in all kinds of situations that suggest trauma, violence, or deep sorrow. These dreams are not vague or fuzzy. They feel sharper and more vivid than normal dreams. I remember what they are wearing, every pattern on their clothes, the exact shape of their faces, the way their hair falls, small scars, wrinkles, and expressions. I wake up with their images burned into my mind, even though as far as I know I have never met them in real life. It feels as if they are trying to show themselves to me, as if opening a photo album of their worst moments, and asking me to look, to witness, to know that they existed. At one point I met with a medium, someone sensitive to spirits, and she told me that I do have an ability to connect with the other side, but that I had spent so long shutting that part of myself down out of fear and confusion that all the spirits who wanted to speak with me were now gathered around me, waiting for their chance. She described them like an entourage, following me, lingering close, hoping that I would listen. This idea explained some things but also made me feel overwhelmed, as if I were walking through life surrounded by voices that I could not quite hear. My problem, the thing that frustrates and frightens me, is that they never actually speak to me in a way I can understand. They show me things, they appear in dreams, they walk through doors, they cross roads, but they do not tell me clearly who they are, what they want, or why they have come. On the rare occasions when I have tried to speak to them, to ask questions, the results have been so intense that I find myself pulling back again. One especially heavy night stands out in my mind. My grandfather, the same one I saw in the basement when I was 5, kept appearing in every single dream I had that night. No matter how many times I drifted in and out of sleep, no matter how the dream scenario changed, he was there, in the background, watching, standing in a doorway, sitting on a chair, always present. By the time I reached the last dream of the night, I was exhausted and emotionally strained. Finally, in the dream, I turned to him and shouted, "What do you want from me? Tell me what you want!" The moment I did that, the entire room in the dream started to shake violently, as if an earthquake had hit. The walls trembled, the floor shuddered under my feet, and everything that was around me rattled and vibrated. The sensation was so strong that even when I woke up, my heart was pounding, and for a moment I did not know if the shaking had been only in the dream, or if something had happened in the physical world as well. That kind of reaction, that overwhelming response to a simple plea, was enough to make me wary again. I am caught between fascination and fear, between a desire to understand and a deep instinct to protect myself. I know there is some kind of connection between me and whatever lies beyond, something that has followed me through childhood, teenage years, and into adulthood, shaping my memories and my sleep. I also know that whenever I open that door, even a crack, things rush in, vivid and demanding, and I am still trying to figure out how to handle that without losing myself in it. I had just moved into a new home, new for me at least, even though the house itself felt anything but new. From what I was told, it was around 300 years old, which is almost hard to imagine when you stand inside it and try to picture all the people who must have lived their lives in those same rooms, walked the same stairs, and breathed the same air. The house is very large, spread across 4 floors, and sometimes when I walk through it, it feels less like a home and more like some sort of old manor or small, forgotten estate that accidentally ended up with me as the latest tenant. I could describe every floor and hallway and doorway in detail, but honestly, most of what matters and most of what has happened so far is connected to one particular part of the house, the cellar. Still, before I get to that, there are a few things about the rest of the house that are important. From the beginning, I noticed that whenever I was in any of the rooms other than the cellar, the air always felt cold, not just a little chilly in the normal way, but the sort of cold that seeps into your skin and makes you feel like something is off. It did not matter if I turned the heat up high or made sure all the windows were closed. I would walk from room to room and feel that coldness hanging there, like the house kept a layer of winter inside it no matter what I did. It felt especially strange because logically, if the heating was on and the doors and windows were shut, the rooms should have warmed up at least a bit, but they never really did. It felt as if the warmth was either being pushed away or absorbed by something unseen. The house is not overcrowded with people. I live there with only 2 other roommates, Sura and Amy, so for such a big place, it often feels quiet and empty, as though the walls are waiting for more footsteps and more voices, but only get a handful of ours. You would think that with 3 people living there, we would run into each other constantly, but the size and layout of the house sometimes make it feel like each of us is in our own little world on a different level. There are long stretches of time when I am walking around or cooking or going from one floor to another, and I do not hear anyone else at all, and in those moments, the silence almost feels like it follows me. One of the things that unsettled me early on was the recurring feeling that someone or something was watching me when there was no one else in the room. It happens most often when I am cooking in the kitchen or when I am lying in bed trying to sleep. I will be at the counter chopping vegetables or stirring something on the stove, and I will suddenly feel eyes on me from behind or from a corner, like a presence is standing there, observing quietly. It is not always frightening. Sometimes it feels neutral, but the awareness of it makes me tense, and I find myself turning around more often than I would in a normal kitchen just to check if someone has walked in without me hearing. When I am trying to sleep, it is even more unnerving. I lie there in the darkness, listening to the faint sounds of the house settling, and the sensation grows that someone is standing near the bed or just inside the doorway, not moving, just watching. There have been nights where I have pulled the blanket up higher or forced myself to roll over and face the wall because I do not want to look at the part of the room where I feel that gaze coming from. One evening, when I was taking a bath and trying to relax, I had an experience that left me shaky in a way that was hard to dismiss. I was lying back in the tub, the water warm around me, steam fogging up the mirror, the soft sound of water lapping against the sides. The shower curtain was pulled closed around the tub to keep the heat in. In my peripheral vision, on the right side, I suddenly saw the curtain move, not just a little sway that could come from a draft, but shifting sideways by about a foot, as if something or someone had brushed against it or pushed it. I did not hear footsteps or see a clear figure, but immediately after I noticed the movement, I saw a white mist just at the edge of my sight. It appeared for half a second, a quick faint cloud against the air, and then vanished completely. It was so fast that if I had not been paying attention, I might have convinced myself later that I imagined it entirely, just a trick of the steam and the dim light. Even as I sat there, I tried to tell myself it might have been my imagination or the steam swirling in an odd way, but a part of me knew it had felt different. It was not like ordinary fog, it was more concentrated, more intentional. I was spooked enough that I finished my bath more quickly than I had planned and kept glancing over the top of the curtain as I got dressed, half expecting something else to happen. The part of the house that draws my attention most, though, and where nearly everything strange seems to gather, is the cellar. It is not a large space compared to the rest of the house, but it has a very strong presence. You enter the cellar through a set of double doors. When you open them, you immediately face a short flight of stairs, about 6 steps or so, leading down. That transition from the upper floor to the cellar feels like walking from one world into another. One of the first things that struck me as odd is that the cellar floor is carpeted. You expect stone or cold concrete in such an old house, especially in a cellar, but instead there is carpet underfoot, which feels strangely soft and almost out of place in that dim underground space. After you go down the stairs, there is a fairly wide hallway that stretches in front of you, but you only walk straight for about 2 seconds before it opens up into a much larger area. That open area is still mostly unused. We have not decorated it or tried to make it into a cozy space. Right now, it mostly holds our boxes, stacked up in various places, waiting to be unpacked or maybe forgotten. The lighting in the cellar is quite dim, which adds to the overall atmosphere. Instead of bright ceiling lights or modern lamps, the main sources of light are lanterns mounted on the walls. When lit, they cast a soft, uneven glow that leaves lots of shadows in corners and along the floor. The light flickers slightly and makes everything look older. There are also wine racks along some of the walls, dark wooden structures, some empty, some with a few forgotten bottles. When I stand there and look around, the carpet, the lanterns, the wine racks, the cold air, and the old stone or brick walls behind it all make the place feel ancient, far older than any modern basement or storage room, as if it really had been a cellar used hundreds of years ago to store wine, food, and who knows what else, back in times when people did not have electricity or central heating. The memory of all those years seems to cling to the air. About 2 days ago, I went down into the cellar alone to retrieve one of my boxes. I opened the double doors, walked down the steps, moved through the brief hallway, and into the open area, where the boxes were stacked. The lantern light was low but enough to see. As I stepped forward, focused on figuring out which box was mine, I suddenly felt something touch my face. It was very distinct, not a breeze or a spider web or my hair brushing my cheek. It was the clear sensation of a hand lightly brushing against my skin. The touch was cold, but not icy in a painful way. It was soft and gentle, like the way a mother might stroke her child's cheek to comfort them after a nightmare. There was something almost tender in it, and that made it even more unsettling because I knew there was no one else in that cellar with me. I froze in place, my body going still, my mind going blank for a few seconds. I stood there like that, absolutely stunned, for about 10 seconds, trying to process what had just happened, replaying the sensation in my mind. Then fear rushed in all at once, and I bolted. I turned and ran up the stairs, back through the doors, and into the rest of the house, my heart pounding. I felt ridiculous running, but in that moment, instinct took over, and all I wanted was to get away from that space. The next time I went down to the cellar, I did not go alone. I asked one of my roommates, Sura, to come with me, because I needed someone else there to either confirm or dispel what I had felt before. All 3 of us, me, Sura, and Amy, believe very much in spirits, ghosts, entities, whatever word you want to use for them. We have talked about these things before and share an interest in them, so I knew I would not be laughed at if I told her what happened. I explained to her that I had felt a cold hand brush my face, and that it had left me too frightened to go back down by myself. She agreed to come along. We opened the cellar doors, went down the stairs together, and walked into that open area where our boxes were piled. I was nervous but determined to retrieve what I needed and not run away this time. What happened next is something I will always remember clearly, and I am relieved that I do not have to rely only on my own memory because I know for certain that I was not imagining it or dreaming. I have another person's witness in this. As I reached for one of my boxes, bending slightly and placing my hand on it to lift it, I saw, out of the corner of my eye and then more directly, a black shadow in the rough shape of a hand rest gently over my own. It was not solid in the way a human hand is solid, but it had form. I could see the outline of fingers and the curve of the wrist. The shadow hand lay over mine for a moment, then began to move. Slowly, deliberately, the dark shape trailed up along my arm, gliding over my skin, leaving a cold feeling as it went. It reached my shoulder, then brushed against my cheek in that same tender motion I had felt before, as if cupping or stroking my face. Then it moved upward to smooth my hair back gently, like someone pushing hair away from my forehead, and after that, it faded away and disappeared. I did not only see it, I felt that entire motion exactly where I saw it happen, the coldness and the pressure of something that was not air. Beside me, I could feel that Sura had gone rigid. When I looked at her afterward, she told me that she had seen the shadow hand as well, that she had watched it moving over me and had been too startled to react or speak. She had just been completely frozen, her mind trying to catch up with what her eyes were seeing. Despite how shaken I was, I still wanted to get my box and leave rather than drop everything and run again. I quickly lifted it into my arms, trying to push down the urge to sprint upstairs, and started back toward the stairs. Sura stayed close beside me, and I could tell from the way she moved that she was scared too. Her steps were faster than usual, and she kept looking around the cellar. We were walking side by side when suddenly, without warning, it felt as if we both ran straight into something that was not there. There was no wall in front of us, no pillar, no furniture, but we both stopped short as though we had hit an invisible barrier. My body jerked forward slightly, then bounced back, and at almost the exact same moment, right in front of us, about a foot away, a large wooden block fell from above and crashed onto the floor. The sound startled us both, and we fell backward and down from the shock of it. The block was heavy and solid and landed right where we would have been if that invisible force had not stopped us. For a second or two, we just sat there, breathing hard, trying to understand what had happened. When we got back to our feet and examined the block more closely, we realized it did not seem to be part of the ceiling. There was no obvious hole or missing piece above where it had fallen. The ceiling looked intact, as though nothing had broken off from it. The block looked like something that had been added or stored somewhere higher up, not something that naturally belonged to the structure of the house. But when we looked around, we could not find any place where it obviously fit. The space it had almost hit us and felt like a warning, or, depending on how you look at it, another act of protection, first stopping us, then dropping the block, as if to say, "Look what could have happened!" Just today, after talking about these events and our shared belief in the supernatural, we decided to try to communicate directly with whatever was in the cellar using a Ouija board. All three of us, me, Sura, and Amy, went down this time. We brought candles with us and carried the Ouija board carefully down the cellar steps, through the double doors, past the dim lanterns, and into the open area. We arranged the candles around us and lit them one by one, adding their flickering light to that of the lanterns on the walls. Then we sat in a circle on the carpeted floor, the board placed between us. The atmosphere felt heavy and charged, like the air right before a storm. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette, that small piece that slides over the letters and words, and took a minute to focus. The first question we asked was a simple one. "Is anyone here?" As soon as the words left our mouths, the planchette moved. It did not drift slowly or hesitantly, it did not circle the board as if searching. It went directly, immediately, to "Yes." Seeing it move under our fingers with that much certainty sent a shiver through me. Amy stiffened and then whispered that she could feel someone standing beside her, that the sensation of a presence close to her right side was strong and made her skin crawl. She said it felt like being watched up close, as if someone was leaning down or standing just behind her shoulder. The fear in her voice was clear, and since she was so unnerved, we adjusted ourselves slightly, shifting our circle a bit away from the spot where she felt the presence and regrouping. We decided to keep asking questions. The next one we asked was, "What is your name?" The planchette started to move again almost immediately, sliding across the board in smooth, confident motions. It spelled out David, Davide. It did not pause between letters or jerk around in confusion. The movements were steady and sure. I remember thinking that the name sounded like a male name, perhaps a variation of David, so I assumed, perhaps too quickly, that the spirit we were speaking to was a man. There was something eerie in the way the planchette responded without hesitation, as if this entity had been waiting for someone to ask its name. We went on, asking more questions. One of them was, "How old are you?" Again, there was no hesitation. The planchette glided over the letters and spelled out centuries, centuries. That answer made the tiny hairs on my neck rise. It implied that this ghost, or whatever it was, had been around for hundreds of years, watching the world change, the house age, people come and go. It fit with the age of the house, but it was also a chilling thought, to imagine something lingering here, waiting for that long. Then came the question that changed the entire tone of the session. "Why are you here?" We all waited, our fingers resting lightly on the planchette, our breaths held. The piece began to move again, quicker this time, and spelled out TOPROTECTYOU. "To protect you." That answer hit me hard, especially when I thought about the hand brushing my face gently, the way the shadow had smoothed my hair, and the invisible wall that had stopped us right before the wooden block fell. It almost made a kind of terrible sense. But before we had time to process that answer or ask anything else in response, everything in the cellar changed in a single instant. Right after the board spelled out, "To protect you," all of the lanterns and candles went out at the same time. One moment they were burning, small flames dancing in the still air, and the next they were gone, plunging us into darkness. The sudden shift from dim light to complete blackness made my heart jump into my throat. There was no warning, no breeze that we could feel, nothing that should have caused the flames to die all at once. At that exact same moment, from one of the corners of the room, we heard a sound that made our blood run cold, a low, quiet, menacing growl. It did not sound like any animal I know, and it did not sound like a person clearing their throat or making a noise. It sounded demonic, if I had to put a word to it, as if something inhuman was lurking in the shadows, letting us know that it was there and that it was not friendly. The growl was not loud in volume, but it was deep and full of threat. Frightened almost beyond thinking clearly, the three of us reacted in the same way. We hurriedly moved the planchette to "Goodbye" on the board because we all had heard that if you start a session, you should always close it properly, no matter how scared you are. Then, leaving the board and candles and everything else where they were, we scrambled to our feet and ran for the stairs, our hands fumbling for the door, our pulses racing. We did not look back. We only stopped when we were upstairs, away from the cellar, the door closed behind us, all of us breathing hard and staring at each other with wide eyes, each of us knowing that whatever is in that cellar is real, and that whatever called itself Davide and claimed to be there to protect us might not be the only presence down there. When I think back to my first sleep paralysis, it still feels unreal, like a scene from a movie that I watched too many times and somehow ended up believing. At that time in my life, I slept well. I did not lie awake at night worrying or thinking too much. I went to bed, closed my eyes, and that was it. I would drift off and wake up the next morning feeling normal. Nights were quiet, ordinary, nothing special. I never expected anything strange to happen to me, especially not in my sleep, and definitely not something that would make me question the line between the natural and the supernatural. To understand why that night affected me so deeply, it helps to know a little about my mother. She is not like most people when it comes to spiritual things. All her life she has seen things that others cannot see. She has talked about seeing ghosts, demons, and strange figures more times than I can count. As a kid, I would listen but not fully understand. To her, these things were real as the furniture in our house. She has what people call a sixth sense, a strong awareness of the invisible world, and she has always been very close to God. She prays, she reads religious books, and she takes her faith seriously. At the same time, our family line has many people who are involved in sorcery. She used to tell me how her grandfather, her great-grandfather, and others practiced magic and did things they should not have done. So, our family history is like a mix of strong faith and dark spiritual activity. I grew up hearing these stories but did not think I would personally step into that world. On the day before my first experience, my mother told me something that I did not pay enough attention to at the time. She said that she had seen a white, ghostly figure in my brother's bedroom. She described it as a pale shape, human-like but not solid, almost like a person made of fog or light. She said that as soon as that figure noticed her standing there, it did not walk out or fade away slowly. Instead, it went up quickly, rushing through the ceiling as if the solid roof did not exist. She said this calmly, like it was something she had seen before, but I could tell it bothered her. She is not easily frightened, so when something unsettles her, I notice. The detail that stuck with me later was the simple fact of the house's layout. The room above my brother's bedroom is my room. When you stand in their room and look up at the ceiling, you are basically looking at the floor under my bed. So when she said the figure shot up through their ceiling, it meant that, in some strange way, it had risen directly toward my room. At that moment, I did not put too much weight on that part. I sort of believed in ghosts and spiritual things, but from a distance. I believed they existed, especially because of everything my mother and family had seen, but I did not really think I would have a direct encounter. It was like believing in storms but thinking the worst ones would always hit some other town, never yours. That night, I went to bed the way I always did. I did not feel special, or warned, or nervous. I did not lie awake thinking about that white figure. I did not pray more than usual or double-check my room. I simply got under the covers, found a comfortable position, and drifted off. Everything felt normal until I woke up in the middle of the night, sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. The house was quiet. The darkness had that heavy feeling that only happens in the deepest part of the night, when most people are asleep. At first, I did not even understand why I had woken up. Then I realized I could not move. It was the strangest and most terrifying feeling. My mind was fully awake. I could think. I could notice things. I knew I was lying in my bed, I knew where I was, but my body would not respond. I tried to lift my arm. Nothing happened. I tried to move my legs. They felt like they were made of stone. Panic started to rise in my chest, slow at first, then faster. I tried to call my mother, to shout out, "Mom!" like I used to do when I was younger and had a nightmare, but my voice was gone. My mouth felt heavy and locked. No sound came out. I was trapped in my own body. On top of that, my ears suddenly started buzzing. At first it was a low sound, then it grew louder and louder, like someone had turned on a high-pitched machine right next to my head. The room, which had been silent a moment before, filled with this strange, vibrating noise. As the buzzing grew, all the normal sounds disappeared. I could not hear the house, the outside, nothing. It was like being cut off from the world. Then my vision began to change. At first I could still see the shapes in my room, the furniture, the shadows, the faint outline of the window. But slowly, everything started to dim. It was like someone was turning down a light inside my eyes. The edges of my sight got darker, and the darkness spread until I could not see anything. I was awake, yet deaf and blind and paralyzed. It felt like the world was disappearing and I was sinking into some deep, lonely place. In that moment, I remembered the only thing I could do. I started to pray. I could not speak out loud, but I prayed in my mind, calling out to God, asking Him to help me, to make this stop, to protect me from whatever was happening. I clung to prayer like someone hanging on to a rope over a cliff. It was all I had. After several seconds that felt much longer, the paralysis broke. I could move again. The buzzing in my ears faded away. My sight returned. It was like being pulled out of deep water and finally taking a long breath of air. I did not stay to analyze anything or calm down in bed. I jumped up, ran out of my room, and went straight to my mother. I told her what had just happened, my voice still shaking, my heart pounding. She listened and took me seriously, which both helped and scared me more. That night left a mark on me. Even though it ended quickly, the feeling of helplessness and the sudden loss of control stayed in my mind. I had never heard of sleep paralysis before. I did not know it had a name, or that other people experienced something similar. All I had was what my mother had seen earlier that day, a white figure going up into the ceiling toward my room, and what I had just gone through hours later, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to see, trapped in darkness with only buzzing in my ears and a desperate prayer in my mind. About a year later, it happened again, but the second time was different, and in some ways even worse. It did not happen in the middle of the night. It happened in the afternoon. I remember being very tired that day. It was winter, and even early in the afternoon the light outside starts fading faster. It was about 3 in the afternoon when I decided to lie down and take a nap. Because it was daytime, I felt safe. Naps always feel more harmless than nighttime sleep. You do not expect scary things to happen when the sun is still up. I lay down in my bed, closed my eyes, and drifted off. When I woke up, it was around 4:45. The room was almost completely dark, but there was still a faint glow coming from outside, the leftover light of the day. It was just bright enough for me to tell that time had passed. I could feel that heavy afternoon sleepiness, the kind where your body is warm and you know you have been out for a while. On my desk next to my bed is a lamp. It is one of those lamps that turn on when you touch the metal part. I have done this so many times that it is automatic. Usually when I wake up, I do not even look at it. I just reach out my hand and tap it without thinking, and the light comes on. That afternoon, I did the same thing. I lifted my arm to stretch it toward the lamp. But before my fingers reached the lamp, they touched something else. There was someone standing between me and the lamp. At first, it did not fully register. My hand bumped against what felt like a chest, and my brain quickly started trying to make sense of the shape under my fingers. It was not the cold, hard metal of the lamp. It was not the empty air I expected. It was a body. A tall human shape wearing a cloak made of thick fabric. I could feel the folds of it under my hand, heavy, slightly rough. I could feel that there was a solid form underneath the clothing. It felt male to me, from the way the chest was shaped, but he was not just an ordinary man. He was wearing a long black cloak with a hood that covered his head. In that split second, I felt every detail. The texture of the cloth. The way it hung. The distance between my face and where his chest must have been. I remember that so clearly that it still surprises me. It did not feel like a dream where everything is foggy and soft. It felt real. I turned my head quickly to look at what I had just touched. Standing beside my bed, in that space between me and my lamp, was a tall figure in a black cloak. The hood was raised, hiding his head, and where his face should have been, there was only darkness. No eyes, no mouth, no skin. Just a black empty space. Yet I knew he was looking at me. There is a feeling you get when someone's attention is fully on you, even without seeing their eyes. That is how it felt. The moment our awareness met, he moved. He leaned toward me very fast, bending from his upper body until his head, or rather the dark area where his face should be, came close to mine. As he did that, something like a force pushed me back down onto my bed. I had been almost sitting up when I turned my head, but in the next second I was pinned flat on my back. It was not his hands holding me down. The cloaked figure did not physically touch me with his arms. It was as if an invisible pressure pushed me into the mattress, holding my body still. While he moved closer, he made a sound. I can still hear it in my memory. It was not a normal word or sentence. It was some kind of chant, almost ancient sounding, made up of deep, low notes and higher ones. The tone of his voice changed a lot, going low, then rising, then low again. There were no clear lyrics, nothing I could repeat as a language I know. It was like a dark, strange song with no words. The sound filled the space between us and seemed to vibrate inside my chest. Then the paralysis hit, just like the first time. One moment I could move enough to turn my head and reach out my arm. The next moment I was completely locked. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. My throat felt frozen. My chest was tight. The buzzing sound came back in my ears, rising quickly, blocking out everything else. Bit by bit my hearing dropped away. The chant, the room, the world, everything went silent except for that high-pitched noise. My vision also began to fade again. The outlines of the cloaked figure, the few shadows in my room, all started to dim and then disappeared into blackness. It was the same terrible feeling of being awake but cut off from my senses, trapped and helpless. The difference was that this time, there was a clear image and presence attached to the experience, not just darkness and fear. There had been a figure standing right next to me. I had touched it. I had heard it. Again, I tried not to panic. It is easy to say that now, but in the moment, every part of my body wanted to explode into fear. I forced myself to pray again. I called out to God in my mind, begging Him to make it stop, to free me, to take away whatever this was. I clung to that prayer as hard as I could. After about 2 seconds, although it felt much longer, the paralysis broke. Suddenly I could move. The pressure holding me down disappeared. The sound in my ears faded. My vision cleared. The figure was gone. There was no one standing between me and the lamp. The lamp looked normal, unmoved. My room was quiet and still, as if nothing had happened. But I knew it had. My body still remembered the feeling of being pinned, my hand still remembered the feel of that cloak, and my mind still held the sound of that chant. I did not stay in bed to think about it. I jumped up, my heart racing, and ran out of my room straight to the kitchen where my mother was. I told her what had happened again, just like the first time. The words came out fast and shaky. She listened as I described the black cloak's shape, the chant, the force that had pushed me down. She did not laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She took it seriously, which in some ways made it more real and more frightening. The whole thing, from the moment I reached out to touch the lamp to the moment I could move again, probably lasted around 6 seconds. It was incredibly fast, but those few seconds were so full of detail and fear that they stretch in my memory. They left an impression that was far larger than their small amount of time. After that second event, I never had sleep paralysis again. Not like that. No more waking up to find myself trapped in my body, no more buzzing ears and fading vision, no more strange figures by my bed. Life went back to normal, in that sense. But I was not the same inside. I carried those two experiences with me, wondering what they really meant and why they happened at all. Later in life, I started reading about sleep paralysis. When it happened to me, I did not even know the term existed. I just thought something supernatural had attacked me. As I talked to more people and heard their stories, I discovered that many others had similar experiences. Some described waking up in the night unable to move. Some said they felt a presence on their chest, like a heavy weight. Some saw shadow people, dark figures in the room. Some heard strange sounds. It was both comforting and confusing to know I was not the only one. I made more serious research. I read articles and explanations. The scientific side said that during certain stages of sleep, the body is paralyzed so that we do not act out our dreams. Sometimes, they say, we wake up mentally while that paralysis is still in effect, creating a state where the mind is awake but the body cannot move yet. Hallucinations can happen in that state, mixing dream images with waking reality. The buzzing and the pressure, they say, can be the brain's way of reacting to that strange in-between stage. That explanation makes sense in many ways, especially for some people's experiences. But there was something that still bothered me. In almost everything I read, people said they woke up already paralyzed. Their eyes opened, they became aware, and they found that they could not move. It began with that paralysis. But my second event did not start that way. When I woke up from my afternoon nap, I could move. I stretched my arm. I was almost sitting up when I reached for the lamp. My body responded normally at first. It was only after I touched the cloaked figure and saw it lean toward me that the paralysis hit. That detail sticks in my mind. It does not fit neatly into the usual description. I remember the movement clearly. I know I was not frozen from the start. That is part of why I still wonder if there was more to it than just a brain glitch. Maybe it was a mix of both. Maybe there is a spiritual side that uses these weak moments in the body and mind. Maybe my family background, with its mix of faith and sorcery, plays a role. Maybe it is all science and my memory is bending things a bit. I do not know for sure. What I do know is how it felt. I know the physical sensations. I know the fear. I know the relief when prayer seemed to break the hold on me. Those 2 nights, one in deep darkness, one in fading winter light, changed the way I think about sleep, the unseen world, and my own mind. I cannot say with full certainty that it was a ghost, a demon, or just sleep paralysis. But I can say that it was real to me in those moments, so real that even now, when I lie down at night, a small part of me remembers and hopes that I will not have to go through it again.
I have only seen that glowing ball twice in my life, and somehow those 2 moments feel bigger than almost all my other memories. They are like tiny bright islands floating in everything else that has happened to me. Even now, when I close my eyes and think about it, I can see it very clearly. It has been years, but the way it moved and the way it made me feel are still sharp in my mind, like it happened yesterday. It was not something that scared me, at least not in the way you might expect from strange things. It was something beautiful. It felt gentle and soft, like being wrapped in warm light. I did not feel like I was in danger when I saw it. I felt like I was being allowed to look at something special that did not belong to the normal world. I have wished many times that it would come back. I have watched the empty air, hoping to see that little glow again, but it has never returned. Maybe it was only meant to pass through my life twice, like a visitor. Still, I cannot help wishing for a 3rd visit. The first time I saw it, I was younger, somewhere around the age when you are about to go into grade 8. It was summer, the time of year when the air feels lighter and school does not feel quite as heavy, even if you are technically still going to classes or some sort of program. The days were longer, and there was this feeling that the world was more relaxed, as if it was slowly stretching its arms and yawning in the sunshine. My friends and I had gone outside for our lunch break. The building where we studied stood there with its plain walls and windows, but outside the air smelled like grass and heat and something sweet I never quite identified. The sky was bright, and I remember squinting a little when we stepped out. We did not have any big plan for that break. We just wanted to be outside, to get away from the chairs and desks and buzzing lights inside. There was a cat that sometimes wandered around near the building, and that day it appeared, walking with that casual, confident way cats have, like they own every place they visit. It had soft fur and curious eyes. My friends and I were drawn to it right away, as if it was part of our routine without us even thinking about it. We bent down, called to it, tried to make little noises so it would come closer. It meowed, rubbed itself against our legs, and flicked its tail. For a while, we focused only on this small animal, laughing when it pretended to ignore us, and then suddenly showed affection again. Time passed without us noticing. Lunch breaks always feel shorter when you are actually enjoying them. Soon someone looked at the clock or at the door and realized we did not have much time left before we had to go back in. The spell of the moment with the cat broke, and that familiar feeling of, we have to hurry, came over us. One by one, we started to move back toward the entrance of the building. My mind shifted from the soft fur under my fingers and the sun on my face to the thought of books, lessons, and teachers waiting for us inside. Just then, as I took a step to go back, something caught the corner of my eye. It was not a big flash or a loud sound. It was small, gentle, like seeing a tiny sparkle in the air to my left. It was not very close, but it was not far either. Maybe a few steps away, at a comfortable distance where you can see something clearly without having to squint. At first, I thought it was just sunlight reflecting off something, like a piece of glass or a bit of metal. It looked like a little glitter hanging in the air. But there was no glass there, no metal, nothing to reflect light like that. It should not have been there. I turned my head fully and looked straight at it. The longer I looked, the more I realized it was not just a sparkle. It was a ball. A floating, glowing ball, moving slowly and gracefully like it had its own quiet rhythm. It was about the size of my fist, not huge and not tiny. Big enough to be clear, small enough to feel delicate. It did not flicker like a flame. It glowed steadily, but there was something soft around its edges, like a blur. It was not just white. It had very faint colors mixed in. I could see pale yellow, soft pink, and light blue, all swirling gently together inside the glow. The colors were not strong like paint or neon lights. They were gentle, almost transparent, like what you see when sunlight passes through thin layers of glass or soap bubbles. For a moment, I completely forgot where I was. I forgot about school, the cat, my friends, even the fact that break time was almost over. All my attention went into watching that glowing ball. It floated at my left side, moving in a smooth line, not too fast, not too slow, like it was going somewhere but was in no hurry. It felt peaceful. I did not feel fear. Instead, I felt this strange mix of curiosity and happiness, as if I had just found something rare and beautiful that no one else had. I wanted to get closer. Without thinking much, I started chasing it, or maybe following it is a better way to say it. I did not want to scare it away, even though it did not seem like something that would get scared. My friends noticed that I was no longer walking with them. They turned around and saw me going in a slightly different direction. I heard them yell my name. They sounded confused, as if they were wondering what I was doing. One of them called out, "Elaine?" I pointed toward the glowing ball and asked them, excited and maybe a little breathless, if they could see it too. I said something like, "Can you see that? Look, it's so pretty." I thought they would be just as amazed as I was. But their faces did not light up with wonder. They looked where I was pointing, then back at me, and shook their heads. They said no. They told me they did not see anything there. One of them asked if I was okay, in that careful tone people use when they are not sure if you are joking or if something is wrong with you. But I was better than okay. I was still seeing it. It was still floating there in my vision, glowing and graceful, with its pale shades of yellow, pink, and blue. It did not disappear just because they did not see it. This made everything even stranger. It meant that whatever I was seeing it alone. I kept watching it for as long as I could. I do not remember exactly how it disappeared. Maybe it moved away until it seemed too faint to follow, or maybe it just faded slowly, like mist dissolving in the air. All I know is that at some point it was gone and the world went back to feeling normal. The cat was still there somewhere. The building still stood in front of us. My friends were still looking at me with puzzled faces. The bell or the signal for the end of break must have gone off soon after, and we all went back inside, back to our usual routines. But something inside me had changed in a small way. I had seen something I could not explain, something delicate and beautiful that no one else around me had noticed.
I thought about it for days after that. I tried to remember every detail. The size, the colors, the way it moved, the way it glowed without any visible source, the way my friends could not see it. I did not talk about it much, not even to my parents. I did not really know how to explain it without sounding silly or like I had just imagined things. So I kept most of it to myself, like a little secret memory tucked away. I still felt a kind of warmth when I thought of it. It had not frightened me. If anything, it had made me feel special in a quiet, secret way. Time passed. I went on with my life. I advanced in school, dealt with homework, tests, and all the ordinary things that make up the usual days. The memory of that glowing ball did not vanish, but it moved into the background. It was still there, but not on my mind all the time. I did not sit around expecting to see it again. Part of me thought maybe it had just been a trick of the light, or maybe I had been tired, or maybe my eyes had done something strange for a moment. Another part of me did not believe those explanations, but I learned to live with not knowing. The second time I saw it, about a year and a half later, was much more intense. By then I was older, used to my routine. It was a regular school day. I went through the usual motions, woke up, got ready, went to school, went to classes, dealt with whatever the day brought, and came back home. After I got back, I did what I always did. I finished my homework, did some cleaning and whatever small tasks were expected of me, and then finally allowed myself to rest. There is always that small sense of relief when you know you have finished what you need to do for the day, and you can lie down without feeling guilty. That day, I was especially tired. My body felt heavy, and my eyelids felt warm and slow. I went to sleep. I do not know exactly how long I had been sleeping when things started to happen, but it could not have been very long. Maybe just a few minutes. It was not deep nighttime. It was sometime after school, in those hours when the sun is still up or has only just started to sink. As I lay there on my bed, half in the world of dreams and half out of it, my heart began to beat fast. This happens to me sometimes. My heart suddenly speeds up as if I am running or scared, even when I am lying very still. I could feel it pounding in my chest, hard and quick, like it was trying to burst out. It did not feel normal. It made me more aware of myself, of my body, of the fact that I was no longer fully asleep. As my heart raced, I suddenly saw something on my left side again. It was about a meter away from where I lay. It was the same glowing light. The moment I noticed it, something inside me recognized it. It felt like seeing an old friend appear in the room without warning. This time, it was clearer. The glow was stronger. I was able to see it much more sharply than I had the first time. It was bigger too. If before it had been the size of my fist, now it was maybe the size of my fist and a half. It had grown, or at least that is how it seemed. Unlike the first time, there were no soft colors swirling inside it. It did not have the pale yellow, pink, and blue shades anymore. It was white, or something close to white, but not a harsh white. It was more like a soft, pure light. Around it, there were rays, thin lines of light extending out from the center. They were not long, sharp beams like you see in drawings. They were gentle and faded at the ends, as if the light was strongest at the core, and then slowly dissolved into the air as it moved outward. The whole thing glowed, but not so brightly that I had to turn away. It was comfortable to look at. It did not hurt my eyes, even though everything else in the room seemed dim by comparison. Slowly, as I watched it, my heart started to calm down. The rapid beating that had frightened me just moments before began to slow. It did not return completely to normal, but it became more steady, less frantic. It was as if the presence of that glowing ball had soothed something in me. I no longer felt the same kind of panic I had felt when my heart first started racing. Instead, I felt something between calm and wonder, mixed with a bit of nervousness because what I was seeing did not fit into the normal rules of everyday life. Then something even stranger happened. My room began to change. It did not vanish, but it transformed. It was as if a thin layer had been placed over everything. The walls, which had their usual color before, slowly became pure white. My bed sheets, whatever color they had been, also turned white. It felt like someone had taken a brush and painted everything in the same bright shade. The objects in my room disappeared. The shelves, the little things I kept around, everything that normally filled the space vanished. Only my bed remained. The shape of the room itself stayed the same. The corners were still where they should be. The angles of the walls did not shift. It was still my room in form, but not in detail. My door was open. I could see the hallway beyond it, but the hall, too, was white. It looked like a hallway drawn in blank light, without decoration. The carpet under me did not feel like regular carpet anymore. It seemed too smooth, almost like some kind of soft, even surface, not quite floor, not quite anything I could name. I was still lying down in the same position, facing the same direction, my head on my pillow, my body covered by what had become white sheets. I did not turn around to see what was behind me. I do not know why. Maybe I was afraid that if I moved too much, something would change in a way I was not ready for. My eyes stayed focused on what was in front of me. The glowing ball was still there, hovering calmly. It did not rush toward me or away from me. It simply stayed where it was, as if the whole scene had been rearranged just so I could see it more clearly, with nothing in the way. I did not hear any voice. I did not feel any hand on me. I only felt that quiet presence and saw the white light in a white room. Even though the light did not scare me in itself, the whole situation was strange enough that I became a little freaked out. I knew I was not dreaming. Or at least, that is what it felt like. My mind was clear. I knew who I was, where I was, and what time of day it had been when I lay down. I knew this was my room, even if it looked different. Everything around me felt too real to be a regular dream. The sharpness of the light, the feeling of the sheets on my skin, the awareness of my own heartbeat and breathing. None of it felt blurry or distant the way dreams usually do. It was like being fully awake in a place that had been partly changed. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Everything went back to normal. The glowing ball vanished. The whiteness dissolved from the walls and the hallway. My room regained its usual colors and objects. My bed sheets went back to whatever they had been before. The carpet felt like regular carpet again, with its familiar texture under my body. My door was just a normal door opening into a normal hall. I was still lying in the same position on my bed, but it was as if someone had flipped a switch and the world had moved back to its original setting. I lay there for a moment, breathing, trying to process what had just happened. It had been too real to dismiss as nothing, but too strange to fit into any simple explanation. I knew I had not fully fallen back asleep and had a dream. The line between dream and reality felt thin and fragile, but my sense of being awake was strong. I stayed there a little longer, thinking, my heart still beating a bit faster than usual, though nowhere near as fast as before. For a long time, I did not tell my parents about what I had seen that second time. It felt even harder to explain than the first experience. How do you tell someone that your room turned white and a glowing ball of light floated beside your bed, especially when you are not entirely sure what it was yourself? I kept it to myself, turning it over quietly in my mind, asking myself questions I could not answer. Was it the same thing I had seen outside at school that day with my friends and the cat? It felt like it. The size, the position on my left side, the glow, it all pointed to the same presence. Why had it come back? Why had it changed? Why had the colors disappeared? Why had my room turned white when it appeared the second time? Finally, much later, not long before now, I decided to tell my parents. I do not know what made me choose that moment. Maybe I just could not keep it inside any longer. Maybe I wanted to see their faces and hear their thoughts. I told them the whole story, both times, in as much detail as I could. I described the first time at school, the little fist-sized ball with soft colors, the way my friends could not see it. Then I described the second time in my room, the bigger ball, the white rays, the white room, the strange feeling that I was awake through all of it. At first, they thought I had been dreaming. They said it sounded like a dream, like something my mind might have created while I was asleep. I shook my head and told them, more firmly this time, that I was not dreaming. I said I knew when I was awake and when I was not. I told them how clear everything had felt, how it was not like my normal dreams at all. I explained that my heart had been racing, that I had felt my body, my breath, the sheets, everything. I told them I was completely sure that I had been awake. Later on, my mother believed me. Maybe it was the way I kept repeating that I was awake. Maybe it was the details. Maybe it was just that she knows me well enough to tell when I am serious. She listened again, and then said she believed that I had seen something real, even if we could not explain it. She even said that she would like to see something pretty like that someday herself. There was a softness in her voice, a kind of gentle envy, not a dark jealousy, but a wish that she could experience something beautiful and mysterious too. Since then, I have not seen the glowing ball again. Not once. I have gone to sleep countless times. I have walked through sunlight outside buildings. I have watched the air in my room in the quiet moments before falling asleep and after waking up. I have gone on lunch breaks. I have done all the things I was doing when it showed itself to me before, but it has never returned. Sometimes I wonder if it will surprise me again someday, when I am not expecting it. Other times, I feel like its visits are over, and I was only meant to see it in those 2 brief windows of my life. I still do not know what it was. I do not know what it means that it appeared on my left side both times, that it grew bigger and stronger the second time, that it changed my surroundings the way it did. I do not know why my friends could not see it at school. I do not know why my heart calmed down when it appeared the second time. I do not know why it has not come back. I can only describe it, a floating ball of light, sometimes soft with color, sometimes pure white, full of a gentle power that made everything else around it seem less important. It was not scary. It was beautiful, strange, and unforgettable. Whatever it was, whoever it belonged to, it has become a quiet part of my story, a small piece of wonder that I carry with me, waiting and hoping, even now, that maybe one day, just once more, I might look to my left and see it glowing there again. This story happened in our house again, in the same place where so many strange things have already taken place that sometimes it feels like the house itself is breathing and watching us, like it has its own memory of everything that has happened inside its walls. We have lived here long enough to get used to some of the weirdness, but that does not mean we fully understand it, or that it no longer scares us. There have been many events that we still cannot explain, things that make us look at each other and ask, "Did you see that too?" Or, "Are you sure you didn't touch that?" Simple nights have turned into nights of confusion, and normal days have been broken by moments that feel like scenes from a horror movie. There are times when we hear something fall in another room, a loud thud that sounds like a book or some heavy object crashing onto the floor. But when we check, nothing is out of place, and no one else in the house has moved anything. There were nights when the television suddenly changed channels by itself, flipping away from what we were watching right in front of our eyes, as if someone invisible had picked up the remote and pressed the buttons, even though the remote was sitting untouched on the table. In some moments, the TV would turn off by itself without warning, the screen going black while we were still talking or watching, and all of us would look around, checking if someone had bumped into something or if there had been a power problem, only to realize that everything else in the house was working just fine. Then there are the objects, the small things that should stay where we leave them but somehow do not. Sometimes our belongings go missing: keys, hair ties, combs, small tools, chargers, and other things we use almost every day. We are sure we put them in one place, like a drawer or a shelf or the top of a table, but when we go back for them, they are not there. At first we suspect each other, asking if someone borrowed this or moved that, and usually everyone denies touching anything. We search all the obvious places and then move on to the less obvious ones, poking through cabinets, checking under beds and behind furniture, and sometimes getting annoyed at ourselves for being forgetful. We keep searching, and in the end, the missing object turns up in some strange part of the house where it makes absolutely no sense for it to be, like a remote control in a closet no one uses, or keys inside a bag that has been hanging in the same corner for days untouched, or a comb placed on top of a cabinet so high no one in the family would think to put it there. It is as if the house has a habit of swallowing things and then spitting them back wherever it feels like. These little incidents, on their own, might be brushed off as simple mistakes or accidents, but after a while, they began to feel like a pattern. Still, there is one paranormal event that stands out from all the others, one thing that all of us in the family are aware of and that we talk about with a mixture of fear and grim humor whenever someone brings it up. It is something that has happened not just once or twice, but several times, and to different members of the family. That recurring event is the appearance of our family members' doppelgangers. A doppelganger is like a double, a perfect copy of a person, usually seen while the real person is somewhere else. Growing up, I had heard stories about them from movies, books, and older people who liked to scare children with tales of doubles that bring bad luck, but I never imagined we would start seeing them inside our own house, wearing our faces and standing in familiar rooms as if they belonged there. The first person in our family to experience this was my older brother, and his encounter set the tone for everything that came after. One day, my older brother was about to go to the CR, which in our house is a very ordinary part of our daily routine. The CR, or bathroom, is placed in such a way that we pass by it all the time, and there is nothing special about it on the surface. That day, everything outside seemed normal. The air in the house felt the same, there was no strange sound, no flickering lights, nothing. My brother had no reason to expect that anything unusual would happen. He walked towards the CR, probably thinking of nothing in particular, maybe just wanting to wash his face or use the toilet like he always did. As he reached the doorway and looked inside, he froze. Standing inside the CR, facing him, was our mother. She was just there, in the bathroom, staring straight at him. If that had been all, maybe it would not have been so unsettling, but it was the way she looked that shocked him. She was wearing all black, from head to toe. She had on black lipstick, something she would never wear in real life because my mom does not like that kind of fashion at all. She is more into simple clothes and natural colors, and she has never had a taste for goth-style makeup or long, dramatic black dresses. But in that moment, in the CR, that was exactly what my brother saw, our mother in a long black dress, with black lipstick, staring at him in silence. He was so startled that he did not say a word. He just backed away and walked out, probably feeling his heart pounding and his skin prickling with fear. When he stepped outside, trying to shake off what he had just seen, he got an even bigger shock. There, outside the house, was our real mom, busy hanging clothes on the clothesline like she normally does. She was wearing her usual clothes, not black at all, and she looked tired and distracted in the way someone looks when they are concentrating on a chore. My brother's mind had to catch up to what his eyes were telling him. He had just seen Mom, in the CR, dressed in black, staring at him. But the real Mom was here, outside, doing laundry and clearly had not been in the bathroom a moment before. That was the moment he realized that what he saw inside the CR was not our mother at all. It was something else, something that looked exactly like her, but was wrong in small, unsettling ways. It was her doppelganger. When he told us about it later, he tried to act like he was calm, but we could tell he had been shaken by the experience. We tried to imagine what we would have done in his place, staring into the face of someone you love, only to realize later that it was not really them. He described the scene over and over, as if saying it aloud could make it less frightening, but it never did. We listened, half disbelieving, half believing, until finally, because we know our brother, and he is not the type to invent stories for attention, we accepted that something very strange had happened in the CR that day. His experience settled into the background of our family life like a dark shadow, something we tried to forget but never truly could. The next person to see a doppelganger in our house was my big sister, and once it happened to someone else, it became harder and harder to deny that something was really going on. She was also on her way to the CR, again, the same place, the same normal part of the house where so many of our routines begin and end. She walked down the hallway, expecting to go in and use the bathroom like any other day. As she reached the doorway and looked inside, she saw my older brother standing there, brushing his teeth. He was facing the mirror, presumably focused on his reflection and not noticing her at all. It looked so ordinary that she did not feel scared at first. It was just my big brother brushing his teeth. She thought nothing of it and decided not to disturb him. Instead of waiting right outside the door, she chose to go to the living room and wait there until he was done. She turned away from the CR and began to walk towards the living room, only a few steps away, thinking about nothing more than where to sit and how long she might have to wait. But before she even reached the living room, something happened that made her stop in her tracks. She saw my real big brother walking towards her from another direction. He was not coming from the CR at all. He was approaching her, as if he had just come out of another part of the house. He looked normal, holding nothing in his hands, not brushing his teeth, and not looking wet or soapy or anything like that. That was the moment something clicked in her mind. If my real big brother was here, walking towards her, then who was the one brushing his teeth in the CR just a moment ago? Her heart started to beat faster, and a cold feeling spread in her chest. She immediately turned around and went back toward the CR to check what she had seen. When she reached the bathroom and looked inside, the person she had seen just seconds before was gone. There was no one standing at the sink, no one brushing their teeth, no sound of water, nothing. The small room was empty. She felt a rush of fear, stronger than before, because by then we were all aware of the first doppelganger that had appeared in the CR, our black version of Mom. My older brother's story had already made the rounds in the family, and we already had that creepy feeling that the CR might have something around it that was not entirely human. To see my brother's double there, doing something so normal, only to find out it was not really him, felt like the house was reminding us that it could show us what it wanted, when it wanted. My sister told us what happened, her voice still nervous, trying to explain the small details, the way my brother had stood, how he held his toothbrush, How normal and real he had looked. It was not some blurry shadow or trick of the light. She was certain she had seen him clearly. And yet, the real person had been somewhere else all along. We all listened with growing unease, because by this point, there was a pattern. First, the fake version of our mother in the CR. Then, the fake version of our older brother in the same place. We started to joke on the surface about our house double, but deep inside we were unsettled. We already knew what a doppelganger meant in old stories, that seeing one could be a sign of bad luck, sickness, or even death. We did not want to believe that, but we could not completely ignore it either. The last one among us to see a doppelganger was me, and by then, I was already nervous about the idea. Part of me thought, what if I'm next? Sometimes when I passed by the CR or walked through the house alone, I would imagine seeing someone I knew standing where they should not be, and it made me walk a little faster or avoid looking directly into dark corners. My turn came during something as simple and ordinary as dinner time. It was in the evening, and I was in the kitchen preparing the plates, getting things ready, the way we always do before we eat together. The house had that familiar sound of clattering plates, low voices, and distant noise from outside. I moved around the kitchen, picking up dishes, setting them down, and thinking about nothing special, just what needed to be done to get dinner on the table. At one point, I was about to get rice. We usually keep the rice pot or rice container in a specific part of the kitchen, and that is where I headed. As I approached that area, I saw my sister standing there with her back to me. She was standing exactly where the rice was, her body blocking my access to the pot. She was not moving, just standing very still in front of the spot where we usually scoop the rice. From the back, she looked completely normal. Her height, her build, her hair, everything matched perfectly. I naturally assumed she was already preparing the rice for everyone, maybe scooping it out and arranging it on the plates. I did not bother to walk all the way up to her or say anything. I simply accepted what I saw. My big sister was already handling the rice, so I did not need to. Feeling a little bit relieved that one task was being taken care of, I turned around and decided to rest for a moment before continuing with the rest of the preparations. Maybe I thought I would grab a drink of water, sit down for a second, or just stand still and take a breath. As soon as I turned, however, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My big sister was just coming out of the CR, walking calmly as if she had only just finished using it. She saw my face and noticed my shocked expression right away. Her eyebrows pulled together in concern, and she immediately asked me what was wrong. I looked at her, then quickly turned my eyes back to the part of the kitchen where I had just seen her standing. There was nobody there. The space in front of the rice container was empty. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, and my hands suddenly felt weak. For a moment, I could not speak. My mind was trying to process the fact that I had just seen my sister standing with her back to me at the rice station, so still and quiet that I assumed she was working, and yet the real her had been in the CR the whole time. Slowly, I told her what I had seen, my voice probably shaky as I explained how I had thought she was already getting the rice, how I had turned to rest only to find her coming from a completely different part of the house. She listened, and I could see that familiar look of fear and recognition in her eyes, the same look we had all had when we told each other about our previous doppelganger encounters. As I glanced back at the kitchen again, the doppelganger was already gone, leaving behind only the normal stillness of the room. In that moment, all the previous stories came flooding back in my mind: my brother's encounter with our mother's double in black inside the CR, my sister's sighting of my brother brushing his teeth in the bathroom when the real brother was elsewhere, and now my own experience seeing my sister's back in the kitchen, only to find she had been in the CR. Each event connected to the next, as if the house was slowly showing each of us that it could wear our faces whenever it wanted, appearing in our usual places and doing ordinary things, but slightly off in a way that only became obvious when the real person appeared somewhere else. Even now, when I think about these things, I feel uneasy. The house looks the same walls, same rooms, same CR, same kitchen. But in my mind, those spaces are layered with memories of doubles that should not exist, standing where our loved ones should be and vanishing the moment we try to look twice. 3 years ago, when life felt a bit more temporary and unsettled than it does now, something happened to me that I still cannot forget, no matter how much time has passed or how many ordinary days have come and gone since then. At that time we were living in a small hut, a simple place that was never meant to be permanent, more like a shelter we were using while waiting for better things to come. The hut stood in a quiet area, the kind of place where you could hear the wind passing through, where sounds from outside were clear because there was not much noise to drown them out. There was only a creek a few meters away from us, its presence always there, sometimes gentle and peaceful, sometimes a little eerie when the water moved in the silence. Inside the hut we did not have solid doors or heavy furniture. Our rooms were separated only by curtains, thin pieces of cloth hanging on strings, moving when the wind pushed them, or when someone brushed against them. The whole place felt light and fragile, like if you walked too hard the floor might echo louder than you expect. It was the kind of house that made you feel exposed, as if there was not much distance between you and whatever might be waiting outside in the dark. At that time, I already had my baby, just 1 year old, still so small and innocent, still at that stage where every smile looked pure and every tear felt like a storm. He was my world, my biggest responsibility, and my greatest joy, and even though I was always tired from work, I tried my best to be present for him whenever I could. But that day, when all of this happened, he was not with me in the hut. He was with his grandmother, my mother-in-law, just a few steps away from where we lived, at their home nearby. She often helped me by taking care of him for a while so I could rest, especially because I was working in a call center at that time and my schedule was the opposite of most people's. While others slept at night and moved about during the day, I was often awake in the late hours, talking to strangers on the phone, handling complaints, answering questions, forcing my voice to sound awake and polite even when my body felt like collapsing. When my shift ended and the sun started to rise, my day was only beginning in a different way, taking care of my child, doing chores, and then trying to squeeze in whatever sleep I could manage during daylight. Sleeping at day became normal for me, even if my body never fully liked it. The house would be warmer, the light seeping through any thin fabric it could, the sounds from outside more alive than at night, but I had no choice. That was my life then, and I did what I needed to do. On the day this happened, I remember being very tired. I lay down to sleep in our small room inside the hut, knowing my baby was safe with his grandmother. There was a kind of silence there, not empty but full of faint background noises. Maybe the soft rustling of the trees, maybe distant voices carried by the wind, maybe the occasional murmur of the creek nearby. The curtain that served as our door hung in place, unmoving at first, only a thin barrier between me and whatever was beyond that bedroom space. I drifted into sleep, the kind of sleep that comes suddenly when your body has been pushed beyond its limits. I do not remember dreaming at first. I only remember the heaviness of my body and the relief of closing my eyes. Then, somewhere between deep sleep and waking, I was suddenly pulled out of that calm state by a noise. It was not a loud crash or a scream, nothing like that. It was a sound coming from the direction of the bedroom curtain, something subtle but sharp enough to shake my awareness awake. It was like the curtain had been disturbed, as if someone had brushed it or pushed it aside. The sound of the fabric moving was the first thing that made my heart beat faster. My eyes opened, and for a moment I simply stared at the curtain, trying to understand what had woken me up. At first, there was nothing, just the familiar outline of the hanging cloth in the low light of the room. But then I saw it, something that did not belong to any normal moment. Not a person, not a shadow from a tree, not a trick of the light. It was a black, shadowy entity, hovering near the curtain, as if it had slipped into the room from the space just beyond. It did not look like someone standing there in dark clothes. It looked more like a shape that was made from darkness itself, with edges that were not solid but shifting, almost like smoke trying to hold a form. The closest thing I could compare it to, even though I am not a big fan of those movies, was the shadowy creatures in one of the Harry Potter films, those floating, cloaked beings that glide through the air, their bodies trailing off into wisps of smoke. That was what it reminded me of, a figure, but not a solid one, floating slightly above the ground with a smoky, liquid edge that never fully settled. It moved toward me in an almost slow and deliberate way, not rushing, not jumping, just gliding. My entire body tensed, but at the same time I felt something strange happening inside me. As this black, smoky presence reached out what I can only describe as its hands toward me, I suddenly started to feel very weak. It was as if all the strength in my body was draining away, being pulled out of me by invisible threads. I could not shout. I could not push it away. My limbs felt heavy and useless, like they no longer belonged to me. I remember its face, or where its face should have been, near me, and then I became aware of what felt like it sucking something from me, like it was trying to draw my energy, or even my life force through its mouth. I did not see teeth or lips the way we see them on a normal person, but I knew that whatever its mouth was, that was where the pull was coming from. The sensation was terrifying. It was as if my insides were turning hollow, as if my blood, my warmth, my strength were being taken. The only visual I clearly remember while this was happening was smoke, thick, dark smoke that seemed to swirl and move where its body should be, almost completely wrapping me in its presence. At some point during this experience, I felt myself being lifted. My physical body, which had been so weak moments before, now felt strangely light, as if the rules that normally kept me pressed against the bed had been cancelled. I had the awareness that I was no longer lying flat on my back like a normal sleeping person. Instead, I was rising, being suspended in the air by a force that was not my own. I felt my body rising upwards, my awareness completely awake inside this awful moment, and I remember seeing that I was only about an inch away from the ceiling. The ceiling of our hut was not very high to begin with, but the fact that I was that close to it, floating, still stunned me. I could see the details of the ceiling more clearly than I normally would, the texture, any tiny cracks or marks that I would not pay attention to on a regular day. It was like being pushed up by invisible hands and held there, just below the barrier between me and the roof. At the same time, I was not fully in control. I did not climb or jump or stand. I was being held up and suspended by that black entity that had reached for me. For a while I stayed in that strange state, feeling like I was not completely attached to the bed anymore, my body hanging in the air, my consciousness trembling with fear and confusion. Then, slowly, I began to feel myself being lowered. The movement was gentle, as if something had decided to place me back down, letting gravity reclaim me. I felt myself descending from that near-ceiling level down toward where I knew my bed should be. It felt like being on a slow elevator that you never asked to ride, one that only goes up and down in a small, frightening space. In my mind, I was sure that when the movement stopped, I would be back on my bed, lying just as I had been before, except now shaken and exhausted from what had just happened. Everything about the experience felt real, the sensation of being lifted, the feeling of being so close to the ceiling, the slow lowering, the softness of the descent. I was aware of my clothes, the way they felt against my skin, aware of how the room looked, aware of my own thoughts panicking inside my head. It did not feel like a dream with random pieces sewn together. It felt like continuous, clear moments happening in order. But when the lowering stopped and I felt something solid beneath me, and when my full consciousness snapped back into place, I realized that something did not match my expectations at all. I was not on my bed. I was on the floor. I looked around, trying to understand how I had ended up there. The floor felt firm under my body, and when I checked myself, I realized that I was unhurt. There were no bruises, no cuts, no pain from a fall. It was not like I had simply rolled off the bed in my sleep and crashed to the ground in an ungraceful heap. I had been suspended inches from the ceiling. I had felt myself being lowered. And yet here I was now, lying on the floor as if that was where I had been placed, safe but shaken. I knew in my heart, with a certainty that did not leave space for doubts, that this was not just a normal dream. Something had happened in that room, something that involved that black ghost-like figure, and whatever power it had used on me. I got up as quickly as my weak body would allow. My heart was pounding, my hands were probably trembling, and I knew I could not just lie there and pretend everything was normal. I rushed outside, needing air, needing light, needing another living person to tell this to, someone who would either calm me down or at least confirm that I was not losing my mind. I went to my mother-in-law, who thankfully was nearby since her home was only a few steps from our hut. When I reached her, I told her everything I could manage to describe, my words probably tumbling out quickly and shakily. I told her about the noise at the curtain, about the black smoky entity, about the feeling of it draining my strength, about floating up, seeing the ceiling, being lowered back down, and then waking up on the floor instead of on my bed. To my relief, she did not laugh at me or tell me I was imagining things. She said she believed me, and the way she said it made me feel that she had been waiting for something like this to be told. Then she shared something from her past, a piece of local history that I had not known before, and that made my experience even more unsettling. She told me that when she was young, a tragedy had happened near that very place, involving a young woman from the neighborhood. According to her, this young lady had been found dead and bleeding in the creek near where we lived. The same creek that was only a few meters away from our hut, the one whose water I could hear sometimes when everything else was quiet. The young woman had committed suicide there. My mother-in-law said that when they found her, all her clothes had been ripped by scissors. The image she painted with those details was horrifying, a woman so devastated by her pain, so broken by her situation, that she had lost her mind and chosen to end her life in a violent, self-destructive way. She said the woman had gone mad because her partner had left her, abandoning her emotionally or physically, and that this heartbreak had pushed her beyond the limits of her mind. As my mother-in-law described what the woman looked like, how she had been seen or remembered before her death, and how she may have appeared afterwards as a ghost, I started to feel a cold recognition. What she was saying matched almost exactly what I had seen, a black lady ghost. Her clothes shattered or torn in a way that did not look natural, suspended in the air, not fully bound by the rules that keep living people on the ground. The description of the black figure with damaged clothing, connected to someone who had died near the creek, lined up too clearly with my experience to dismiss it. It felt like that young woman's restless spirit had found its way into the hut, reaching out with smoky hands, pulling at my strength, perhaps trying to communicate, perhaps simply repeating its own pain in a way I could not understand. From that moment on, the hut no longer felt like just a temporary, fragile home. It felt like a place shared with something else that did not belong to the world of the living anymore. That experience changed the way I approached sleep. Before, I had already been tired from my job and cautious about the ordinary dangers of life, but now I found myself afraid of the unseen as well. I began to sleep with a scapular around my neck, a small sign of faith that I hoped would act as a shield, a physical object that carried prayers and protection. I could not bear the thought of lying unguarded in that room again, not after feeling myself lifted from my bed by something I could not fight. I also started to hold a rosary in my hand when I slept, wrapping my fingers around it as if clinging to a lifeline. The beads became my silent companions in the dark, the only things I felt I had to defend myself if she ever returned. I told myself that as long as I had the scapular on my chest and the rosary in my fingers, I would be safer, that maybe the spirit would see those signs of faith and decide to leave me alone. Even then, it was hard to relax. I would lie in bed, listening for any sound from the curtain, watching any slight movement of the fabric, trying to quiet my mind enough to fall asleep but always ready to wake up if something felt off. Sometimes I tried to reason with myself, telling myself that it could have been a dream. That I might have been so tired from work and stress that my mind created this whole experience, mixing my fears and exhaustion into one vivid roll of images. But whenever I leaned too hard toward that explanation, some part of me pushed back and insisted that it was not that simple. Dreams usually feel disconnected and forgettable after a while, yet this one remained clear in my mind. In that event, I had seen my bed, I had seen the room, I had seen the ceiling as if I were truly that close to it. I had felt the weightlessness of being lifted, the hardness of the floor when I woke, the shape of the entity reaching toward me. I remembered the exact clothes I had been wearing, remembered being aware of what was happening in a way that did not feel like a jumbled dream. Everything about it felt too sharp, too detailed, too real. The fact that my mother-in-law had a story that matched what I saw only made it stronger. So I kept my scapular around my neck, kept my rosary in my hand, and tried to live my life as normally as possible while a part of me remained on guard, always wondering if, one day, I might wake up again to the sound of a curtain moving and see that black ghost suspended in the air, reaching for me from the shadows. After I saw that gigantic dog, everything changed for me. It was like a switch flipped inside my senses. I started noticing things I never noticed before, or maybe they were always there and I just couldn't see them until that moment. Either way, from that point on, I felt more sensitive to whatever exists beyond normal sight and sound. The first thing I began seeing were little lights, like tiny orbs. They would appear in my room at random times, and they weren't always the same. Sometimes they were soft and pale, sometimes brighter, sometimes different colors. They would flicker and move in ways that didn't feel like headlights, reflections, or anything I could easily explain. The strange part was that I wasn't scared of them. Not even a little. Every time I saw them, I felt warm inside, like comfort was filling the room. I felt calm. I felt safe. I even felt honored, like these lights were visiting me on purpose. In my own mind, I linked them to something from my childhood. When I was little, I used to play outside and build tiny houses out of mud and sticks. I would spend a lot of time alone doing that, completely focused, as if it mattered. I always believed there were nymphs or little nature spirits around, like invisible friends who watched me play. So when the colored lights started appearing in my room, I naturally believed they were connected to that. I didn't feel threatened by them. They felt familiar, like something kind. Not long after the lights began, another set of things started happening, and these were very different. Almost every night after midnight, I would hear footsteps moving around the house. At first I told myself it was just Mom. Old houses creak, people get up for water, someone might be going to the bathroom. It's easy to blame normal life. But it wasn't only footsteps. I would also hear the sound of dishes being stacked or moved around in the kitchen, like someone was tidying up or rearranging plates. The timing was always similar. Past midnight, when the whole house should have been quiet. I would lie in bed and listen. Sometimes it would be soft at first, then clearer, like someone was actually moving around. It felt so real that I would get up and check. I remember stepping into the hallway and seeing nobody. No shadows, no movement, no Mom. Then I would creep toward the kitchen, expecting to catch someone. But the kitchen would be empty too. Still, even when it was empty, I would get this heavy feeling, like eyes were on me. Like I wasn't alone even though I could see no one. That feeling scared me at first. It made my stomach turn cold. It made my skin feel tight. But over time, something weird happened. Once the initial fear faded, I started feeling excited instead. It's hard to explain to people who haven't experienced that kind of thing. But when you get past the first shock, it can feel almost thrilling, like you're being allowed to witness something hidden. I would wake up during the night, hear the ruckus, and feel that rush of curiosity. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to catch it, understand it, prove it. The strangest part was that I seemed to be the only one who ever heard it. Nobody else talked about footsteps. Nobody else mentioned the dishes. It was like the house had its own secret routine, and only I was being woken up to it. Then there was the thing that confused me the most, and honestly it still does. The static. As far back as I can remember, I have always seen what I can only describe as TV static in the air. Not on a screen. Not on the walls. In the air itself, everywhere. Like the world was covered with a thin static filter, like tiny moving specks floating through everything I looked at. At first I assumed everyone saw it. When you're young, you don't realize your experience might be different from other people's. You think your vision is normal because it's all you've ever known. But after the dog incident, the static became stronger. It became more obvious, more intense, like the air was thick with it. It was still there in daylight and still there in darkness, but at night it felt louder, like it had volume. It started scaring me because it felt like I couldn't see clearly through it. It was like trying to look through a swarm of tiny moving dots. I couldn't stop noticing it. Mom always knew about it. I would tell her what I was seeing, and she would say it was a gift. She didn't say it like she was worried. She said it like she understood and wanted me to accept it. But I didn't feel gifted. I felt disturbed. I felt like something was wrong with my eyes. I worried that I was going blind or that my vision was damaged in a way nobody had noticed yet. It got so bad that I had my eyes tested. I remember hoping the doctor would find something, because then there would be a reason. A diagnosis. A simple answer. But the tests came back normal. There was nothing wrong with my eyes. No damage. No illness. Nothing that explained why I was seeing static all the time. Eventually I got used to it the way people get used to constant background noise. It was still there, but I learned how to ignore it. It only became thick again when I focused on it. And when I did focus, I realized something that made it even stranger. I could influence it. If I stared long enough, the static would start to flow in patterns. Sometimes it would move like a ribbon twisting in the air. Sometimes it would swirl in slow waves, like smoke, except it wasn't smoke. It was made of those tiny specks. And if I concentrated hard, I could make shapes form inside it. Not solid, not perfectly clear, but shapes that felt like they were trying to become something. At first I found it fascinating. It was like discovering a hidden layer in the world. It made me feel different, like I was seeing a reality behind the normal one. And for a while, I liked that feeling. It made me feel special, in a quiet, private way, like I had my own secret sense. But then I started seeing people in it. Not clear faces every time, not like watching a movie, but human-like forms that would appear for a moment and then shift away. Sometimes it felt like a person was standing somewhere in the static, half-made, half-hidden. And that terrified me. So I stopped watching the static. I stopped focusing on it. I trained myself not to stare into it too long, because I didn't want to see anything forming in it again. At some point, I heard the term visual snow. People call it that, and researchers apparently don't understand it well. Some people treat it like a medical mystery. And maybe it is. But in my mind, it never felt purely medical. It felt connected to everything else I was experiencing, like my senses were tuned to something other people didn't notice. It felt like the world was bigger than the explanations people usually accept. And then something happened that took all my curiosity and turned it back into fear. There was a blackout. I remember it clearly because it was so sudden. 1 second the lights were on, and the next second they were gone. The room dropped into darkness. And at the exact moment the power went out, I heard a loud shuffling in my room. Not soft. Not distant. Right there, close to me, fast. It sounded like claws dragging against the carpet. The sound moved quickly, like something was scuttling across the floor toward me. It wasn't slow footsteps. It was rapid, sharp movement, as if something low to the ground was coming closer in a rush. I froze for a split second, my brain trying to decide if I was imagining it. Then I felt it. A small hand. Clawed. Grabbing my wrist. The shock of that touch made my whole body erupt. I screamed, loud and uncontrolled, and the grip released instantly. I didn't wait to see anything. I didn't try to reason it out. I did the only thing my body knew how to do. I pulled away, scrambled back, and grabbed my torch. I slept with the covers pulled up to my chin and the torch on full blast for the rest of the night. I barely breathed. Every little sound in the house felt like it could be something moving again. I stared into the darkness until my eyes burned, terrified that if I blinked too long, something would reach for me again. Nothing else happened that night. And thankfully, I never had another incident exactly like that again. But it changed me. After that, blackouts made me nervous in a way that felt deeper than normal fear. The darkness didn't just feel dark. It felt risky, like something could use it. And after that was when the feeling of being watched became more constant. Sometimes it was mild, just a sense at the back of my neck. Other times it was strong enough to make me look over my shoulder. I would be alone in a room and feel as if something was behind me, just out of sight. The air would feel heavier. The static would feel louder. It was like my body was reacting to something my eyes couldn't confirm. One night, not too long after, I had a dream that stayed with me like it was burned into my mind. In the dream, I was sitting on the couch, not doing anything special, just existing in that calm everyday way. Then my attention was pulled toward the window. Outside was gloomy and gray, like the world had lost all its color. The sky was thick with cloud. Everything looked flat and drained, like a photo with the saturation turned down. I felt drawn to go outside. Not like I wanted to. Like I had to. I walked out, slow, and I saw my mum near the end of the property talking to her friend. They noticed me, and instantly their faces changed. They began screaming at me, begging me to stop. "Laura, no. Stay back." Over and over. Their voices were frantic, desperate, full of terror. But I couldn't stop walking. My body kept moving like it was pulled forward by something invisible. I was aware of their fear, but it couldn't reach me. It couldn't break whatever force was guiding me. Then lightning struck me. There was a flash so bright everything went white. I heard screaming. I heard thunder crack loud and violent, like the sky splitting open. The sound was massive. Too real. Too close. I shot up in bed. I was out of breath, heart pounding, completely disoriented. My vision was filled with white blotches, like bright stains that wouldn't fade. And I could still hear it. I could still hear screaming and thunder, as if the dream hadn't fully ended. I was shaking so hard I could barely move. I felt too shocked to even cry. I threw the covers back, ready to run to Mum's room because I needed her. I needed the comfort of another person. I needed to escape the fear still buzzing in my nerves. And then I saw it. In my doorway stood the tallest black figure I have ever seen. It wasn't shaped like a normal shadow. It had height, presence, thickness. And its hand, or claw, was curled around the door frame like it was holding itself there, like it was leaning into my room. I couldn't see details. It was pure black. But I could feel it. The dread that came off it was overwhelming. I reacted without thinking. I slammed the door. I slammed it right onto that hand, that claw, whatever it was. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I bolted back to my bed and pulled the covers over myself like a shield. I stayed there trembling, breathing hard, eyes wide in the dark, listening for any movement outside the door. All I could feel coming from that thing was hatred. Pure hatred. And something worse underneath it. Evil. It's a strong word, and I don't use it lightly. But that's what it felt like. Not just scary. Not just unknown. It felt wrong, like it didn't belong, like it was made of something cold and bitter. After that, nightmares became common. Dreams of being chased. Dreams of black figures. Dreams where I couldn't run fast enough, where something was always behind me, always closing in. Even when I woke up and the room was normal again, the fear would linger in my body like a shadow of its own. Looking back, I can see how my experiences shifted in waves. There were moments of comfort, like the little lights that made me feel warm and safe. There were moments of curiosity, like the footsteps and the dishes that made me want to investigate. There were moments of fascination, like the static that made me feel different in a way I didn't totally hate. But there were also moments that felt like warnings. Moments that made me feel hunted. Moments that made me feel like something noticed me noticing it. And even now, when I think about the static in the air and the way shapes could form if I stared too long, I can't help wondering whether my eyes were simply seeing a medical phenomenon, or whether my mind and body were tuned into something the world doesn't have neat words for. Either way, once you've lived through nights like that, you don't forget them. You learn to live around them. You learn what fear feels like when it isn't a story, but something standing in your doorway, black as the deepest part of night, reaching into your room as if it has every right to be there. The experiences I'm about to describe happened a long time ago, and they are remembered through the eyes of a naive 11-year-old boy. I've tried to stay as close to the truth as I can, but time has worn down some details. If a few parts feel a little vague, it's not because I'm trying to be dramatic. It's simply because memory doesn't always keep everything sharp. Back then, my world was simple. I was the youngest of 3 boys. My 2 older brothers were 5 and 6 years older than me, and in my mind they were practically grown men. One was the confident one, the other was the one who liked to stir things up. Our mother ran the house like a proper lady of the manor, and our father was the muscle behind her, the sort of man who didn't need to raise his voice often because his presence alone could change the air in a room. Christmas Day usually followed a predictable pattern. We'd all be packed into the family car and taken across Sydney to what we jokingly called the Wild, Wild West, where all our cousins lived. We'd spend the day doing exactly what families did back then. Presents would be opened, sometimes swapped, and then there would be Christmas dinner with loud voices, plates everywhere, and kids running in and out like a swarm. When the day started to fade, we'd say our goodbyes and head home, full of food and sleepiness, the back seat warm and cramped with wrapping paper scraps and leftover excitement. But Christmas of 1968 didn't feel like the others. It started the same way, at least on the surface. The cousins were there. The adults were talking. The room was busy with paper tearing and kids calling out what they'd received. Most presents were opened the usual way, with that pesky wrapping paper ripped off and tossed aside so everyone could see what was inside. That was the tradition. Half the fun was showing off what you'd been given and comparing it with everyone else. That's why I noticed immediately when my older brother, the one I'll call Bro P, acted strangely. He picked up a present from one of our uncles. I watched him carefully unwrap it, and for a moment I expected the usual reaction, either excitement, disappointment, or a joke. Instead, he took one look at the cover on the box and then quickly wrapped it back up again, folding the paper neatly like he was trying to hide what he'd seen. That wasn't normal. It wasn't just unusual, it was suspicious. A present wasn't supposed to be a secret. If you got something funny, you held it up and everyone laughed. If you got something great, you wanted everyone to see it. But Bro P didn't do either. He just tucked it away and kept his face controlled, like he had decided something in that moment. I tried to ask what it was, but the noise and the chaos of Christmas swallowed my question. And my brothers were older, which meant they had that power older kids have, the ability to ignore you completely and make you feel small just by not answering. For days, the present stayed a mystery to me. Life went on, Christmas leftovers got eaten, and we slipped back into normal routines. But then one afternoon I tried to get into our bedroom and found the door locked from the inside. That was enough to set me off. I banged on the door and demanded to be let in. I called them intruders. I told them it was my room too. The only answer I got was laughter, mixed with a few rough bugger-offs, and one of them shouting something like, "Go and play on the road!" That only made me angrier. I threatened them with the one thing that usually worked when older brothers refused to cooperate. "I'm going to get Dad." There was a pause, and then the lock clicked. The door opened, and Broy grabbed me by the arm and dragged me inside like I was being pulled into a secret meeting. He didn't drag me roughly, but it was firm enough that I understood one thing clearly. Whatever they were doing, they didn't want me interrupting it, and they definitely didn't want me telling Dad. Broy sat me down right next to Bro P, almost like they had decided I was now part of the scene whether I liked it or not. And then I saw it laid out on the floor in front of them. The mystery present. It was a board, folded open, light sandy in color, with shiny old-fashioned letters printed on it. There was also a plastic heart-shaped pointer sitting in the middle. It looked like a board game, the kind you'd see in shops, the kind you'd imagine people playing on a rainy night. On the box I could see the words, Parker Brothers, which made it feel official, like it wasn't just some homemade thing. I stared at it and asked the first question that made sense to my 11-year-old brain. "Where are the dice?" My brothers laughed like I'd said something stupid. They exchanged looks, pleased with themselves, and Broy said, with a kind of excitement that made my skin prickle, that it wasn't a dice game. "It's an Ouija board." I had heard the word before somewhere, but I didn't really know what it was. Not properly. I knew it had a spooky reputation, but in my mind it still belonged to the category of silly things older kids played with to scare younger ones. I didn't have enough experience to know whether to take it seriously. Bro P and Bro A put their index fingers on the planchette, the heart-shaped pointer, and told me to gently place my finger on it too. Bro A made it sound harmless, like we were about to play a normal game. Bro P watched me closely, like he was waiting for my reaction. When I finally touched the pointer with my fingertip, it moved. At first I thought my brothers were pushing it. That's what I assumed. It would be the obvious prank. But it moved in a way that didn't feel like a simple shove. It glided lightly from letter to letter, stopping, then moving again, as if someone was slowly spelling something out. Bro A called out the letters and then spoke the word as it formed. The pointer would pause at the end of a word, then move again. It felt unsettling, and I didn't like the fact that my finger was part of it. I didn't like the idea that I was helping make it move. But my brothers were laughing, enjoying the moment, so I tried to stay calm. I watched the letters. I listened to the words. And then the board began telling a story about me. It described an argument I'd had with the school bully. It described the fight, and it talked about my broken nose. My stomach twisted because it was describing something real, something I didn't like remembering. It was already embarrassing to have my brothers involved in my school life, because older brothers had a way of making everything feel worse. But then the story turned wrong. The board claimed the bully walked away untouched. That was not true. I felt anger rise fast, sharp and hot. I didn't even think. I pulled my finger off the pointer and yelled at whatever was telling the story to get its facts straight. I shouted that the bully didn't walk away untouched. I gave him a black eye for what he did to me, and I wasn't going to let anyone rewrite that like I was some helpless kid. My partner and I live in a house that his family has owned for generations, and when I first moved in I heard all the usual stories people tell about old homes. The kind of stories that get passed down like family legends. Someone heard footsteps on the stairs when nobody was there. Someone heard knocking in the night. Someone heard a voice call their name from the hallway. I had even heard some of those things myself, little sounds that made you pause and listen, but none of it ever truly bothered me. The way my partner explained it always sounded gentle, almost comforting. He believed that whatever was here, if anything was here at all, it was family. People who had lived in this house before, loved it, died, and maybe never fully left. He spoke about it like it was normal, like the house simply remembered its own history and sometimes made it known. For a long time, I could live with that idea. Even when I heard a soft thump at night, or a creak on the floorboards that didn't match our movements, I didn't panic. Old houses have their own sounds. Wood expands and contracts. Pipes settle. Air moves through gaps. And even when it didn't feel completely normal, I still wasn't scared. I never felt threatened. If anything, I felt like we were sharing a space with something that had been here longer than us, something that wasn't trying to hurt us, just existing quietly in the background. I could ignore it, and most of the time I did. That's why it shocked me when, about 3 months ago, something happened that felt different. Not just strange. Not just eerie. Different in a way that made my stomach drop and made fear flood my body so fast it was like my mind didn't even get a choice. Our house has a den and a lounge room, and a glass sliding door separates the two spaces. The den sits about 6 inches lower than the rest of the house, because it was added on only a few years ago. It's a small drop, but you notice it when you walk through, and at night it makes the den feel slightly sunken, like it's tucked away from the rest of the home. The front door is a glass sliding door as well. At night I'm careful. I lock both doors, and I always draw the blinds on the front door, because I don't like the idea of anyone being able to look in from outside. But the glass door that divides the den and lounge is different. I never really thought about that one. It's inside the house, so it felt safe. I usually leave the blinds open there because it doesn't matter, or at least I thought it didn't. That night, my partner was home from work and he needed sleep. He can't sleep with the TV on, and I didn't want to keep him awake. So instead of watching a movie in our bedroom the way I sometimes would, I chose the lounge. It seemed simple. I'd sit out there, keep the volume low, and when I was done I'd go to bed. Nothing about it felt creepy. It was just a normal night in a normal home. The movie ran late, and by the time it finished it was around midnight. The house was quiet in that particular way houses get when most people are asleep. Not silent exactly, but quiet enough that you notice every small sound. The hum of electricity. The faint shifting of air. The distant noise from outside if a car passes. The kind of quiet where your thoughts feel louder. I decided to get up and use the bathroom. I remember the exact moment because it felt so ordinary right up until it wasn't. I sat up from the couch and, without thinking, my eyes went toward the den. Maybe it was habit, maybe it was just the way you glance around when you move from resting to standing, but I looked through that glass door into the darker, lower room. And I saw a black figure standing on the other side. It wasn't clear like seeing a person in daylight, but it was clear enough to make my heart sink straight into my chest. It wasn't a small shadow that could be explained by the TV light. It was the shape of something upright, like a person, dark and still. For a few seconds I just stared, trying to make my brain interpret what my eyes were seeing. I wanted it to be a trick of light. I wanted it to be the curtain moving. I wanted it to be anything else. Then the figure moved. It ducked behind the blinds and vanished. That movement is what broke me, because shadows don't duck. Reflections don't duck. A shape that ducks as if it knows it has been seen feels intentional. It feels aware. It feels like you've been noticed back. And in that moment, a cold fear spread through me so fast my skin prickled and my body went tight. I didn't want to show fear. That was my first instinct, which sounds strange, but it was real. It was like some part of me believed that reacting would make things worse. Like if I acted normal, whatever it was might lose interest. So I sat back down, pretending I didn't see anything. I tried to keep my breathing calm. I tried to focus on the fact that my partner was in the house, asleep. That the doors were locked. That it had to be nothing. But the fear wouldn't stop. It didn't fade the way a normal scare fades. It grew heavier, more relentless, like something pressing down on me. It was the kind of fear where your body is preparing to run even while your mind is trying to talk you out of it. I lasted only a short time before I couldn't stand it anymore. I got up and moved fast, almost sprinting, to our bedroom. I woke my partner up, my voice shaking, telling him something was wrong and asking him to check the house. He was groggy at first, annoyed in that half-asleep way, but the moment he saw my face he shifted into alertness. He got up, checked the rooms, checked the doors, checked outside as much as he could. He found nothing. No one. Nothing disturbed. Nothing out of place. On one level that should have comforted me. On another level it made it worse, because it left me with that horrible question, if it wasn't a person, what was it? And if it wasn't? Nothing. Why did it feel so real? A week passed, and I tried to put it behind me. I told myself it was just late-night exhaustion, a weird shadow, a moment of my eyes adjusting in the dark. I tried to believe it. I went back to normal routines. I slept. I watched TV. I walked through the lounge and den without wanting to look too closely at the glass. Then something else happened. One night I was woken at around 2 a.m. by my dog barking. My dog doesn't usually bark like that for no reason. He might bark if there's a possum, or if a cat crosses the yard, but this barking was intense and constant. Usually at night I put him in his pen way down the backyard in the corner, so he's secure and he doesn't roam or get into things. That night I had forgotten. He was loose in the yard, and he would not stop barking. He barked for a long time, maybe an hour, and at first I tried to ignore it, hoping he would settle. But it didn't stop. It was that urgent, repeating bark that makes you think something is wrong. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I got up, grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, and went outside to lock him up. The air outside felt colder than the house. The yard was dark, with just the faint spill of light from windows and whatever distant street lighting reached us. The phone light cut a small tunnel through the darkness, and everything outside that tunnel felt thick and unknown. As I walked down toward the pen, I noticed a figure in my neighbor's backyard. At first I wasn't terrified. My first assumption was simple. Maybe it was my neighbor outside for a smoke, standing in the dark, half hidden. People do that. You see shapes and you assume the most normal answer. I kept moving, aiming the phone light toward the ground so I could see where I was stepping. When I reached the pen, my dog's behavior shifted in a way I had never seen in him. He didn't just bark. He started growling. His body posture changed. His fur bristled. His lips pulled back and he showed his teeth. In the 5 years I'd had him, I had never seen him show aggression like that. Not even once. It was so out of character that it made my blood run cold. I looked back toward the fence. The figure was no longer just standing in the neighbor's yard. It was crouched down against the fence, only about 5 meters away from me. The closeness of it made the moment explode into panic. I screamed. I dropped the lead or whatever I was holding for my dog in that frantic second, and I ran. I ran back toward the house as fast as I could, not thinking about anything except getting inside. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. My phone light jerked wildly as I ran, and the yard blurred into streaks of darkness. When I got inside, I locked up and tried to breathe. My mind raced. My body shook. I tried to tell myself maybe it really was a person, maybe it was the neighbor, maybe it was someone in their yard doing something harmless. But the crouching against the fence, the distance, the way my dog reacted, it didn't feel harmless. It felt like being watched again, but this time it felt physical, like something was near enough to reach me. After that night, nothing major happened again, at least not in the same direct way. The house settled. The nights were quiet. The den and lounge felt normal again. But I didn't feel the same inside myself. Once fear has been triggered like that, you don't just forget it. You start scanning your environment more. You start listening harder. You start questioning shadows. Not long after, our neighbors put up iron sheets on the fence so you can't see through anymore. They didn't announce why. They didn't explain. The fence simply changed, like they wanted privacy, like they wanted to block the view. That should have made me feel safer, because it meant I wouldn't see a figure crouched near the fence again. But it also made me uneasy, because it felt like a reaction. Like something had happened, or they had noticed something, or they didn't want anyone looking into their yard. I couldn't tell which. Then 2 weeks ago, the topic of paranormal stuff came up in conversation. I mentioned what happened to me, or maybe the subject came up naturally because of something on TV. That's when my partner told me something that made my stomach twist. He said our neighbor's daughter has a demonic entity attached to her. He said it makes her sick, and that's why she doesn't go to school. He said they've had a priest in the house, but it keeps coming back. Hearing that after what I experienced made my mind latch onto a possible explanation, but it also made me question everything. Because once you start using words like demonic, it's hard to stay calm. It's hard not to feel threatened. It's hard not to imagine the worst. So I understand why you're asking what you're asking. If something is attached to someone next door, could it wander over? Could it come into your house? And how do you keep it out? I want to answer you in a way that's helpful and honest without feeding fear, because when people are scared, fear can start building stories faster than reality can. The truth is, I can't confirm that your neighbor's daughter has anything demonic attached to her. That's a very strong claim, and a lot of things that look paranormal from the outside can have other explanations: illness, stress, family conflict, mental health struggles, sleep issues, or a mixture of all of that. Families sometimes use spiritual language to explain something they can't otherwise control, especially when they are desperate for answers. At the same time, your experiences deserve to be taken seriously in the sense that you felt real fear and you saw and heard things that disturbed you. Even if the cause turns out to be something ordinary, the impact on you is real. And one part of your story especially stands out: the night in the yard. That could have been a person. Someone crouched near a fence at 2 a.m. is not nothing. Your dog reacting aggressively could be a sign that there really was someone there. That part is worth treating as a safety issue, not only a paranormal one. So here's what I think is the safest and most practical way to approach it. First, treat that figure, events like possible real-world intrusions until proven otherwise. That means improving basic security in a calm, steady way. Motion sensor lights outside. A camera facing the yard and fence line. Even a cheap camera can tell you a lot, whether it's a person, an animal, or just shadows and wind. Make sure gates latch properly. Make sure the pen area is well lit. Keep your phone with you, but also consider a proper torch so you can see wider, not just a narrow beam. If you ever see someone near your fence again, don't go toward them alone. Turn on lights, stay inside, and call for help if you need to. Second, for inside the house, reduce the conditions that allow your mind to fill in gaps. Darkness, tiredness, and reflective glass can create powerful misinterpretations. That doesn't mean you imagined it. It means the human brain is extremely good at turning low-light shapes into figures, especially when you're already tense. If leaving the den lounge glass door uncovered makes you uneasy, it's okay to change that. Draw the blinds on that door at night. It's your home. You don't need to keep it open just because you always have. A simple change like that can reduce fear and reduce strange reflections. Third, talk with your partner about boundaries and reassurance. If he believes the spirits are family, and you've always felt okay with that, then set a clear boundary together. This house is for the living, and whatever is here is not welcome to frighten you. You don't have to be dramatic. Some people find it calming to say it out loud in a firm, simple way. Whether it has a spiritual effect or not, it can have a psychological effect. It reminds your nervous system that you have agency, and you are allowed to feel safe in your own home. Fourth, if prayer helps you feel steady, you can absolutely use it as a source of comfort. But I'd frame it as protection for your peace, not as proof that something demonic is definitely present. You can pray together, ask for safety, ask for calm, ask for restful sleep. If you belong to a faith community and you trust someone there, you can also ask them for support. The key is not to let it spiral into constant fear-based rituals that keep your nervous system activated every night. Fifth, and this is important, if you start noticing more experiences that happen during sleep, right as you're falling asleep, or right as you're waking up, consider sleep-related explanations too. Sleep deprivation, stress, and certain sleep states can cause vivid sightings and intense fear, especially around midnight to 3 a.m. Again, that doesn't mean you're making it up. It means the brain can produce very real feeling experiences under certain conditions. If this becomes frequent or starts affecting your daily functioning, it can be worth speaking to a GP or a mental health professional just to rule out anxiety, trauma responses, or sleep disorders. Getting support doesn't invalidate your experience, it strengthens your stability. Now, to your direct question, is it possible that something attached to someone else can wander into your house? There isn't a reliable, provable way to answer that, because different belief systems say different things, and none of it can be verified the way you can verify a broken lock or a person in the yard. What I can say is this: fear spreads easily. Stories spread easily. If your partner believes the neighbor's situation is demonic, that idea can make normal house noises feel threatening in a way they never did before. So it's wise to be cautious about accepting that explanation as fact, especially if it increases your fear. And how do you keep it out? The best. Keep it out. Plan is layered. Physical safety first, because that's real and measurable. Emotional safety second, because fear itself can become a kind of prison. Spiritual comfort if it helps you, but anchored in calm, not panic. And communication with your partner so you're not carrying the fear alone. If you want, I can rewrite your story again with an even smoother, slower narration style that matches your channel vibe. And I can also expand it to the 2,000+ word length you asked for by adding more atmosphere and small details while keeping the events exactly the same. For now, I kept everything you said and stayed close to your original, just cleaned the language, fixed flow, and made it easy to follow in paragraph form without any headings or bold. I was somewhere between 11 and 14 when this happened, so some of the smaller details are a little fuzzy now. But the feeling of it, and the way it unfolded, is still painfully clear. My dad had hired Stanley Kubrick's The Shining from the video store. This was back when Video Easy still existed, and we had one of those joint DVD and VCR players that sat under the TV like a bulky black brick. The kind of setup where the TV itself was older than it should have been, the remote was temperamental, and half the buttons on the front panel had worn lettering from being pressed too many times. One day I wandered into the rumpus room and my father already had the film playing. He was watching it casually, the way parents sometimes watch things without thinking too much about whether a kid has walked into the room. I don't remember how far into the movie he was. I'm not even sure how much of it I actually saw. I just know I didn't stay long, because the one image I do remember hit me in a way I couldn't explain. It was the old woman in the bathtub. The moment I saw her, something in my stomach turned. I felt physically sick, like my body rejected the image before my mind even processed it. I remember leaving the room quickly, not making a big deal of it, just slipping away because it felt too awful to look at. That scene stuck to me like something I couldn't scrape off my brain. I didn't want to talk about it, I didn't want to think about it, and I definitely didn't want to see the movie again. There's something else that matters to what happened later. I'm not sure if I saw the famous twin scene with my dad or not. You know the one, the two girls standing in the hallway, staring straight ahead, and they say that line everyone knows. It's referenced constantly in other shows and movies, so it's hard to tell whether I'd seen it in the film, or whether I'd absorbed it through pop culture without realizing. Either way, it was in my head as something recognizable, something that belonged to The Shining, and that becomes important. A few days after my dad first watched it, I was alone in the rumpus room late at night. It was about 11 p.m. The room was quiet in that familiar late-night way, where every small sound feels clearer because the rest of the house is asleep. I was sitting on a bean bag as close to the TV as I could get, the way kids do when they're bored and trying to fall into whatever's on the screen. Behind me, slightly to my right, was the staircase that led up to the dining room. Our house was split level, so there were multiple short flights and landing areas, and the rumpus room always felt a little tucked away from the rest of the house. A few meters from the top of the stairs, my mother was asleep in an armchair. I could hear her snoring softly, that slow, steady sound that told me she was really out. Upstairs again, another short flight, my father was asleep in bed. No one else was home. It was just me, the TV, and the sleeping weight of the house around us. I don't even remember what I was watching. It was probably something random, something that wasn't holding my attention. I was bored, half watching, half thinking about nothing. That's part of why this next moment was so jarring. There was no build-up. No scary mood. No warning. It went from normal to wrong in a second. All of a sudden, the TV went gray and filled with static. At first I didn't panic. I rolled my eyes and sighed, annoyed more than anything else. That TV was old, maybe as old as I was, and it did strange things sometimes. Also, I had a habit of sitting too close and accidentally hitting buttons with my toes. It had those big physical buttons on the front panel, and it didn't take much pressure to change an input or disrupt the signal. So my first assumption was that this was my fault. I thought I'd bumped something and messed it up. I got up out of the bean bag and stepped right in front of the TV. My face was close to the screen now because I was leaning in, pressing buttons. I was trying anything except the volume buttons, because I didn't want to wake my mom. I pressed channel, input, whatever I could find, expecting the picture to come back. I was calm, slightly irritated, and focused on fixing it quickly. Then, without warning, a thick black line dropped down the screen. It appeared suddenly, like something slicing through the static. And right after that black line, the screen changed. The static was gone, and on the screen was that scene from The Shining. The twin girls in the hallway, facing forward, staring out of the screen like they were looking directly at me. And then they spoke. "Come play with us." My whole body went cold. Before I could even react properly, the image froze. Then it rewound itself, like an old tape being pulled back. The twins appeared again. Same hallway. Same dead stare. Come play with us. It froze again. Rewound again. Then again. And again. And again. It was looping like a broken record, as if the TV had decided to torture me with the one scene that could make my blood run cold. And the worst part was the way it didn't feel like a normal TV glitch. It didn't look like a channel playing the movie. It didn't look like the kind of scrambled half-image you'd get when reception was bad. It looked like the actual film, clean and recognizable, locked into that scene and repeating it like a taunt. I was frozen in shock. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, and I couldn't make my legs move properly. My fingers were still on the buttons, but my brain couldn't connect to what to do next. It felt unreal, like the room had tilted slightly off its normal axis, and I was standing in something that didn't belong. Then panic hit. I started pressing buttons frantically. I didn't even care what I pressed anymore. I just wanted it to stop. But it kept going. Freeze. Rewind. Come play with us. Freeze. Rewind. Come play with us. It felt like it was mocking my attempts to fix it, like it wanted me to watch. In the middle of that, a thought punched through my fear. Maybe the tape was stuck. Maybe the VCR was somehow playing something. That made sense, kind of. It was a joint DVD/VCR unit. Maybe a tape had been left inside. Maybe my dad's rented tape was still in there. Maybe it had jammed and was looping the same part. So I dropped down, shaking, and started to open the little flap over the VCR slot. But then, between the twins' repeating lines, I heard something else. A second voice. Not from the TV speakers the way the twins were. It didn't match their tone. It didn't sound like the film. It sounded closer, softer, like it was coming from the room itself. A calm whisper that spoke my name. Just my name. Soft, steady, and personal, like someone leaning close to you in the dark. My skin prickled. My stomach dropped. And the fear that hit me then was different. It wasn't just a scary movie scene on a screen anymore. It felt like something was aware of me. Like whatever was happening was not random noise. It felt directed. I looked back up at the screen. The twins were still there, repeating, frozen, rewinding. I wasn't even sure if I had truly heard the whisper or if my terror had created it, but in that moment I wasn't staying around to test it. I ran. I ran up the stairs toward my mother, tears already spilling out, my breath coming in sharp, ugly gasps. I reached her armchair and grabbed her arm, shaking her, trying desperately to wake her. I needed an adult. I needed someone else to see it. I needed the world to go back to normal. My parents were heavy sleepers. They always had been. And my mom, I think, may have taken a sleeping pill that night, because she was especially slow to wake. I was crying, whispering and then shouting, telling her something was wrong, begging her to get up. But she was half asleep, swatting at my words like they were flies. I told her what was happening, or at least I tried to. I said the TV was doing something, and the twins, and it wouldn't stop, and I was scared. But my mom, still barely conscious, brushed me off. Just change the channel, she mumbled, annoyed. That made me even more frantic, because she wasn't understanding. She wasn't hearing me. And then she opened her eyes a little wider and looked at me properly, irritated now, and she scolded me for having the volume up so loud. That was the moment something shifted. Because when she said that, I realized I couldn't hear the twins anymore. I could still hear the TV, but it wasn't the twins. It was static again. Loud static, blasting through the house. The kind of harsh hiss that makes your ears ache. My mum drifted back down into sleep, murmuring something about turning the volume down. I stood at the top of the steps staring down into the rumpus room. The TV was visible from there, a pale gray flicker in the darkness. All it showed now was plain gray static. No twins. No hallway. Just static. And the volume was screaming. For a moment I didn't move. I just stood there, trembling, staring, trying to decide whether I was about to walk back into something terrifying again. My mind tried to reason with itself. Maybe the tape had ended. Maybe the channel changed on its own. Maybe my fear had made me mishear. Maybe it was just a glitch. I needed to believe something like that, because the alternative felt unbearable. Eventually, I forced myself to go back downstairs. Step by step, I went down into the rumpus room. The static hiss filled the air. I kept my eyes on the TV, half expecting the twins to appear again the moment I got close. But it stayed static. I reached the TV and turned it off. The silence after that was huge, like the room suddenly had no sound at all. My ears rang with the leftover hiss. I took a deep breath and leaned down to check the VCR, still telling myself that this was the explanation. The tape must have jammed. The tape must have been inside. The VCR was empty. I checked the DVD tray too, even though it made no sense. Empty. I felt my throat tighten. Then I turned the TV back on. The picture was normal again, no static, no twins, no black line. But the volume indicator on the screen showed the sound was turned all the way up. Full bars. The loudest setting it could reach. That was impossible in my mind because we never had it that loud. Not even close. We kept it maybe a third of the way up, sometimes less, because my parents hated loud TV late at night. This wasn't a small difference. This was max volume, the kind of volume you'd only use if you were trying to shake the walls. I turned the volume down quickly, my hands shaking. Then I did the next thing that made sense to my frightened brain. I checked the channels, fast, skimming through them, looking for an explanation. Maybe The Shining had been on TV that night. Maybe the movie scene had been playing on some channel and I'd somehow switched to it by accident. Maybe a late-night program had referenced it. Maybe there had been an ad or a clip. I needed to find anything that could connect the scene to something normal. But nothing matched. No Shining. No famous twins. No late-night horror special that I could see. Just ordinary channels, ordinary shows, nothing that explained why that scene had appeared so clearly on my screen. At that point I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to stand in that room for another second. I ran upstairs again, all the way to bed, 2 flights, moving fast, ignoring everything else. My mum yelled after me for leaving the lights on in the rumpus room, but I couldn't bring myself to go back down and switch them off. I climbed into bed with my heart still racing, my body still trembling, and I remember lying there not even sure what I had experienced. It was like my brain couldn't decide whether it was real or not, so it tried to blur it out. The next day I planned to solve it properly. I planned to check the TV guide top to bottom, not only for The Shining but for anything even loosely connected. Stephen King, Jack Nicholson, anything. I planned to ask my dad where the videotape was, because I needed to know whether it had been in the house. I needed to know whether it could have been in the VCR at all. But the TV guide didn't show anything that explained it. No movie. No reference. Nothing. And my dad told me he had returned the tape to the store 3 days earlier because it was due back. That answer made my stomach drop all over again. It erased the one explanation my mind had been clinging to. If the tape wasn't in the house, if it had been returned days before, then what had I seen? How did that scene appear so clearly? Why did it loop like a tape? And why did I hear that whisper of my name between the lines? For a long time after that, I think I blocked it out. Not intentionally, not like I chose to forget it, but like my brain didn't know what to do with it, so it shoved it into a dark corner and left it there. It became one of those memories that only surfaces if something pokes it. Then, when I was around 21, I thought it was happening again. I was watching Twister at 3 in the morning by myself, and something about the late hour, the loneliness, the screen glow, it triggered that same fear in my body. It didn't actually happen again, not like before, but the panic was real. It was like my nervous system remembered the old terror and turned it back on instantly, full strength. That was the part that scared me most, in a way. The original experience lasted only a few seconds, maybe 5 at the most, but the fear it caused didn't leave quickly. My heart wouldn't slow down. My body shook for hours. I tried to breathe through it, tried to tell myself I was safe, but it took a long, long time to feel normal again. Since that night with Twister, it has been harder to ignore the original memory. It comes back more easily now. The image of the twins, the gray static, the black line dropping down, the looping rewind, the whisper of my name, the way my mother couldn't wake up properly, the way the TV volume was somehow at maximum even though nobody ever used it like that. I still don't know what it was. And I still know, deep down, that I never want to experience anything like it again. I was about 15 when this happened, and I remember it so clearly because it was one of those moments that rewires how safe a place feels. My parents had been away for a week, and all my older siblings had already moved out, so the house was completely mine. On paper, that sounds like the dream. In reality, it wasn't for me. Being home alone always made me a little jumpy because I knew myself well enough to know that something was bound to freak me out, even if it was something small. A sound in the wrong place. A shadow that didn't sit right. A creak that made my imagination sprint. But the week had actually gone fine. I'd had a few nervous moments, sure, but nothing truly strange. And by the last day I was feeling proud of myself, like I'd made it through. I had just gotten off the phone to my parents. They were on their way home, about 2 hours away. The sun was out, it was a bright afternoon, and I was standing in the backyard with my dog feeling lighter than I had all week. I was in a good mood. I remember thinking how nice it felt that nothing weird had happened, and how good it was going to feel when my parents walked through the door and the house became normal again. It's strange to admit it, but I remember thinking something like, finally, I get to relax. And then it was like something in the world heard that thought and decided to ruin it. I was under the veranda talking to my dog the way you talk to a dog when you love them like family. He was a big brown dog, half German Shepherd and half Australian blue cattle dog, and he had that perfect mix of intelligence and loyalty and quiet toughness. He wasn't just a pet to me. He was like my little brother. The kind of dog who knew your moods, who stayed close when you were sad, who got excited when you were excited. He was facing me, chewing and shaking a toy around, happy in that simple dog way. Behind him, about 4 meters away, was the dining room window. Our house was a 3-story split level, and the dining room sat in the middle section, so from the backyard that window was higher up than us, like it was looking down. You could stand outside and see the lower edge of the frame and the curtain inside, but you weren't looking straight through at ground level the way you would with a normal single-story house. It always made the dining room feel slightly removed, like it floated above the yard. As I was talking to my dog, I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. It was brief, like a quick scrape. But it hit my ears in a way that made my brain recognize it instantly. It sounded exactly like one of our dining room chairs being dragged across the tiled floor. That sharp screeching scrape chairs make when they shift. It was so familiar that for a second my mind tried to place it into normal life. Like, maybe the wind moved something, maybe the house settled, maybe I imagined it. And because it was small and it was sunny and I was so close to the end of my week alone, I chose to ignore it. I didn't want to give my fear any fuel. I didn't want to look up and spiral. I wanted to keep the good mood. So I just looked back down at my dog. And that's when I saw he had heard it too. He had turned his head all the way around and was staring up at the dining room window. His ears were pricked high, his body still, toy forgotten in his mouth. That alone changed the feeling in my chest. Because when a dog reacts like that, it's different from your own nerves. Dogs don't overthink. They don't create stories. They react to something real in their world, even if you can't see it yet. I remember thinking, oh, he heard something too. Then he moved in a way I had never seen any dog move before, and I hope I never see it again. It wasn't a sudden bark or a quick jump back. It was slow. Strange. Like his whole body had shifted into a different mode. He lowered his head slightly, dropped the toy, and turned in a careful, creeping way that made my skin tighten. It was like watching a dog sense something that didn't make sense to him either, something he couldn't smell properly, something he couldn't locate, but something that told every instinct in him to be on guard. He looked at me. Not the normal, hey, glance dogs give you. Not a quick check-in. He stared straight into my eyes. A solid, unblinking stare that felt like he was trying to communicate something urgent without words. It was almost like he was saying, "Do you feel that? Do you know?" Then he walked over and positioned himself directly under the dining room window. And he began to growl. It was a low, deep growl that vibrated through his chest. It wasn't playful. It wasn't a warning at a passing cat. It was the kind of sound that makes you understand, immediately, that your dog doesn't like what he's sensing and is ready to defend himself if he has to. His ears stayed up, his body tensed, and his eyes stayed locked on the window like it was a target. His whole posture screamed alertness. My stomach dropped. The sunny afternoon suddenly felt irrelevant. The warmth of the day didn't matter. My body started doing that thing where adrenaline rises and everything in you goes cold and sharp. I remember thinking, this can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm finally okay. Not when my parents are so close. And because fear is sometimes embarrassing, because your mind tries to protect your pride as much as your body, my first instinct was to pretend everything was normal. Like if I acted normal, my dog would relax. Like if I didn't acknowledge it, it would go away. So I called him in an overly cheerful voice. I patted my knees and said his name the way I would when I wanted him to come for cuddles. I tried to sound light and casual, almost sing-song. I tried to convince myself this was just a dog reacting to something harmless. Maybe a bird, maybe a possum in the roof, maybe a noise that didn't mean anything. He didn't come. Instead, he turned his head toward me in that same slow, creepy way. Not like a normal quick turn. It was deliberate, measured, almost stiff, like he didn't want to take his attention off the window, but he needed to check me. And again, he stared at me right in the eyes. That stare chilled me to the bone. All the hair on my arms rose. I could feel my scalp tighten. My whole body got goosebumps, and I knew in a deep animal way that my dog was not playing. He was not curious. He was not mildly interested. He was focused on something that made him feel threatened, and my cheerful voice meant nothing to him because his instincts were screaming louder. I took a step back without thinking. My legs felt shaky, so I moved slowly and sat down on the chair behind me, trying to make myself smaller. My heart was beating too fast. I kept watching him. He turned back to the window and growled again. He let out a few low barks, not frantic barks, but controlled ones, the kind dogs give when they want whatever they're sensing to know they're there. But mostly it was the growling. Deep, steady, unbroken. His whole body was like a statue. If you've ever seen a dog lock onto something while hunting, or a working dog focus on cattle, you know that look. That total concentration. The kind where nothing distracts them. No voice, no toys, no treats. Just target. And the terrifying part was that I couldn't see anything. There was a curtain in the dining room window. I couldn't see inside. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't see a person. I couldn't see an animal. All I had was that scraping chair noise, and my dog's absolute certainty that something was there. My parents were 2 hours away, and I did not go inside. I stayed out there in the backyard the entire time, sitting on that chair, watching my dog. I remember the minutes feeling long, like the afternoon stretched out. Every so often I would glance around the yard, like I expected to see something appear, but nothing did. The world looked normal. The sky was bright. The air moved gently. It was like the day itself didn't match the fear in my body. My dog stayed under that window. After a while, he shifted from standing tense to sitting. Then after maybe an hour or so, he lay down right there, still in the exact same position, like a guard settling in for a long watch. But even lying down, he wasn't relaxed. His ears stayed up. His head lifted whenever something tiny changed. His eyes stayed trained on that window like it was the only thing in the world that mattered. I didn't hear any more noises from inside. No more scraping. No more movement. Just the silence of a house that was supposed to be empty, and the deep, steady message of my dog's posture. Something is wrong. When my parents finally arrived home, I felt a rush of relief so strong it almost made me dizzy. My mum came into the backyard and found me there, still sitting, still watching, and I think she could tell from my face that I wasn't just enjoying the sunshine. I didn't even need to explain much. The simple fact that I hadn't gone back inside said enough. I decided it was safe to go in then, because the house wasn't empty anymore. I got up and walked toward the back door. My dog and I had a little tradition. He wasn't allowed inside, but every time I went in, he would come to the door and say goodbye. He would walk over, press close, let me kiss his head, and I would tell him I loved him. It was silly, but it was ours. It was one of those small routines that makes a house feel like home. I reached the door and turned, expecting him to follow. He didn't. He was still lying under the dining room window. I looked at him, and he looked at me, then back at the window, then back at me. And he made a soft crying sound, not a whine for attention, but something smaller, almost strained, like he was torn between wanting to come to me and feeling like he couldn't leave his post. It felt like he was saying, I want to do our thing, but not yet. Not while this is still here. I understood in a way I can't fully explain. My throat tightened. I blew him a kiss from the doorway and went inside. I went straight to the dining room. Everything looked normal. The chairs were where they should be. The tiles were clean. Nothing was knocked over. No signs of anyone being there. No open doors, no broken locks, no obvious explanation. I stood there and tried to listen, but the house was filled with the normal sounds of my parents arriving, keys, voices, movement. The scary quiet was gone. I walked to the window and looked out. My dog had finally left the spot. It was like he had been on guard until he knew I was safe. Until he knew I wasn't alone anymore. Until he knew I was back inside with other people and whatever he had been sensing no longer mattered as much as protecting me. That's what stays with me the most. Not just the noise, not just the fear, but my dog's certainty. The way he reacted with a seriousness I had never seen. The way he held that position for hours like it was his job. And the way he only relaxed once the danger, whatever it was, had passed or at least had become less threatening. I still don't know what made that chair scrape noise. I still don't know what my dog was seeing or smelling or sensing behind that curtain. But I know what I felt in my own body while watching him, and I know what it did to me. It made me realize there are moments when an ordinary sunny afternoon can turn into something else in a single second, and you can't always explain it afterward with neat answers. All you're left with is the memory of your own fear, and the image of a loyal dog sitting under a window, ears up, eyes fixed, guarding you against something you can't see. I wasn't old enough to remember this myself. I was only a baby when it happened, so what I'm sharing here is the way this story was told to me later, mainly by my mother and my eldest sister. They both repeated it the same way over the years, and even now you can hear it in their voices when they talk about it. It wasn't a funny family story. It wasn't one of those, remember when moments. It was something that left a mark. I was no older than one at the time. Mum had put me down for a nap on her bed, and the rest of them were in her bedroom, doing ordinary, normal things. Mum and my two older sisters were standing in front of my mother's dresser and mirror. The dresser was big and heavy, the kind that takes up a whole wall, and it had a large mirror sitting on top of it. I can picture it because I remember the room from later years, and I know exactly the kind of mirror they mean. When something happens in front of a large mirror, it feels like it has more weight, because it isn't just what you see, it's what you see reflected back at you. My eldest sister, Victoria, would have been about 8 years old then. My other sister, Rose, was around 5. They were standing close together and doing what little girls do, combing hair, chatting, taking turns. Mum was right there with them. It wasn't late at night. It wasn't a spooky setting. It was a normal day, in a familiar room, with Mum nearby and a baby asleep on the bed. The kind of safe, simple moment families have all the time. Victoria was combing Rose's hair when she noticed something strange in the mirror. Not in the room itself at first, but in the reflection. Rose's face didn't look right. That's how Victoria described it, and Mum backed her up. Her reflection was wrong in a way that made Victoria's stomach turn. Rose looked stiff, like her body had locked. She wasn't shifting her weight, wasn't moving naturally. And her expression was blank, rigid, almost frozen. She was staring at herself in the mirror without blinking. Victoria thought it was weird and called Rose's name, probably in that older sister tone that expects an answer straight away. But Rose didn't respond. She didn't blink. She didn't turn her head. She just stood there, stiff as a board, staring. Victoria then turned Rose around to face her, because at that age you don't think of anything supernatural. You just think your little sister is being strange or playing a prank. She asked her what was wrong. Mum had noticed by then too, and Mum's concern kicked in fast because mothers can sense when something is genuinely off. Rose still didn't react. No blinking. No change in expression. No flinch. According to my mum, that was one of the most frightening parts. Because if a child is pretending, they slip. If they're upset, you see emotion. If they're sick, you see confusion. But Rose didn't show anything at all. It was like she wasn't really there. Then Rose spoke. And it wasn't Rose's voice. A deep man's voice came out of her. That detail is the one everyone always pauses on when they tell the story, because it's the part that refuses to fit into anything comfortable. It wasn't a child speaking in a funny tone. It wasn't a giggle. It wasn't her doing a silly impression. It was a voice that sounded male, deep and wrong, coming out of a 5-year-old. And her eyes had changed too. Mum always says the same thing when she tells it. They were not her eyes. They've described Rose's eyes in different ways over the years, which is probably because fear distorts memory and because they were so shaken, but the main theme stays the same. Her eyes look darker than normal. Some of them say black. Some say red and black, or a dark redness. Some say just too dark, like the light had gone out of them. But the point is, her eyes didn't look like Rose anymore. It looked like someone else was looking through them. Rose stayed stiff the entire time, not moving the way a normal child moves. And the voice kept coming. My mother and sister can't remember what she was actually saying. They said it sounded like another language, or at least like words that didn't make sense to them. It didn't sound like normal speech. And the way it came out frightened them so badly that they went straight into panic. They started yelling at her to stop. They kept saying her name, over and over, trying to pull her back. Mum was shaking her. Victoria was trying to snap her out of it. At one point, Victoria slapped Rose across the face, not hard enough to injure, but hard enough that any normal child would react. Rose didn't flinch. She didn't cry. She didn't even blink. That's another detail that stuck with them, because it made it feel less like a child having a weird moment, and more like something unnatural had taken over the body in front of them. Something was speaking, but Rose wasn't responding. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Rose's body loosened. Her face changed back. Her eyes looked normal again. And she acted as if nothing had happened. No confusion, no fear, no tiredness, no memory of it. When Mum and Victoria started asking her questions, Rose looked at them like they were being ridiculous. She didn't know what they were talking about. She carried on as if no time had passed, like the last few minutes had never existed. That is what disturbed Mum and Victoria the most. Not just the voice, not just the eyes, but the way it ended so cleanly, like someone flicked a switch off. They don't know how long it lasted. When people describe these moments, time always gets strange. It might have only been a couple of minutes, but it felt longer. It was long enough for panic to build, for them to grab her, shake her, call her name repeatedly, even slap her. Long enough to feel helpless. Rose has never remembered it. Even now she hates when anyone brings it up. She refuses to believe it was paranormal, and that's part of why the story stays tense in our family. Because for her, it's not her memory. It's something people keep telling her about herself. And if you're a skeptical person, being told you were possessed, As a child is the kind of thing you'd shut down hard. Rose did have a sleepwalking problem when she was young. Enough that it worried Mom. There was even a time Rose was caught opening the front door, about to go outside. So Rose's own explanation has always been that this event was something that can happen when children are disturbed mid-sleep. Apparently some kids can act strangely, speak oddly, seem not there, and then not remember it afterward. That explanation gives her a sense of control. It makes it a medical or sleep-related incident rather than something supernatural and frightening. The problem is, it doesn't quite sit right with the way Mom and Victoria describe it. Rose wasn't in bed. She wasn't asleep. She was standing, chatting, combing hair, fully part of the moment, and then she went rigid, stopped blinking, and spoke in a voice that wasn't hers. That sudden switch from normal to unnatural is what makes the sleep explanation feel incomplete to the people who witnessed it. And Mom and Victoria have never really accepted it either. Even now, if the topic comes up, they get visibly upset. It isn't just discomfort. It's fear returning. They get angry too, angry at themselves for still being affected, angry at whoever brings it up, angry that the memory still has power over them. There is another layer to the story that I learned later, and it adds to how creepy it feels. At the time this happened, my dad and my 2 older brothers were away. They were attending the wake for my grandfather's funeral. My grandfather had just died. He was Australian and didn't speak another language. According to my parents, he also wasn't particularly kind, especially to my mum. So when you line up the timing, Rose suddenly speaking in a deep man's voice, sounding like she's saying words nobody understands, and then the family is away at the wake, it's hard not to let your mind connect dots. Even if you don't want to. But I want to be careful with how I frame it, because I don't personally like the word possession. And I don't like giving stories like this a dramatic label that turns fear into something bigger. I don't really believe in demons the way movies describe them, or at least I don't believe in feeding that idea. I believe that if you treat something as evil and give it a huge identity in your mind, you can make it feel stronger than it is. People are capable of cruelty when they're alive, so it makes sense to me that if there is anything beyond death, it could still carry messed up energy. But I also believe respect matters. Dead or alive, fear and anger can inflate things. Calling something demonic can be a way of handing it power. That's why I've always kept this story in a strange place in my mind. I don't deny what Mom and Victoria saw. I don't dismiss their fear. But I also don't want to lock it into one terrifying interpretation. There was also one other strange incident involving Rose, from even earlier, before I was born, when she was about a year younger. Mum was out in the front yard tending the garden while Rose played on the driveway. Rose was little, busy in her own world, and Mum had her back turned while she worked. Then, for no reason, Mum suddenly turned around. She walked over, picked Rose up, and moved her into the garden bed. As Mum tells it, she didn't even know why she did it. It felt automatic, like something pulled her attention and pushed her body into motion before she could think. Mum turned, confused by her own behavior, and that's when she saw my dad reversing the car out. He reversed over the exact spot where Rose had been playing on the driveway. My dad wouldn't have seen her there from his angle. He would have had no idea she was in the path. If Mum hadn't moved her at that exact moment, the outcome could have been horrific. Mum has always said she didn't decide to do it. She swears it felt like something else made her turn around and act, like some kind of force or instinct that wasn't ordinary. That story sits differently from the mirror incident, because it isn't frightening in the same way. It's more like protection. Like something intervened. Like whatever exists beyond what we understand isn't only dark and scary. So when I look at both incidents together, the terrifying moment in front of the mirror, and the inexplicable moment that saved Rose's life, I end up with a very mixed feeling. Like the world is not as tidy as we pretend. Like some things happen that don't fit neatly into science, but also don't need to be pushed into the most horrifying explanation possible. I don't know what happened in that bedroom. I don't know what caused Rose to go rigid, to stop blinking, to speak in a voice that wasn't hers, and then to forget it completely. I understand why Rose prefers the sleep-related explanation. I also understand why Mom and Victoria struggle to accept it. The truth is, they were the ones who stood there, watching a little girl's eyes change in a mirror, and hearing a man's voice come out of her mouth. And once you've seen something like that, even if you never see it again, it doesn't fully leave you. So I don't even know if this counts as paranormal, but I also know it wasn't normal. It was one of those experiences where you can't fully explain it, even to yourself, because it doesn't fit neatly into either category. It wasn't a typical dream. It wasn't the kind of half-asleep confusion I'm used to. It was something else, something that felt like I was awake enough to remember it, awake enough to react, and awake enough to feel annoyed and angry in the moment. But at the same time, it had this strange, unreal quality to it, like my brain was still stuck halfway in sleep. The worst part is that it happened twice, close together, and because I remember it so clearly, it still sits in the back of my mind as a "what was that?" kind of memory. To understand why those 2 nights scared me so much, you have to understand that sleep weirdness has always been part of my life. I've been sleep-talking practically since I was born. My mother says that even when I was a baby, before I could properly speak, I used to giggle and babble in my sleep. Not crying, not fussing, but genuinely making happy little noises like I was talking to someone in a dream. As I got older, the sleep-talking didn't stop, it just changed. It became clearer, more structured. I've been caught sitting up in bed and having full conversations, not with the person in the room, but with the wall. Like I'm in a discussion and the wall is responding. I've also had moments where I apparently move in ways I don't normally move when I'm awake. Once I jumped out of bed on all fours like a cat. That one is still embarrassing to admit, but at the same time it's also kind of funny, because yes, being my boyfriend must be a fun experience sometimes. I'm sure he's had nights where he's just lying there thinking, what is happening right now? Most of the time, those things don't scare me. They're just part of who I am. They're common for me. I've always been the kind of person whose brain keeps running even when my body is meant to be resting. And because it's been happening my whole life, I've almost normalized it. Sleep talking, sitting up, moving strangely, it's like my brain can't completely switch off. Usually I don't remember any of it. People tell me what I did, and I might feel embarrassed, and I might laugh, but I don't personally carry the memory like it's something that happened to me. It's more like, oh wow, my body did something weird again while I was asleep. That's why these 2 experiences, from a couple of years ago, felt so different. Because the big difference was that I remembered them. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up. I remembered the feeling in my body. I remembered the irritation, the anger, the sense that someone was in my room, and the sense that whatever it was, it didn't belong there. I remembered speaking. I remembered moving. I remembered looking at the corner of the room and focusing hard, trying to see through the darkness. When I think back to it, it doesn't feel like a normal dream memory. It feels like a waking memory. The kind you can replay. The kind where you can remember the mood, the temperature, the weight of the pillow in your hand, the way your eyes struggled to focus. The first time it happened, I woke up already annoyed. That's one of the strangest parts. I didn't wake up confused or scared first. I woke up with this irritated, agitated feeling, like I was being interrupted and I didn't appreciate it. It was like the feeling you get when you're half asleep and someone keeps trying to talk to you, or when you know someone is in your space and you just want them to leave you alone. I had this instant sense that someone was in my room, and not in a comforting way, but in a "why are you here?" way. I felt like I had been trying to sleep and something or someone was stopping me from doing that, and it made me cranky. I sat up, but not normally. I sat up in this stiff, strange way, and the best way I can describe it is that I rose like a vampire. You know how in old movies vampires don't sit up like a normal person? They just lift straight up, almost like a plank? That's what it felt like. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, but because it was genuinely how my body moved. It didn't feel like I was fully in control of how I was waking. It was like my body was being pulled upward by something. I scanned the room, squinting. My room was dark, and my eyes were still in that sleepy state where everything takes effort to focus. I remember having to squint a lot, trying to make out shapes. I remember the darkness feeling thick. There was enough light to see outlines, but not enough to see details clearly. In the opposite corner of the room, I either saw or felt something. I'm not even sure which one it was now, because memory gets tricky around those edges. But I know I either saw a dark shape there or I had such a strong sense of it that it was basically the same as seeing it. It felt like a shadow. A dark presence. Something that shouldn't have been there. And while a part of me was a little scared, the stronger feeling was annoyance. That's what's so weird about it. Most people, if they wake up and think something is in their room, they feel immediate fear. I didn't feel fear first. I felt irritation, like I was being bothered. Like it was rude. So I yelled at it. I actually yelled out loud, in my bedroom, in the middle of the night, like I was scolding an intruder. I remember my voice sounding harsh and angry, and I remember the words clearly because they came from a very direct part of me. "What are you doing? Go away. Leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep." It wasn't calm. It wasn't a quiet whisper. It was like I was genuinely angry and wanted it gone. I remember feeling a kind of stubbornness too, like I wasn't going to be intimidated in my own room. I remember scoffing, like this thing had the audacity to be there while I was trying to sleep. And then I grabbed a pillow and threw it. I remember throwing it with real force, like I meant it. Like I wanted to hit whatever was in that corner. I can remember the motion of my arm. I can remember the pillow leaving my hand and flying across the room. I can remember the little burst of satisfaction that comes with doing something physical when you're angry. And then, almost instantly after, I lay back down and went back to sleep like it was nothing. Like my body had finished the task it needed to do and was done. The next day, my boyfriend asked me a question that made my stomach drop. He asked why I had snatched the pillow he was sleeping on and thrown it across the room in the middle of the night. That detail shocked me because in my memory, I had grabbed a pillow and thrown it at the corner of the room. In his reality, the pillow I threw was the pillow he was sleeping on. Which means that in that half-awake state, I didn't even fully understand what I was grabbing. I just grabbed whatever was closest, and my mind filled in the rest. It also meant the event had definitely happened physically. I hadn't imagined the throwing part. I hadn't dreamed it. I had actually moved. I had actually taken a pillow and thrown it. And the strangest part was that I wasn't surprised by the memory itself. I was surprised that my boyfriend experienced it too. Because I remembered it. I remembered waking and being annoyed and yelling. That's what unsettled me. It's one thing to be told you sleep talk and do weird things and not remember. It's another thing entirely to remember doing it, and to remember it as if you were awake, while at the same time knowing you must have been in some strange state. That's when the idea came to me that maybe I woke up in some half-awake, half-asleep state and hallucinated. Maybe my brain was still dreaming, but my body was awake enough to move. I've heard people talk about that kind of thing, where you wake up but your mind is still halfway in dream mode and you can see or sense things that aren't really there. But at the time, I didn't know what to call it. I just knew it had happened and it had left me unsettled. Then about 2 weeks later, it happened again. The second time was worse, because it felt like whatever I saw actually reacted to me. It started in a very similar way. I woke up suddenly and sat up the same strange way, like my body lifted too stiffly, like I rose instead of sitting. Again I felt annoyed right away, more than scared. It's like my first emotion in these moments is always irritation, as if my sleep has been interrupted and I'm angry about it. This time I felt like someone was in my room, but not just standing there quietly. I felt like something was moving around, almost jumping. The feeling I had was so clear that I can still describe it exactly. It felt like a younger sibling had snuck into your room while you were trying to sleep and was messing with your stuff. Like someone was being annoying on purpose, playing and hopping around, not caring that you're tired. That was the energy of it. And it made me angry. My boyfriend was asleep beside me. He was to my left. Next to him was the wall and a window. The room was completely dark except for a little bit of light coming from a street light outside. That street light created the faintest glow through the window, not enough to light the room, but enough to outline certain shapes. It silhouetted the curtains, showing all the folds and creases in the fabric, turning them into darker lines against the lighter patch of window. In front of the curtains, I saw a shape. It looked like the silhouette of a young boy, maybe 7 to 10 years old. I can't say exactly how old because it wasn't like I saw a face with details. It was a shadow outline. But the size and the shape felt like a child. And the way it moved was what really locked it in for me. It was jumping around, waving its arms about, like it was playing. It reminded me of Peter Pan's shadow. That's the closest comparison I have, because it looked like a shadow figure but also moved like something with personality, like something alive, playful, and sneaky. I yelled at it immediately. "What are you doing? Stop it!" The moment I yelled, it stopped moving, like I startled it. That moment is what made it feel so real to me. Because it didn't just continue like a random shadow. It reacted. It froze the way a child freezes when they've been caught doing something they shouldn't be doing. Then it raised its hands to its face and shook them, like a cartoon character might do when scared or surprised, like, "Oh no, I've been noticed." It was such a specific movement. Such a human-like movement. Such an expressive movement. That's what made my stomach twist. I kept yelling, more stern now, like I was scolding a child. "What are you doing? Stop. Go away." Then it moved in a way that made my skin crawl. It stepped backwards, pressing itself against the wall, and then slid to its right along the wall, toward the curtains. It kept its back flat against the wall. Its arms went flat too, as if it was trying to make itself as thin as possible. It moved like it was trying not to be seen. It tried to hide itself inside the folds of the curtain, using the darker lines of the fabric as camouflage. It straightened its body, arms down its sides, making its outline slim, like it wanted to disappear into the curtain shadow. I watched it shuffle into place, and I remember my eyes struggling. My vision was blurry the way it gets when you've just woken up. I was squinting hard, trying to focus, trying to confirm what I was seeing. But even if the outline wasn't perfectly sharp, I could still sense it, like my mind was tracking the shape even when my eyes couldn't fully lock on. And I remember saying, out loud, sternly, almost like a warning, "I can still see you." I sat there for a moment, watching. It's hard to explain what those seconds felt like. It was like my brain was deciding whether this was real or not, while my body was just tired and irritated. I felt annoyed that this was happening again. I felt anger that my sleep was being disturbed. I felt a low level of fear underneath it, but the bigger feeling was this exhausted frustration, like, why is this happening to me? After a moment, I couldn't see it anymore. The outline faded into the curtain folds. But I still felt like it was there. That's the thing. Even when my eyes couldn't pick it out, the sense of presence didn't disappear. It was like the room still held it. And because I was too tired to keep fighting, I sighed, rolled over, and fell back asleep. That part still shocks me when I think about it. Because if I had been fully awake, I would have turned on a light. I would have woken my boyfriend. I would have checked the room. I would have done something. But I didn't. I behaved like someone who is half asleep and doesn't have the energy to process it properly. Like my brain just shut the whole thing down and said, enough, go back to sleep. That's why, when I think about it now, it feels like a state between waking and sleeping. Not a normal dream, because I remember waking. Not a normal waking moment, because I behaved like someone trapped in sleep logic. I should also add that at that time in my life, I was under a lot of stress. A lot. My living situation wasn't great. I wasn't feeling safe or calm in general, and my body was carrying that. You know when you're stressed for long enough that it becomes your normal? You don't even notice how tense you are until something breaks through and shows you. That was me. And not long after these 2 episodes, I started having night terrors. There was one night that still makes my stomach twist just thinking about it. I woke in the middle of the night, and saw my dinner raised up, as if someone was standing at the end of my bed holding it up in front of their face. The shape was wrong. The sense was wrong. And in that instant, my brain produced this horrifying certainty that it was going to come down and strangle me. I can't explain how strong that certainty felt. It wasn't like I calmly thought. Maybe. It was like my body knew it as fact. I screamed. Full scream. Pure terror. That was the first of many night terrors. And if you've ever had one, you know how different they are from nightmares. A nightmare fades when you wake up. A night terror sits in your body like electricity. Your heart goes insane. Your breath goes shallow. Your muscles shake. Even after you wake up properly, the fear doesn't leave quickly. It takes ages to calm down. You can tell yourself you're safe and it doesn't matter, because your nervous system is already on fire. After those 2 nights and the night terrors that followed, I started hearing people talk about disorders where someone regularly wakes up and sees things in their room. I didn't know the names for it back then, but I remember thinking, maybe that's what happened. Maybe my brain was basically still dreaming while my eyes were open. Maybe my body was awake enough to sit up and speak, but my mind was still projecting images into the darkness. Maybe it was my stress and exhaustion turning the room into something it wasn't. The strange part is, it hasn't happened again in the same way since then. Not the shadow in the corner, not the boy's silhouette at the curtains. My night terrors continued for a while, and I still have sleep-talking episodes, but those 2 incidents felt like their own specific thing. Like a particular kind of half-awake moment where my brain created a presence that felt vivid and interactive. But even though it hasn't happened again, I've never forgotten it. Because I remember the annoyance, the shouting, the way I threw a pillow with real force, and the way my boyfriend confirmed it the next day. I remember the boy-like shape reacting to me and trying to hide, and the weird feeling of being able to sense it even when I couldn't see it clearly. I remember how quickly I went back to sleep afterward, like my brain shut the door on it because it didn't have the energy to keep processing. And honestly, the biggest reason it still stays with me is because it made me realize something about fear. Fear isn't always this dramatic screaming thing at the start. Sometimes it hides under irritation. Sometimes it shows up as anger because anger feels more powerful than fear. Sometimes your body chooses annoyance because it would rather feel in control than feel helpless. But underneath it, something was wrong enough to jolt me out of sleep twice, and wrong enough that I can still picture those curtain folds and that outline. So I still don't know what to call it. I don't know if it was a hallucination, a sleep disorder thing, stress messing with my brain, or something I can't explain. All I know is that it felt real in the moment. And I know I never want to go back to that place where you wake up and feel like there's something in your room watching you, moving, reacting, and you can't tell whether your eyes are lying or whether your mind is doing something strange to protect itself. If anything, those 2 nights taught me that sleep isn't always just sleep. Sometimes it's a weird borderland where your body and your brain don't wake up at the same speed, and in that gap, anything can feel possible. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I have had strange encounters for as long as I can remember. I don't even mean a single big moment that happened once and then became a scary story I tell at parties. I mean it has been threaded through my whole life, like something that followed me from place to place, year after year. If I try to explain it to someone who has never experienced anything like this, I can hear how unbelievable it sounds. But for me it has always been there in the background, like a second layer over normal life. Sometimes it's quiet, and I can ignore it. Other times it pushes itself right into the front of my world and I'm forced to deal with it. When I was younger, the place that always felt off was my grandmother's house. I spent a lot of time there as a kid, and I can still picture it clearly. It wasn't the kind of house where you walk in and instantly think it's haunted. It looked normal on the outside. It had normal furniture, normal family photos, normal everyday mess. But the feeling inside was never fully normal, not for me. It was like the air had mood swings. Some days it felt fine, almost calm. Other days it felt heavy, tense, like someone was watching from the corners. I was just a kid, but I remember learning quickly that you had to be careful in that house. Not careful like, don't spill a drink. Careful like, don't make the wrong thing angry. Weird things happened there all the time. Things would move by themselves. Not in a way where you could easily blame the wind or the floor being uneven. Objects would shift when nobody touched them. Small items would disappear and then show up later in places they never should have been. There were times I was pushed, and I don't mean a light bump that could be explained away. I mean I was pushed violently, more than once, hard enough that it felt personal. Hard enough that it didn't feel like an accident. When I try to describe that to people, they sometimes laugh or they assume I'm exaggerating. But the truth is, those moments didn't feel funny when they happened. They made my body go cold because you can't argue with your own balance being thrown off like that. You can't tell yourself it was your imagination when you're stumbling or catching yourself from falling. It wasn't only me either. Friends and other family members would have weird experiences there too. It wasn't like I was the only sensitive one, or the only one noticing things. People would come over and later say they felt uncomfortable, or they heard something, or they saw something out of the corner of their eye. Some people tried to laugh it off, but you could tell it had gotten to them. And there was one thing that really stuck out to me, even when I was young. If my grandmother didn't like you, then sure enough, something would happen to you. It was like the house, or whatever was in it, took her side. People would have bad luck, feel sick, get frightened, get spooked out of nowhere. As a kid, I didn't have the words for it, but I felt it. It was like her dislike carried weight in that place, like it could reach out and touch people. Years later, my mother told me things about my grandmother that made the whole atmosphere make more sense, even though I still don't fully understand it. My mother told me that my grandmother did strange things when we were children. Not just odd habits, but things that felt deliberate. She would actively call out to something, like she was speaking to a spirit or a being, and she would tell it to go get someone. I remember hearing that and feeling sick, because it fit too well with what we had all experienced. My mother also told me my grandmother would kill small animals when I was a child, and she would say things in a language my mother didn't understand. I didn't witness every single one of these things, but I believe my mother. She wouldn't make it up for fun. And hearing it explained why my grandmother's house had always felt like it held a secret. I still don't know what my grandmother was doing. I don't know if it was some kind of magic, or if she had mental health issues, or if it was a mix of both. I don't know whether she truly believed she was speaking to something or whether it was a way of controlling people through fear. What I do know is that she had a deep hatred in her, especially toward my mother. She hated my mother, and she hated us kids too, except for my sister. My sister was different in her eyes, and I don't know why. Maybe she saw herself in my sister. Maybe she chose a favorite, and treated the rest of us like problems. But the way she treated my mother and the rest of us left damage. The kind of damage that lingers. That was more than 30 years ago now. My grandmother is dead. She's been dead a long time. And for a while, part of me hoped that would be the end of it, because you want to believe that when a toxic person is gone, the dark weight they carried disappears too. But it didn't. If anything, my life after that continued to fill up with more experiences. So many, honestly, that if I wrote them all down in full detail it would take forever. It would be a long read. There have been too many moments where I felt something was there. Something was watching. Something was moving around my life like it had the right to be there. One of the strangest things I've experienced, and one of the hardest to explain, is seeing people I know, seeing them in solid form, and then watching them disappear. Not like a misty blur. Not like a shadow that could have been a trick of light. I mean real-looking people, with features, with shape, with the weight of a human presence, and then they're just gone. This has happened about 4 or 5 times since I was a kid. It always hits me the same way. For a second my brain accepts it as normal because the figure looks so real, and then the moment they vanish, my body reacts like it's been punched with cold. It makes you doubt yourself, but it also makes you angry, because you know what you saw. And when something is that clear, it's hard to talk yourself out of it. I've also seen things that look like people but aren't fully people. It's like I can see their features, but they're made of shadow. Their outlines are there, their head and shoulders are there, even the suggestion of clothing sometimes, but they don't have the full substance of a normal person. It's hard to describe without sounding ridiculous, but it's like seeing a person-shaped darkness. One of these in particular has shown up more than once, and it still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. It appears under smoke alarms and will set them off. I don't know how else to say it. The smoke alarm will suddenly go off, and when I look, I'll see this tall shadowy shape underneath it. It's huge, around 7 foot. It has this reptile-like feel to it, like the shape isn't human. And it looks like it wears a cloak. Even saying that out loud makes me feel crazy, because how can a shadow wear anything? But that's the closest description I have. It's tall, draped, and wrong, like something trying to hide what it really is. Then there are the moments that feel less like sightings and more like someone messing with me. There was one time, when I was moving house, that still makes me feel unsettled because it had that. Someone is playing games. Energy. I had returned to the old house to finish cleaning. I was alone, trying to get the last bits done. At some point I had to go back out to my car to get something. That's when I realized I had been locked out of my car, with the keys still in the ignition. I remember the shock of it, the frustration, the way you stand there trying doors again even though you know they're locked. I walked back into the house to get my phone so I could call my husband, and I figured I'd have a cigarette to calm down because my nerves were already on edge. But when I came back out, every door and window in the house was wide open. Wide open. Not just one. Not like I accidentally left something ajar. All of them. And I know what people will say. They'll say maybe I forgot, maybe I opened them earlier. But that's not what it felt like. It felt like I had walked into the house for a moment, and something had used that moment to throw everything open. It felt like the house was exhaling, or like something wanted to make a point. Around that same time, there was another thing that still makes my stomach turn when I picture it. When I pulled up to the house, I noticed a huge amount of dead flies outside the garage door. And I don't mean a handful of flies. I mean a massive amount. A mound. Like a foot-long pile. That is not normal. It looked like something had died there and drawn them, or like something had happened that caused them to gather and then drop. Even now I can't connect it to any logical explanation in my mind. It was just there, thick and horrible, like a sign. And I don't even know what kind of sign. On top of the visual stuff, there have always been smells. Strange smells. Not just old house smell, but very specific scents that appear out of nowhere and vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I'll suddenly smell old-fashioned perfume, like a woman standing right next to me, the kind of perfume that feels vintage and heavy. Other times I'll get a stench so foul it's like a broken sewer, like something rotten and wrong. I've also seen mists, patches of fog-like movement in places where there shouldn't be mist. I've felt that constant sense of being watched. Not always intensely, but often enough that it's become normal for me to glance behind me or to pause mid-task because I feel eyes on my back. Things go missing a lot too. That's another constant. I put something down, I know where I put it, and then it's gone. Later it will show up in a place that makes no sense. A place I know I didn't put it. And this happens too often for me to laugh it off. It's like someone is trying to annoy me with small petty tricks. One of the strangest recurring things from earlier years was a black shape about the size of a bowling ball. It used to come out of one wall and go through the other. Again, I know how that sounds. But I watched it more than once, and my cat would chase it. That's part of why it stayed with me. Because animals don't chase nothing the way people do when they're just imagining. My cat would see it and go after it like it was prey. The black shape would move and disappear through the wall, and my cat would follow, confused and alert, tail twitching, as if the thing had just slipped into a place it shouldn't be able to slip into. Over the years I have moved a lot. Around 40 times in my lifetime. That's not an exaggeration. I've lived in so many different places that I've lost count unless I really sit down and list them. And that's one of the reasons I don't think this is simply a haunted house problem. Because it doesn't stay in one house. It follows. It shows up in different locations, different suburbs, different buildings, new places and old places. If it was only one location, you could blame the house. But when it repeats through so many moves, it makes you start to think it's tied to you, not tied to the walls. The last few years have been the hardest, because it has started to feel like something is actively trying to wear me down. It doesn't just pop up as a weird story anymore. It feels relentless. It feels like it wants to annoy me, to keep me on edge, to stop me from resting. Sleep has become a battleground for me. I used to be able to fall asleep naturally, even if I was stressed. Now it has gotten to the point where I can't go to sleep without medication. That's not something I wanted. It's not something I'm proud of. It's something I've had to do because without it, I feel like I'm stuck in that horrible place between awake and asleep where every little sound feels like a warning. My kids have started being affected too, and that's where my fear turns into something else. Because when it's just me, I can tell myself I'm tough, I can handle it, I can push through. But when it's your children being frightened in their own room, it hits a different nerve. They've been woken up by something in their room. They describe a tall man with a cape and a hood. I don't even like writing that, because it sounds so close to things I've seen. I don't know if it's the same thing, but the description is too similar for comfort. My son also says there is a boy with sharp teeth and scruffy hair that hangs over the top bunk and looks down at him. Imagine being a child and waking up to that. Imagine trying to convince yourself you're safe after that. We keep the lights on in their room all the time now because it seems to help a bit. Not completely, but enough that they feel less alone. Darkness makes it worse. For me, the sleep stuff has become predictable in the worst way. Every time I try to go to sleep, I hear someone calling, "Mom!" I hear banging on the wall. I hear my cupboards rattling. The cupboard doors have metal rings on them for handles, and they make a very specific sound when a drawer opens or shifts. It's not a vague creak. It's a clear metal-on-wood rattle. I'll be lying there, not asleep, just closing my eyes, and it starts. Sometimes it starts the moment my eyes close, like it's waiting for that exact moment when my body begins to relax. I have tried turning the light on and watching. I've tried sitting up and staring at the cupboards, telling myself I'm going to catch whatever is causing it. But when I do that, nothing happens. The room stays still. The noise stops. The second I look away, the second I relax and try again, it starts. That's what makes it feel like something is aware of me. Like it knows when I'm watching and it knows when I'm not. Like it wants to keep me in a loop of tension and exhaustion. And it isn't only in my own home. That's another reason I feel like this is attached to me. The banging on the walls has happened when I've stayed elsewhere too. Different houses, different rooms, different places. Same kind of sound. Same timing. That moment when you're trying to sleep and your body is lowering into rest, and then something interrupts, sharp and deliberate. A few years ago, I tried to get help from paranormal investigators. I didn't want to, because I'm not someone who enjoys attention or drama, and inviting strangers into your home to investigate something like this feels exposing. But I was desperate. They did catch some things, which validated me in a way because it wasn't just in my head. They caught a toy being moved. They caught footsteps. But even with that, they couldn't help me get rid of whatever it was. They couldn't give me answers that changed anything. They could confirm something had happened, but they couldn't explain why or how, and they couldn't make it stop. I also sought out mediums and healers. More than one. And that is a whole other kind of exhaustion, because when you are worn down and scared and sleep-deprived, you become vulnerable to people who promise relief. I paid hundreds. I listened. I tried what they suggested. And none of it helped. Not really. Some of them made me feel hopeful for a few hours, like, maybe this is finally over. And then the noises would start again, or the feeling of being watched would creep back, and the hope would crash. After a while, it starts to feel like you're being drained twice. First by the experiences themselves, and then by the people who claim they can fix it but don't. I have cleansed the house often, sometimes daily. Sometimes it feels like it helps a little, like the air lightens for a while and things quiet down. But it never removes it completely. It's like trying to sweep water off a floor while the tap is still running. You can clear a little space, but it keeps coming back. And the constant effort of it becomes its own kind of burden. You start your day already tired, already bracing yourself, already thinking about what you'll have to do at night to feel safe enough to sleep. To be honest, I feel like something is trying to wear me down, and it is working. I feel worn down. I feel tired in a deep way that isn't just about needing a nap. It feels like my spirit is tired. Like my nervous system has been on alert for too long and doesn't know how to switch off. I have kept a wall up for years, mentally and emotionally, telling myself I won't be scared, telling myself I won't let it win, telling myself I'll stay strong and keep going like a normal person. But lately it feels like that wall is starting to crack. It feels like I'm holding it up with shaking hands, and I'm scared of what happens if it falls. I don't even know what I want anymore, if I'm being honest. Part of me wants an explanation that makes sense. Part of me doesn't care about explanations and just wants peace. I want my kids to sleep without fear. I want to close my eyes without hearing "Mom" whispered in the dark. I want to stop jumping at the sound of metal rings rattling. I want to stop feeling watched in my own home. I want to live like this is just a normal life and not something I have to battle through. And the hardest part is that it has been so long that I don't know what normal even feels like anymore. I only know the constant undercurrent of it, the way it follows, the way it finds little ways to remind me it's there. Even after all these moves, all these attempts to cleanse, all these investigators and healers, all these years of trying to be strong, it is still here. And I am tired of it. I was around 15 when all of this happened. At that age you don't always trust your instincts right away, and you definitely don't want to be the person who says, "This house feels wrong," because you assume people will laugh or tell you it's your imagination. But even though I tried to stay practical, I can still say honestly that this house changed the way I think about fear, sleep, and that strange line between what is real and what your mind might be capable of creating when it's under pressure. At the time I lived at home with my parents and my younger sister. We had just moved into a new house. It wasn't old in the dramatic haunted house sense either. It was only about 20 years old, but it still needed a fair bit of renovating. My parents always bought houses that needed work, fixed them up, and sold them. Renovating and flipping homes was just what they did. So to my sister and me, moving into a half-finished place wasn't unusual. It wasn't scary. It was just another adventure, another temporary home where we'd get used to the mess, the tools, the smell of paint, and the constant background noise of things being changed. The house sat on about 1.5 acres of land. That alone made it feel different from the usual suburban blocks we were used to. It had space around it, the kind of space that makes nights feel quieter and darker. A creek ran along the rear boundary, and beyond that, it was bushland. Before our house existed, it had just been vacant bush. There had only been one previous owner, a woman who had built the place with her late husband. That detail felt simple at the time, not significant. It wasn't like there were generations of history in the walls. It wasn't like there were old tragedies we knew about. It seemed like a normal modern home built on what used to be nothing. That's why it's hard to explain how the unease started. I can't tell you the exact first moment when I felt something shift. It wasn't a single dramatic event that made me stop and think, "This house is wrong." It was more like a slow build, tiny things piling up in the background until the pile became too heavy to ignore. The strange part is that there were so many little things that I didn't fully notice at the time. I only noticed them later when I looked back and realized they fit together like pieces of a bigger picture. There were too many odd moments to list, honestly. Small noises that didn't make sense. The feeling of being watched in certain rooms. A strange heaviness in the air at night that you couldn't fully describe. But I'll focus on the few events that affected me most, because those are the ones I still carry with me. Those are the ones that didn't fade when we moved out, and that I still remember with a clarity that makes my stomach tighten when I think about them. By the time we had been living there a couple of months, I started to notice something happening right before I fell asleep. It always happened in that fragile moment when you're just about to drift off. That moment where your body starts to soften and your thoughts start to blur, but you're not fully asleep yet. The slightest noise can pull you back. A creak, a whisper, a shift of wind outside, and you're suddenly alert again. That's exactly when it would happen. I would be lying in bed, almost asleep, and I would hear someone whisper my name. Just my name. Nothing else. No words around it. No sentence. Just my name, softly, as if someone was standing very close to the bed and wanted my attention. The worst part was that it sounded like my family. The voice would mimic either my mom or my sister in such a convincing way that my first reaction was always to reply. It sounded so real that I wouldn't even question it. I would answer as if they'd spoken to me from the hallway or from their rooms. Sometimes I'd answer quietly, half asleep, and sometimes I'd sit up a little and say, "What?" or, "Yeah?" expecting them to respond. But there would never be a reply. I would wait, listening, and the house would stay silent. I would realize slowly that nothing else was happening. No footsteps. No door opening. No voice answering me. And then that cold realization would hit. My mom and sister were asleep. They hadn't called me. Their rooms were dark. Their breathing was steady. The entire house was still, except for the weight of the whisper still hanging in my mind. It sounds like such a small thing when you describe it. A whisper. A name. But when it happens repeatedly, and when it sounds like someone you trust, it starts to mess with you. You start to question your own senses. You start to dread that moment before sleep because you know it might happen again. And you start to feel like something is trying to lure your attention, like it's checking whether you'll respond. At first I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was just a sleep thing, like my brain misfiring as I drifted off. That's what people say, and it's what you want to believe. But the consistency of it made it harder to ignore. It didn't feel random. It felt targeted. It felt like it knew exactly when I was most vulnerable, when my mind was half open and half closed. Not long after the whispers started, something else began. Something I had never experienced before in my life. Sleep paralysis. I had heard of it vaguely, like something that happens to some people, but I'd never had it. And when it started happening in that house, it terrified me in a way I still find hard to explain. It wasn't just fear-like. I had a bad dream. It was the kind of fear that takes over your whole nervous system and makes you feel trapped in your own body. The first few times it happened, I didn't even understand what was going on. It felt like I would fall asleep and then drift only partly back into the real world. My eyes would still be closed, but my brain would be awake, almost painfully awake. It was like my mind snapped on while my body stayed turned off. I couldn't move. I couldn't open my eyes properly. I couldn't speak. And because I couldn't move, I couldn't even test whether what I was feeling was real. The worst part of it was the presence. I would feel, with complete certainty, that someone was in the room with me. Not a vague feeling, but an overwhelming sense of somebody close by, watching, waiting, standing near the bed. It would hit me like a wave. And because my eyes were closed, it made everything worse. It left my imagination to fill in the gaps. I couldn't see what was there, so my brain created possibilities, and every possibility felt terrifying. Then came the pressure on my chest. It would start as a heaviness, like something pressing down. And then it would intensify until it felt like I couldn't breathe. I would try to inhale, and it would be like my lungs weren't responding properly. I would panic, but panic didn't help because my body wouldn't move. I couldn't scream for my parents. I couldn't kick the blanket. I couldn't even turn my head. I could only lie there trapped in my own body, feeling that pressure, feeling that presence, and waiting for it to end. It always ended the same way. I would reach a point where I would stop breathing properly, and then suddenly my body would snap awake. I would gasp for air like I'd been underwater. I'd sit up, heart racing, drenched in cold fear. And when I looked around, the room would be exactly as it should be. Nothing out of place. Nothing obviously wrong. The same walls, the same furniture, the same quiet. But even though the room looked normal, the feeling would linger. That is what made it so hard. You can't argue with your own experience when it feels that real. You can't tell yourself it was nothing when your heart is hammering and your body is shaking. Even when you tell yourself it's sleep paralysis, the fear doesn't disappear right away. Your mind may understand, but your body still believes something just happened. Over time, the sleep paralysis became more frequent. That was when it started to change my life in a real way. I began to dread sleep. I would lie in bed and feel anxiety rise because I knew it might happen again. Nights became something I had to endure rather than something restful. I would try to stay awake longer, because sleeping felt like stepping into a trap. And then the most startling incident happened. Not just to me, but to my sister too. That's part of why it stays so strong in my memory. Because it wasn't something I experienced alone. It wasn't just my brain messing with me. My sister saw it too. I was asleep when she tapped me on the shoulder and woke me up. Even before she spoke, I knew something was wrong. Her energy was wrong. Her face was wrong. She was terrified in that quiet, frozen way kids get when they've seen something that doesn't make sense. She looked like she had run out of a room, and she was trying not to cry, and she didn't want to be alone. She told me she had gone into the kitchen to get a glass of water. The house was dark. Everyone was asleep. She expected the kitchen to be empty. But when she walked in, she saw our dad sitting upright on the sofa. Not slumped like someone asleep, but sitting straight up. Still. Silent. She called out to him, but he didn't answer. He didn't move. He didn't even react the way someone half asleep would. He was just there, upright, unmoving, like he was a statue shaped like our father. That's when she got uneasy and ran back to wake me. I didn't want to go. I was half asleep and already terrified by everything that had been happening in that house. But a part of me thought maybe my sister was mistaken. Maybe Dad had gotten up and fallen asleep sitting up. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he was sleepwalking. There were normal explanations that I wanted to cling to. So we went. We walked slowly back toward the kitchen, toward the living area where the sofa was. I know now that the obvious thing would have been to turn a light on. I don't know why we didn't. Maybe it didn't occur to us in that panicked half-awake state. Maybe we were afraid that if we turned the light on, we'd see something worse. I honestly can't tell you. I just know we didn't do it. The moon was bright that night. Enough light came through the windows to outline shapes and furniture. It wasn't pitch black. As we moved closer, I could see the shape sitting on the sofa. And it wasn't my dad. It was a dark male shadow, sitting perfectly upright. No distinguishable features. No face. No clothing details. Just the shape of a man, dark against the dim light, still as if carved from the night itself. The moment I saw it, I knew. That instant recognition is still the scariest part. Because my brain didn't have to guess. Something inside me knew it wasn't Dad. It knew it was wrong. And yet, even though I knew, I called out anyway. Maybe out of denial. Maybe out of hope. Maybe because I needed to test reality. There was no response. We stood there watching. It felt like time slowed down. It felt like we were stuck. Like we were holding our breath in a moment that could snap either way. And then I felt it. A sudden wave of emotion that hit me like a slap. It wasn't just fear. It was something stronger, darker. I felt like whatever was sitting there was evil. Not misunderstood. Not neutral. Not simply a presence. Evil. And in that exact split second, its head began to turn. That was it. That was all we needed. We ran back to my room like our lives depended on it. We slammed the door. We locked it. We turned every light on. We stayed awake the entire night, sitting there in a bright room, listening to the house settle around us, terrified that we would hear footsteps or the door handle move. But nothing happened after that. It was like the house went silent again, as if it had made its point and was done. In the morning, we told our parents. Even while saying it, we still hoped there was a normal explanation. We hoped Dad would say, "Yeah, that was me, I couldn't sleep." We hoped he would laugh, or look confused, or admit he had gotten up and maybe sat down for a moment. But he didn't. He assured us he had not left his room all night. That answer made my stomach twist, because it removed the last normal explanation. It confirmed what we already knew. What we saw on that sofa was not our father. To this day, I regret not turning the light on. I regret not forcing myself to see it clearly. Because not knowing leaves room for your mind to torture you. It leaves space for your imagination to fill in details you never saw. It leaves you wondering if you could have proven it somehow, if you could have understood it. But at the same time, another part of me feels like it's maybe for the best that I didn't see more. Because sometimes not knowing is kinder than knowing. After that night, the sleep paralysis continued. Other strange things continued too. The house stayed wrong. We lived there for 2 more years, and during that time there were more unsettling moments, more nights of fear, more feelings of being watched. But nothing ever matched the intensity of that shadow man on the sofa. That was the peak, the moment that sealed the house in my mind as something I never wanted to experience again. Now I'm 24, and since we moved out, I've experienced sleep paralysis maybe 5 times total. Which is nothing compared to how often it happened in that house. The difference is huge. It's like whatever was happening there fed it. It made it worse. It made it frequent. Leaving that house didn't erase everything, but it changed the pattern enough that I can't ignore the connection. After we left, my mum eventually opened up about her own experiences in that house. Things she hadn't told us at the time because she didn't want to scare us even more. And that detail alone says a lot. Because it means it wasn't just my sister and me. It means my mum felt it too. She saw or experienced enough that she kept it to herself, trying to protect us, trying to hold the family together through it, trying not to add to our fear. I don't know everything she went through in that house, and honestly, I don't even need to know all of it. The fact that she had her own stories is enough. It confirms that the house had something in it that affected all of us in different ways. All I know truly is this: I am glad we're out of that house. Glad in the deepest way. Glad the creek and the bushland and the quiet nights are behind me. Glad I don't have to lie in that bedroom waiting for my name to be whispered again. Glad I don't have to dread sleep the way I did there. And glad, most of all, that I never again had to stand in moonlight, staring at a shape on a sofa, feeling that sudden certainty of evil as it slowly turned its head toward me. My family moved to Coburg, a suburb of Melbourne, when I was 5 years old, and I remember that house in a way I don't remember most places from that age. Some houses fade into a blur when you look back, like you only remember the layout or the smell of the kitchen. But that house stayed sharp in my mind, not because it was beautiful or special, but because from the first night it felt like something in it noticed me. It felt like the house had its own routine, and I had been dropped right into the middle of it. Our living situation was a bit unusual. My bedroom wasn't really a bedroom. It used to be the old dining room, and it sat in a spot that didn't feel as private or protected as a normal child's room. My sisters shared one of the front rooms, and my parents were in the other front room. So I was placed slightly apart, in a space that felt like it belonged to the house more than it belonged to me. As a kid you don't think in those exact words, but you feel it. You feel when a room isn't meant for you. You feel when you're tucked into a corner of a house that still holds the shape of what it used to be. The very first night, something happened that made me understand quickly that this house was not going to feel like the others. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep in a room that still felt unfamiliar, still smelled like a new place, still had shadows and corners I didn't know yet. That's when I saw her. A lady, gliding into my room. The thing that stands out the most is that she had no feet. It wasn't like she was floating a little above the ground in a magical way. It was like her body was there, but where her feet should have been, there was nothing. No shoes. No toes. No legs ending in a normal shape. Just the upper part of her, gliding. She moved slowly, smoothly, as if she was following a path she already knew. As she moved, she began to fade, like she was dissolving into the air. She didn't vanish instantly. She faded gradually, like she was becoming thinner and thinner until she reached the cupboard area and then disappeared completely. I remember being absolutely terrified, but also frozen. That kind of fear where your throat locks. I could see her, and my brain was screaming, but nothing would come out of my mouth. It took what felt like ages, but it was probably only a minute, before I finally managed to get my voice back and yell out to my parents. My dad came in. I was so relieved to see him. In my mind, adults could fix anything. Adults could make scary things go away. I told him what I saw, probably in that breathless, panicky way kids speak when they've been frightened. I expected him to believe me. Or at least I expected him to take it seriously. Instead, he reassured me with something that made me feel worse in a different way. He told me there was no such thing as ghosts. He said it with certainty, like it was a fact that could erase what I'd just seen. Like the simple idea of, ghosts don't exist, should make the fear leave my body. He told me not to worry and go back to sleep. He didn't shout or get angry. He wasn't cruel. He was calm and practical and probably thought he was helping by giving me a rational explanation. But for me, it had the opposite effect. Because if he wasn't going to believe me, then I was on my own. That's what settled into me right then. Not just fear of what I saw, but the loneliness of realizing I couldn't rely on anyone to protect me from it. He left the room after telling me to sleep. I lay there with my heart pounding and made a decision, even at 5 years old. I slept with my back to the door. I didn't want to look toward the part of the room where she had come in. The next night I forgot. Kids forget things that adults think would be unforgettable. I went to bed, tired, and I didn't arrange myself carefully with my back to the door. I just lay down the way I normally would. And then it happened again. I watched the same lady come into my bedroom. She took the same path, the same slow glide, the same fading movement toward the cupboard. Only this time, it didn't happen once. It happened again. And again. And again. At least 7 times, I think, before I finally fell asleep. It was like she was repeating the same route over and over, like she was stuck on a loop. She didn't look at me. She didn't speak. She didn't rush. She just entered, glided, faded, disappeared, and then somehow started again. At 5 years old, that was impossible to understand. It wasn't like a person walking through a room. It felt like watching a scene play over and over, like the house itself was replaying something. After that night, it became a pattern. Over the next nights, and then weeks, I began to get used to it. I know that sounds strange, but what else can a child do? When something keeps happening and you can't stop it, your fear changes. It doesn't disappear, but it becomes something you live with. I was still frightened, but I also became fascinated. I began to wonder what ghosts were, because my dad had said they didn't exist, and yet I was seeing something every night. So in my child mind, I was caught between two realities, what I was experiencing and what I was being told. I watched her come into my room night after night. I stopped telling my dad because there was no point. He would say the same thing every time. Ghosts don't exist. It's your imagination. Go back to sleep. So I learned to keep it to myself. That, in a way, was the hardest part. Because fear is easier when you can share it. When you can run to someone and have them comfort you. When you have to carry it alone, it sinks deeper. It becomes something private and constant, like a secret you never wanted. Then one night, something happened that felt different from the lady's usual routine. It wasn't the slow glide and fade. It was sudden. Just after my dad closed my parents' bedroom door for the night, I saw a white flash shoot across my bedroom door. It happened fast, like a streak of light that didn't belong. It startled me, but more than that, it made me feel irritated in a way only a tired child can feel. Like, not tonight. Not again. I wasn't in the mood for it. I turned my face toward the wall, away from the door, because I didn't want to see anything ghostly. I thought if I couldn't see it, it would leave me alone. But turning away didn't help. That's when I noticed a light coming from nowhere. At first I couldn't make sense of it. I sat up, peering in the darkness, trying to work out the source. There was no torch. No lamp. No car headlights. No obvious reason for a bright circle of light to be on the wall. I lay back down, and that's when I saw it clearly. It was a perfect circle, bright like a small torch shining at the wall. It didn't flicker. It didn't move. It just was. Then a shadow blocked part of it. I watched the shape form as if something stepped between the light and the wall. The shadow looked nothing like the lady. It looked like a robot. That's the only word I had for it at that age. It had skinny arms that reached out toward me, too long and too thin, like sticks. And then it opened its mouth. The mouth revealed square-shaped teeth. Not normal teeth. Not human teeth. Square blocks, like a toy or a cartoon drawing, but it didn't feel funny. It felt threatening. In my mind, the shape was trying to hurt me. I don't know why I felt that so strongly, but I did. It didn't feel neutral. It felt dangerous. Again I froze. Again my voice didn't work right away. It took me what felt like forever to get sound out. And when I finally could, I yelled for my dad. Over and over, loud enough that I was sure the whole house could hear. My dad came in. And again it was the same story. He told me it was my imagination. That there was nothing there. That I was making myself scared. That I should go back to sleep. And in that moment I knew it for sure. I was definitely on my own. The next day, my dad tried to help in the only way he knew how. He thought a nightlight would be a good idea. In his mind, maybe the darkness was causing my imagination to run wild. Maybe if the room wasn't so dark, I'd stop seeing things. It was actually kind of him in his own way, because at least he tried something practical. But for me, it turned out to be a mistake. That night, the nightlight came on, filling the room with a weak glow. I remember lying in bed in absolute fear, facing the door because I couldn't stand the idea of something coming in behind me. But with the nightlight, I could see the lady much, much clearer. The faint glow gave her outline more definition. I could make her shape out better. And that terrified me more than the darkness ever did. In the dark, there was always a tiny part of me that could pretend it might be a trick of shadow. With the nightlight, that comfort disappeared. I turned toward the wall again, trying not to see her. And then I felt it. A tap on my back. Twice. Not a brush of air. Not the blanket shifting. 2 distinct taps, like someone touching me. The kind of tapping that makes your whole spine go stiff. I turned my head, and there she was right next to me. So close that it felt like she was sharing the bed space with me. I don't remember her face in detail, but I remember the certainty of her presence. I remember the fear hitting so hard that my voice disappeared again. I couldn't yell. I couldn't call out. I couldn't move properly. So I did the only thing a terrified 5-year-old could do. I pulled the blankets over my head and faced the wall. Under the blanket, I tried to survive the fear by doing something simple. I tried to think nice thoughts. I tried to distract my mind from what was happening. And I remember repeating the same phrase in my head over and over, like it was a charm, like it was something that could protect me. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. Flowers, flowers, pretty flowers. I kept saying it in my mind until I finally fell asleep. After that night, I refused to use the night light again. I took it out of the plug and made sure it stayed off. I would rather deal with the darkness than see her clearly again. But even without the nightlight, I still saw her. Every night that I faced the door, I would watch the lady with no feet glide into my room, fade toward the cupboard, and disappear. Night after night. It became like a routine. It was always there, like a strange nightly visitor that the rest of my family didn't acknowledge. And this didn't happen for just a week or 2. It went on for years. I lived with it until we moved out when I was 8 years old. When we left that house, It was like stepping out of a heavy atmosphere. Like walking away from something that had claimed a piece of my childhood. I didn't fully understand it then, but I understand now how much those years shaped me. How much it taught me to keep fear to myself. How much it taught me to watch the dark and listen to silence. How much it taught me that sometimes you can be terrified and still have to lie there and endure it because nobody else can see what you see. And even now, when I think back to that little dining room turned bedroom, I don't just remember the furniture or the layout. I remember the nightly glide of a footless lady fading into the cupboard, and the moment a nightlight made her real enough to tap me on the back.